Good morning, ma'am. How are you? Uh,
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Yeah, but
Welcome to. Sorry, ma'am.
there's an echo, I think. Is there an echo? No, it's fine.
Uh,
No, it's
okay.
not fine.
Welcome to IIM Lucknow. So my name is Vasudha. I'm the person who was in touch with you. Sorry for that. So we have Samia here who will be doing an introduction about Sanrakshan as an event and an introduction about you. And from there, I think she'll be handing over you the mic. So Samia, I would like to call you to start the introduction.
Yeah, hello. Hello, everyone. Greeting you all with a warm good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are joining us. I am Samiha Bhende, and I welcome you all to day one of Sanrakshan, the Business Sustainability Conclave of the Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow. Sanrakshan translates to protection in English. The conclave is a joint initiative between the students of IIM Lucknow's MBA Sustainable Management Program and Center for Business Sustainability. The MBA Sustainable Management Program is the only MBA program offered by any IIMs providing specialization in the field of corporate sustainability. I am proud to be part of the pool of students that IIML is nurturing into future leaders and change makers by embracing the philosophy of sustainability into core management. Today, we have a very special guest among us, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce her. We have Ms. Prarthana Bora with us today. Ms. Prarthana Bora is India Director of CDP, a global not-for-profit headquartered in the UK. She leads the India Program Strategy for Disclosure and Science-Based Target setting of over 100 Indian corporates and cities. An environment sector expert with over 25 years of field experience in climate change, air pollution, conservation, and environmental education, stakeholder engagement nations agencies, and on policy documentation with the Indian ministries. She is a mentor to startups, including the Nexus startup of the Embassy of the United States in India, and advises NGOs and national and global networks for driving sustainability action. She has presented in multiple forums nationally and internationally, in Climate Conference 2008, COP in 2015 in Paris. She was the lead writer of the publication Parampara, prepared by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change on climate-friendly sustainable practices of India, released by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi at COP21. She is a sector expert with the MOHUA's Climate Smart City Framework and has developed the air quality indicators for smart cities. An experienced country head, Ms. Prarthana was earlier India Director of Clean Air Asia, an international not-for-profit set up by ADB. Under her leadership, Clean Air Asia facilitated clean air action plans in 10 cities in India. Today, she is here to address us on the topic of climate change, decarbonization, and circular economy. Everyone, please join me in welcoming Ms. Prarthana Bora. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Samiha, and thank you for that grand introduction. It sometimes becomes difficult to live up to that kind of an introduction. So before I start, I just want to say that it's a pleasure to be speaking to some of the brightest brains in the country. Unfortunately, when I started working in the environmental space, it wasn't the case. We started very small. Environment was a very important thing at that time. And so it's actually very, very, motivating for someone like me to see that I have an opportunity to talk to some of the to the young and smart minds who will tomorrow, take up leadership roles and be able to impact the entire area of addressing climate change, water security, and forest conservation. So I ideally don't like to use PPTs, but because this is a virtual interaction, I'm going to use some slides. I saw that just before my conversation, you were witnessing this very beautiful film, and it's always soothing. And when I talk to an audience, I always talk about, what does nature really bring to our mind? And we all the adjectives that come into our mind are beauty, calmness, purity, cleanliness. You think about all the nice things. So I'm going to slightly transition from the beauty and the the calmness and the purity aspects to numbers. And I'm going to talk about some numbers. And because this is primarily a community that is going to be part of the business kind of space, the private sector space, or even the economic space, I think it's important for us to understand that we need to transition from nature as a place you go to feel good, to see how we could look at converting it into an opportunity in terms of protecting the space rather than just talking about protecting the space. So I think the opportunity I have here is to interact with you all and bring in some elements that has been part of my work in the last couple of years, where we're looking at the whole space of environment in a more from an opportunity perspective. I know there is the romantic part of it, which is the beauty, and then there is this whole element of doom that we are hearing about, because there is a lot of advocacy movement happening all around the globe in terms of what's the world is coming to a disastrous end. But I think for us at this point in time, it's also important to look at what is the kind of opportunity we have in terms of addressing, because that's where we need the innovation, we need the new thought processes, and we need to think about, how we can look at alternative methods. And who best can do it is the countries in the global south, because we have an opportunity to change what was the path that was taken by the global north, which has, kind of aggravated the situation. So how do we actually change this whole methodologies and this transition pathways to bring about new thought processes which can help in protecting the environment? So I'm just going to share my screen, and Samiha, just tell me when you can see it, right? Okay, now.
Yes, it is visible.
Right, okay. I'm just going to do a full screen. Okay, so I have been asked to talk about climate change, decarbonization, and circular economy in 60 minutes. Now, I don't want to talk for 60 minutes because that's not the right way to have a discussion on environmental issues. I'd like to speak for some time and then maybe open up the floor if we have some interaction. I want to tell you that each of this are huge areas, and there are a lot of theoretical aspects that are required in terms of understanding. So obviously, I cannot deal with all of it in 60 minutes, but I'll try my best to bring about some kind of correlation, some kind of understanding, so that you can take home something. I hope you can take home something that you would further want to look at, and please feel free to connect with me later on. So I want to start with where I come from, because that's very important, because the data that I'm going to use is all is actually primary data that we derive from the private sector, from the cities directly. So I think it's important for me to tell you where I come from. So this is the flow of contents of the next 30 minutes. I will introduce you to CDP, from where I come from. I will talk about climate change with a particular focus on how we drive corporate climate action and what is required from an organization perspective, and also from a larger perspective. I'll touch upon decarbonization, particularly focusing on Scope 3 emissions, target setting. I'll touch upon renewable energy, and also a little bit on carbon pricing. And finally, I'll just leave you with the whole issue of circular economy. Now, where I come from, I work for a global environmental impact not-for-profit. For those of you who don't know, CDP hosts the largest data platform on environmental issues, primarily on climate, water, and forests. Our fundamental basis is that information is required for action, which is why we help investors, we help corporate sector, we help the consumers and the cities to measure, understand, and address environmental impacts. CDP is looked upon as a credible organization and a gold standard for environmental reporting. So it's not just reporting, but it's also actually data generation, and also in terms of setting standards. We want to make environmental reporting mainstream so that, and it's not just, it doesn't end at reporting. We'd like to provide insights that drive action for climate safe, water secure, and deforestation free world. So how do we work? I think this is very important because our data doesn't just sit there on a platform. It is used by investors. So today, especially after the Paris Agreement, there is a huge opportunity for corporates to play a role in terms of generating and providing the necessary data, which can help reduce GHG emissions, safeguard water resources, and prevent the deforestation. So we have a network of investors who sign up to use our data. So our data is fed back into the investors so that they can make the right investments, preventing climate risks, as well as creating a climate resilient economies. So just to do a little bit of an advertisement of our organization, these are the kind of entities that use our data in terms of making informed investment decisions. So we have 3 sets of questionnaires, and I'm telling you this because most of the insights that I'll be sharing with you during this time that I'm spending with you. We have 3 questionnaires. The first on climate change, the second on forest, and the third on water security. Now, the sectors are varied, but there are key sectors that flow through all 3 areas. Firstly, I think one of the disclosure areas that we encourage and we generate data on is the whole issue of governance. So companies disclose to us on governance in terms of how much the governance is involved in climate change, forest-related and water security issues. We also have a section which talks about the risks and the opportunities. And finally, we have target setting, the energy matrix, the emissions, and also something on supply chain and other areas. So I move on, having given you a background of where I come from and where the data comes from, I move on to some climate insights and actions that will give you a kind of overview on where the corporate sector, the private sector, the business sector is moving in the next couple of years based on data that we have generated over the last 20 years globally and 10 years in India. So our mantra is you can't manage what you don't measure. So we put numbers to our statements. And what you see in front of you is some numbers that have been generated over the years and updated as in 2020. So if you look at the value of risk reported for water impacts, it's valued at US $301 billion. Similarly, the deforestation impact is $53.1 billion US dollars. Overall financial impacts actually moves to trillions, so 1.26 US dollars in terms of trillions. Then we also go into minor data. For instance, if you're looking at the data you generate in terms of how you can trace back to what the risks are, or what the commodity risk is, especially from a supplier point of view, this is just 26% of the data, which means that only 26% of reporting suppliers can fully trace their forest risk commodity. So there's a whole lot of risk which is not reported right now. So while we have this large, the 3 elements that you see on top, which is based on data reported by over 13,000 companies to us globally, we have to tell you that not all data is readily available. It takes time to generate it, and that you can see in point 4. But the positive is that almost 220 plus of the world's largest company, they report cumulative gains of realizing business opportunities. When you look at this whole area of climate change. So there are numbers in terms of what is the financial impact. There are numbers in how this is not the complete data available, and then finally there is numbers in terms of how this is a business opportunity. Moving on from the global to the Indian context, this is the highlights of our 2021 report. Every year we update the data, so we have a disclosure cycle, and we generate the primary data between the month of March and the month of July. We've just completed our 2022 cycle, and the data is being analyzed. But last year's data, where 88 Indian companies disclosed to us, and this is investor requested companies, the 88 companies reported almost over 3,000 billion rupees as the climate risk. So that's a huge amount. 1.2 billion tons of carbon emissions was reported. While I know we have a lot of interest in renewable energy, and we're talking about renewable energy, if you look at these top 88 companies who disclose to us, only 5% of the electricity sourced is from renewable energy sources. What is positive is 85% of the companies have started engaging with the value chain, and 92, actually the number turned 100 yesterday. So 100 companies from India have committed to the ambitious science-based targets. Moving on, global trends and climate action. The positive part is that more and more investors are looking at climate risk and climate risk data, climate opportunity data. So they're looking at more of disclosure. So our data is used by almost 680 plus investors, which is actually US 110 trillion US dollars in assets. 13,000 companies report to us, and this is 64% of the global market capitalization. So these are the listed companies. So basically, the case for disclosure is that data helps in not just improving investor regimes, but also in policy and regulation, as well as building stakeholder confidence. So once again, how does environmental disclosure make sound business sense? It's an enormous business opportunity, and more than the risks and other areas, I often talk about the whole element of opportunity, because I think there's a need to look at the economics of addressing climate-related risks, water security issues, and forest risks. So I think it's important for us to convert the whole the morbidity of climate into an opportunity to innovate and look at a new thought process. We need to, when you're talking about disclosure, I think it's basically about ensuring long-term sustainability and profitability. So I think disclosure is also the first step when you are actually looking at your internal business processes and devising a strategy in terms of moving towards decarbonization. So what are the benefits of disclosure for companies? I think there are two areas here. I think one is that you look at the whole issue of investment. How do you attract the right investment? And how do you look at, enjoying lower borrowing costs, improving valuation? But on the other side, I think what we also need to look at is that there is a sourcing opportunity. There's risk mitigation in your supply chain, which is another area which is very, very important to observe and look at. So I think for us, the way when we talk about disclosure and we talk about benefits to companies, I think they're twofold. One is the whole investment area. The other is, of course, how you improve in your supply chain and create resilient supply chain, because that is where your sourcing happens, as well as your distribution happens. So coming back, I think 2015 is when when the disclosure really became accepted, and it increased tremendously. So we had more than 150% increase between 2015 and 2021 in terms of disclosure. But this has been primarily climate-related disclosure. Over the last 2 years, we've seen that there has been increased water and forest-related disclosures also, which is exciting, because people have started talking about water security, water use, and water reuse, as well as water efficiency, and also trying to track their supply chain in the context of commodities which go back to forests. So I've been talking a lot about the risks, and these are some figures, and this is India data. So I think it's important for us to understand the kind of risk. And I told you right in the beginning that, this almost the total risk that the 88 companies have kind of identified is almost 3,000 billion rupees, of which the the one that is maximum identified, the area is acute physical. And this is very understandable because, short-term weather events and have become very frequent in the last couple of years. So I think that is being recognized as one of the largest risks by companies, followed by regulation, emerging regulation, because India is becoming more and more conscious. So you know that we've just introduced mandatory disclosure from 2022. So I think there'll be emerging regulation is another area, but the acute physical is something that we really need to rethink, because that's something we can't change. It's not in our control. So that's a risk that you need to be prepared for, because whether it's short-term floods or short-term drought, or something that is impacting a company's operations in terms of weather events, I think this is something that is becoming a big concern, and this is an identified risk based on what's happening over the last couple of years. In terms of water, the highest risk that has been identified is the physical risk of not having access to water, the amount of water reducing. But it's also interesting to see that we've done with our data some projections, and what we've found out is that not acting now on water would actually cost 12 times more, which means if you look at responding to risk, it would be about 365 million rupees. But if when you consider the total amount of water related risk, which is over 4,000 million rupees, but if you don't really act on it, this 4,000 million could go up to 12 times. So I think that's probably the reason why I also commented in my previous slide that companies have started disclosing on water. I think this is one of the reasons why, because the internal calculations in terms of not responding also is happening. Moving on to opportunities, because I think while risk is a factor that we all talk about, I think it's important to also look at opportunities. Again, I think this is over 3,000 billion Indian rupees is the identified opportunities, of which about 1,500 billion is in products and services. Now, when I say product and services, if you bifurcate it, out of this, almost 800 billion is in financial products and services in terms of climate bonds, securities. So the financial sector has actually identified opportunities in terms of climate investments. So this is a very positive trend, and it also actually brings us to drive the investment sector to look more and more into climate related risks. The other areas, of course, are market resilience and energy source, and these follow close. So these are some of the opportunities that companies have identified. In terms of water, it's in the efficiency part, because as I told you, the highest risk was in the availability. So obviously the water efficiency is where the opportunity has been identified, followed by resilience and product and services. So I think most companies are now beginning to look at how to be more water efficient, which is where the concepts of being water positive is also coming in. And there are companies who are actually promoting the fact that they're becoming water positive, which actually means that they're reusing and the water. So while I'll not touch about circular economy separately, I think there is a lot of insights here which can actually be inferred and can can be brought into the whole concept of circular economy. So I move on now from climate insights to decarbonization. And when I'm talking about decarbonization, I want to bring you some insights from the supply chain, because that is where I think the challenge is as far as the country like India is concerned, because we have large companies which have large supply chain. Now, when you're talking about one company, it's easy for the larger companies to look at internal operations and look at how to tackle the internal operations. But it is when you are discussing the supply chain and you're discussing how much can you integrate or reduce the emissions within the supply chain, that is where the real challenge lies, because that is about not just about information or about getting them to do something, but it's not just about intent, actually, it's also about capacity and how the supply chains are organized. So if you look at decarbonization, I think there are some elements that we need to really think about as far as the India goal is concerned. So Government of India is committed to 2070 net zero goal, which is being debated, discussed, sectorally analyzed, and if you ask me, is it possible? I think I would say that I really don't know at this point of time, because it would need a varied answer in terms of different industrial sectors. The entire city has a different perspective. So I think that's something that would need to be talked about, discussed, and analyzed, and maybe would be clearer in the next couple of years. Renewable energy commitment is 50%, by 2050. But I just showed you how the top 100 companies in India are faring. 3.6% energy demand reduced by electricity savings from MSMEs, which is why I want to emphasize on the supply chain aspect. So this is again data that we analyzed in terms of the emissions of the 88 companies that disclosed to us. So 1.2 billion ton CO2 emissions was reported in 2020. If you look at it, scope 3 emissions increased tremendously. You can see that it's 38% from 15% in 2020. And while scope 1 and scope 2 actually, scope 2 kind of stayed at the same level, scope 1 reduced, but scope 3 increased. And out of this, business travel, employee commute, and upstream transportation and distribution was reported as highest. But again, it could be not because these were the highest, but it could be because data is available on this, and it's more difficult to look at other issues like tracking back to your source and investments and processing of sold products, for instance. So I think that's a big challenge there in terms of generation of data. And I think one of the biggest challenges in decarbonization is reducing scope 3 emissions. How does one tackle this in the supply chain? And following from that, I think it's important to know that this is where the biggest impact lies as far as decarbonization is concerned. If a supply chain emissions are significantly higher, as I told you, and it has been reported, it's actually 11 times higher than operational emissions at the moment. So we have a very dedicated supply chain program where we're trying to have disclosure, and there is advanced reading if you want to understand, how we need to engage the supply chain. But as I said earlier, that in India is going to be a major challenge because most of the supply chain is the small and medium sector, and we have to understand the capacity if you're going to really look at reducing scope 3 emissions within the supply chain. So the positive, again, I go back to the opportunity part, and this is again an area that we cover in our data analysis, the engagement of the corporate sector with the value chain. And what is positive to know is that most of the companies, out of 72 out of the 88 companies are engaging in the value chain in some way or the other. So either they're engaging with the customers and suppliers and others. Some are just engaging with customers, others are just engaging with suppliers. So there is some level of engagement. Now, what is this level of engagement? So with the suppliers, it's mostly on compliance and onboarding because it is important to have the regulatory compliance. Many of the companies are facilitating the process of compliance and onboarding. And of course, then going on to engagement and incentivization. On the customer side, downstream, it is more on education and information sharing. So many of the corporates are actually working with the customers to basically work on joint projects to see how to reduce emissions in the customer supply chain. And then of course there is collaboration and innovation. So these are some areas in terms of engagement, but of course this is a very small sample and India is a large country. So I think the engagement at this level really needs to increase, because as I said, the operational emissions is always easier to control because it is under, it's under your purview. It is when you go beyond that the difficulty emerges, and scope 3 emissions is something that we definitely need to address. So why engage suppliers? Again, I bring you to some figures, and you can see that this is a global kind of database. So you can see that the reported risk, as I said, in terms of suppliers is the acute physical risk, followed by the market risk, and then emerging regulation. Addressing these risks would actually imply savings of a huge amount of money, reducing emissions, as well as and this can give you also a comparative in terms of power plants, because there's a lot of discussion on coal-fired power plants, but it's actually, if you reduce supply chain emissions, it's equivalent to kind of reducing annual emissions of that many coal power plants. So how do we actually engage? Is that we ask them to report and allocate emissions, and this is when we actually invite corporates to disclose on their supply chain. So we basically ask the corporate sector to ask the supply chain members to disclose their emissions, and that means that they have to do an emissions inventory and allocate their emissions, followed by strategy preparation, and then of course it goes to the more difficult part, where there is a governance level oversight on climate issues, as well as engagement and collaboration. So my objective of showing this slide was to just highlight the fact that it's not as simple. I mean, we have a lot of conversations out there. We talk about reducing scope 3 emissions, but it's actually very complicated in a country like India. And this is where the leadership plays a very important role, because there's a huge issue of building the capacity of the smaller companies in terms of not just measuring, but also tracking and later converting this to positive action for climate mitigation. Some of the advantages, this is basically, if you have data-driven buying, you obviously are able to manage risks better. You are able to improve operational efficiency. You can set targets and you can build a competitive advantage, also improve collaboration with suppliers. Similarly, for suppliers, there's benefits because it's about identifying risk and opportunities. And I think the smaller ones will be highly impacted. We saw that during COVID, it was the smaller ones that were impacted. So I think it's important that the understanding of climate risks translates to the supply chain in terms of identifying cost savings and identifying risks and opportunities, so that collaborative opportunities can be promoted between the larger company and the supply chain smaller companies. I move on now from discussing about scope 3 emissions and reducing global scope 3 emissions to target setting. And here I'll just touch upon briefly on science-based targets. I'm sure you hear it, or that there is something called the science-based target setting, which is an initiative of CDP, UN Global Compact, WRI, WWF, and the science-based targets. It's a coalition. It's basically facilitating the process of setting a target, a long-term goal, keeping in mind the global temperature increase within 1.5 degrees. So a company sets a target for the operational elements based on keeping below 1.5 degrees. There is a long-term goal and an interim goal, because that facilitates the process of, ultimately the long-term goal is about net zero, achieving net zero. But because we are in a process where we still need to grow, there is an interim target that needs to be set. Disclosure facilitates that process because it helps you to track your your entire journey. But it doesn't end at target setting. It's also about facilitating your net zero transition journey. So basically, so it starts basically with your emissions inventory, and then you actually calculate how you would become zero at a particular level and how much time it would take you to reach that particular level. From science-based target setting, I want to move on to renewable energy, because this is an area that is emphasized by the government of India. As I said earlier, our data, this is again, our data from the 2021 report. From all the companies that we investigated, only 5% of the electricity is sourced from renewable energy, which means there's a long way to go. There is if you look at the sectoral diversification in terms of renewable energy, who's using it maximum it's the IT and the software sector, followed by others. So we really need to emphasize in this area. There is a global initiative called RE100, which actually facilitates the process. But as of now, I think only about 6 companies have signed up to the RE100 initiative. The other area in decarbonization is about setting an internal carbon price. Now, setting an internal carbon price is basically translating GHG emissions and climate risk into financial terms. It helps the company look at putting a price on either projected emissions. So you have shadow pricing, which is basically on projected emissions. And then you can put a fee on current emissions. Or you can actually have an internal cap where you actually limit the amount of, you basically decide to limit the amount of emissions that you're going to create. So I think internal carbon pricing is something that is enabling companies to basically get into the decarbonization process and evaluate how they can financially evaluate the price of carbon and allocate or reallocate this price to either low carbon innovation or increased competitiveness, and basically define the cost of emission reduction projects vis-a-vis the present path that they are taking. So internal carbon pricing is something that is gaining a lot of popularity. We've seen almost a 50% increase from 2020 in the Indian companies that reported to us. Most of these also have science-based targets. So I think it's important to understand that the decarbonization journey is not just about either or, it's about all these areas that we need to tap. What is happening is that there is an internal strategy that needs to be developed by a company, but all these elements actually need to come in. And it's important that, and most of the companies who are doing well for us in terms of being leaders in climate action, they probably have all these components imbibed into their internal strategy and processes. Finally, I move on to the circular economy concept. Now, the circular economy concept is actually, I've already touched upon it in many ways in terms of addressing the supply chain, looking at the reuse of water, going back to the forest and seeing how we could look at forest conservation. So I think to translate it into operational kind of varies from company to company, because it depends on, if you have a company which is using more water, obviously the water risk is there. So you need to look at how you could look at a water circularity model. Similarly, if it's a company that is dependent highly on a forest kind of a forest product, forest-based product, then it's important that the company offsets the carbon emissions by putting in putting in more investments into forests or developing forests. So I think the circular economy concept here is for a business would be to look at an internal business process and to find out which is the natural resource that is being highly impacted, and to look at it from that perspective. So, but I also want to add the element of waste, because I think circular economy also includes the whole element of waste. And I want to mention here that we have also introduced just now recently from this year that a plastic component in our questionnaire, which means that companies will be disclosing on their plastic related targets. And as we know that many of the larger companies are, it's not about plastic bags, you use plastic in your entire production distribution process. So I think this is one element that we have brought in to highlight the element of circularity. And it will be very interesting in the next years to know how, how this progresses. Just something that we partnered with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation for the plastic disclosure. So this is just a code that we put forward. Now, I'd like to now go to, we have this entire process. We've talked about concepts in terms of what is required in terms of climate action. We've talked about the element of decarbonization and what, and I've touched upon certain theoretical concepts that we need to get into. But I think what is also important is to look at how to generate this data, because as I said in the beginning, what you can't measure, you can't manage. And if you really want to, if you really want action on the ground, we do need to generate the right kind of data, which helps you to, to feed into the system. And so I'll just briefly touch upon the data generation aspects before I close. So our data generation has 5 components. And I think if you look back on whatever I've communicated, you'll understand how we have come to, these conclusions. The first is that companies report on climate change related governance. So we ask how much is the governance involved in climate decision making, but we also ask the frequency of this interaction, so that there is, just to figure out whether we have a frequent tracking, and a responsible mechanism for tracking and measuring the progress in terms of climate-related activities taken or climate-related decisions that have been taken. The second area is on climate change-induced risks and climate opportunities. So as I told you that a company looks at the internal strategies, at the internal operations, and assesses risks, and then tries to identify opportunities. We ask companies to disclose on emissions. So I want to say here that the word disclosure sometimes, kind of it's a setback. And I just had a very interesting experience yesterday when I was inviting someone to disclose, and they said, we have nothing to disclose, we're doing everything correctly. So I want to say here that, it's not just about, it's not just that someone is policing you, so you need to put it in the public domain. But I think disclosure helps, because you put your data in public domain, and when you put your data in public domain, you actually you look at your internal strategies and processes, and you have a tendency to improve. So so one of the insights that we have is that for most companies in cities that disclose to us, in the first year they disclose emissions, but it's only, it takes almost 2 to 3 years to actually have emission reduction targets. So it's a process of looking at internal strategies. We also have a disclosure on energy matrix, which is why, we come up with information on what is the energy mix in a company. And finally, of course, you have disclosure on the value chain engagement. This is what our questionnaire structure looks like. And I just wanted to give you this overview based primarily because many of you would be joining large corporates and you'll be talking about ESG reporting. So I think, it's important to understand what goes into the ESG reporting, because the E part itself is this complicated. And these are some of the areas. I've not mentioned plastics here, but from next year, we'll also have plastics. Finally, we generate data, but we also like to applaud climate leadership. So we do not actually give, we do not rate or give, we do not say someone is better or someone is bad. And I think this is quite evident from the fact that companies who disclose to us have revealed that they disclose to us because it helps them to benchmark their work. It helps them to analyze their processes, and also it's good business for them because it helps them keep on track in terms of measuring risks and identifying opportunities. So we actually start with a D, which is actually companies who disclose. Any company who discloses gets a D. And then you move on in terms of how your data improves. Leadership is when you satisfy all the components in terms of demonstrating leadership as far as climate mitigation is concerned. I want to end with this slide, which is on governance and strategy. So I think it's very important to understand that the companies, the A-listers as we call them, have a very high level of governance involved in climate decision making. Some of them have even board level discussions, very frequent board level discussions, meetings, and assessment, measurement, tracking on climate related issues almost every week to see where they are going. So I think that's a very important area, and we've seen that in our 2021 data, we've seen that almost 98% of the companies have board level oversight on climate related issues. So I think this is a very, very important area, and that is the reason why we focus on the role of leadership in climate related decision making within a company. And as you can see, from this data, this is increasing, and over the years, and in the last year, there's been like almost 98% have some kind of board level oversight in terms of reporting and discussions and tracking of climate related activities undertaken by the company. So I'll end there because I think we have 10 minutes. I'm happy to open up for a discussion because I think it's important. I'm just looking at the chat box. There are questions here. I'm not sure if this is going to be moderated, or do you just want me to take the questions directly? Okay, so I'm just going to take the questions then. So I see here,
Ma'am, Samia will be helping you moderating the questions. Just
okay.
1 second. Just give us 1 second.
I think we have about 10 minutes, so I think that's good time
Yes,
for having a chat.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so yeah, given the context of financial markets having the power to guide businesses and an increasing trend in big companies disclosing their sustainable business strategy, there is a challenge that the firms face on how to communicate financial impacts of executing the steps of sustainability to their investors or shareholders. So is CDP envisioning to come up with a framework in future to address this challenge?
So that's a very good question. Muhammad Wahid. Yeah, so I think that's a very good question. So I think I need to give you a little bit of a clarity that for CDP, for companies that disclose to CDP, actually the way the disclosure is defined is that investors can use it. For those who don't disclose, it can be a challenge, but companies that disclose to CDP, actually the data is designed in such a way that the investors can use it directly. But of course, the quality of the disclosure might vary, but we ourselves have something called the reporter services where we help facilitate this process. I mean, we don't tell companies how to fill the data, but we do tell them, how it will create much more, impact. But I think to answer your question on how to measure it financially is where the internal processes come into place. So it doesn't really require a framework because I think we have a good framework which can be used, but it's the quality of the data and how it's inputted. At the moment, I think most of it is a narrative. It sometimes becomes a challenge, but I think this is an internal capacity issue. What CDP is trying to do is actually build the capacity of of companies internally to make the data more quantitative rather than qualitative.
Okay, so Tanishk is asking, for any EV sector, we know that battery disposal can be a significant roadblock in terms of waste management. What initiatives are being taken or can be taken to curb the waste?
So Tanish, I think I'm not really a transport sector or an EV expert, so I will not be able to give you a very detailed response, but please feel free to connect with me post this meeting and I can always get back to you. But I think there is a lot of discussion on battery disposal, and that's probably one of the reasons why the use of EVs has not escalated to where it is. I think even in terms of the waste management in our country, there's at the moment a lot of dialogue and discussion, but the disposal, frankly speaking, has not been discussed or implemented to the extent that it should have. The EV sector is actually, globally also the debate is very high because of this reason in terms of disposal and in terms of what kind of energy is being used basically, in terms of it. But at the moment, I think what my answer would be is that there are certain policies that have been proposed and also kind of put forward, but waste disposal even generally is a very complicated issue, and we know we've had waste management rules, 30-year-old waste management rules where we need to dispose our waste properly. But for a country like ours, that is one of the most challenging aspects because the whole issue of behavioral change comes into the factor. So I think what in terms of I like the word that you've used, the word roadblock, and I think in terms of waste management, I feel that one of our biggest challenges would be that even if we do have the right policy and the right implementation schemes, one of our biggest roadblocks would be how we would get how would we get the community to engage in these aspects, because as a community, I think we are one of the poorest in terms of waste management.
Yeah, so next question is by Kriti. She is asking, while on one hand, the consumers, marketers have become more aware about the involved climate risks, their actions often don't match with intention. For example, there is increased interest to go for online shopping for convenience, resulting in huge transportation of goods from one place to far off place, wastage, packaging materials, etc. So what can be done about this?
So I think that's a very good question, and I think we often emphasize on the transportation bit, and this is when I say that this is where the whole circular economy concept comes in, because I think when we talk about circular economy, we only think about the operations and the waste that is generated within the premises, but we don't look at the larger framework of issues like online shopping. And I remember during the pandemic, everyone was very excited about the fact that we were not moving out of our homes, so basically the skies were turning blue, and there was a lot of discussion around it, but nobody really took note of the fact of the 4 layers of packaging that used to go into a product, basically because of the whole issue of health issue, that you wanted to sanitize yourself, so there would be 4 layers of packaging, so, and these would be many times plastic. Now so I think it's what you've asked a very challenging question. So I think every time a new business opportunity comes into place, the idea is growth of that business opportunity, which has been the case even with online shopping. So we look at one side in terms of the product, we look at one side and we say, okay, this is a great opportunity, it's reducing, it's convenient, you don't have to move out, you save on the premises, so so it does. But then you don't look at the element of waste. So this is where I think right from the beginning it's important to look at disposal while you're looking at the whole issue of resources. So the entire issue of protection of the planet is based on adequate resource consumption, resource use vis-a-vis processes in production that are low energy, efficient energy usage, and then the waste aspect. So I think if businesses also build in the distribution aspect and look at the waste disposal and not transfer the responsibility to someone else, I think that's where it will help. And I shared a slide where I showed you an engagement with customers, and this is where the downstream engagement with the corporate sector becomes very important, because then you start influencing the decisions for packaging and how you're going to distribute. So that is where this whole discussion of the value chain comes in. So I think this entire concept of circular economy is about first where you get your resources from, which is the upstream, and then the whole process, and then the waste generation. So I think one of the things is, how does a company look at it as a holistic process? And online is something to be concerned about, but I think certain online companies have also started looking at the right kind of packaging and the right kind of delivery processes.
Thank you. So Akshay is asking, any company needs to make decisions based on finances, as every decarbonization strategy has cost implications. What is the framework used for the strategy or the strategy followed by any company to decide which decarbonization strategy needs to be prioritized for implementation?
That's a difficult one, because it depends from company to company. So that's why the science-based target setting process is a very detailed process, because it means you need to assess your emissions and kind of look at it from the perspective of reducing your own emissions. And the target setting process itself takes a lot of time, because it's a technical process of measuring and understanding and how you are going to reduce your emissions. So I think one of the frameworks that really helps in the decarbonization strategy is the science-based targets, which is very, very is now getting very popular. And as I said, 100, and the number of companies signing up to science-based target has really increased. So I think that's one way in which a company can follow, because once you set your target, it's easier to actually look at your strategy, because it's the beginning of actually planning the process of when you expect to be net zero. So I think that's one framework that can be followed. There are also specialist organizations which have developed net zero transition journey, net zero incubation processes. So there's a lot of information out there, and I'm happy to send it to you offline.
Due to shortage of time, we can't take any more questions. But on behalf of everyone, I'd like to thank you for taking out the all. It was a really wonderful session, and I know for sure that all of us listening in have gained valuable insights. The point you raised about how supply chain emissions are way higher than operational, and operational emissions are easier to control than supply chain emissions, it was really intriguing. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me. And there were a lot of interesting questions. So if anybody wants to, send me the question on LinkedIn or on my email ID, I'm very happy to address it, because I was just looking at the questions and they're very insightful. So, but thank you very much for inviting me. It was a fantastic experience. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll be sending you the questions over the email so that we can take the answers and then distributing the answers.
Do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Uh, I hope. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, sir. We will just start at 2 o'clock exact.
Yeah, no worries. I'm
Wait,
just
wait.
checking whether my system is working. So I'm just settling myself.
Okay, okay, no issues, sir. Yeah. Welcome, sir. Am I audible, Alok, sir?
Yes,
Yeah.
Pratik, you are very much
Yeah.
audible. I was just setting up
Okay.
myself. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, sir. Yeah, that's fine. Hello, Shashank. Hi.
Can you hear me, Prantik?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, thanks.
Pratik, is the video clear and the voice clear?
Video and voice both are at this moment. Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear you, sir.
Hi, Shashank.
Hi, sir.
It's a pleasure, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing to.
Good afternoon, Shashank, and good afternoon, Alok.
Good afternoon,
Hi,
Sarupji.
good afternoon, sir.
I hope I'm audible.
Yeah,
Yes.
very much.
Yes.
Thanks.
So we will start just in a moment. We are almost. Yeah, so let me welcome everyone here. We are on an afternoon of Saturday weekend. You all joined us. It is a delight for all of us. So I welcome you all to the Business Sustainability Conclave, Sanrakshan. The conclave is a joint venture between the student of IIM Lucknow MBA Sustainable Management Program and the Center for Business Sustainability. The MBA Sustainable Management Program is the only MBA program offered by any IIMs providing specialization in the field of corporate sustainability. I am proud to be a part of this program and really blessed to be nurtured by into the maker by embracing the philosophy of sustainability into core management. Talking about sustainability, we get so concentrated on aspect, forget is three key are are government the society ESG. Today we are gathered here to and joined by the esteemed guests to have a delightful discussion on the operationalizing derived business value. Now, I'll take this opportunity to introduce the guests. Uh, Firstly, let me start with Mr. Banerjee. Mr. Sharu Banerjee is a sustainability professional with more than 25 years of experience. Mr. Banerjee is a chemical engineer and management systems from BITS Pillar. For more than 10 years, he has field of HSE and sustainable consultancy. He served as a in consultancy, one of the leading sustainability consultancy firms. He joined the corporate sustainability group of J in 2021, and he is currently serving as the vice president of JSW. I formally welcome you, sir, to the IIM Lucknow's official sustainability conclave.
Thank you, Prantik.
Yeah.
Thank you to be honored and looking forward to this discussion today.
Great, sir. Moving on to Mr. Alok Mishra. Sir Mishra is an alum of IIT Bombay, Bangalore, and in LSIO Bangalore. He is an expert in the field of EHS and sustainability, having experience of more than 20 years. He worked with several enterprises, including SR Group and Reliance. He served as the Sustainability Group Head of Export Trading Group and currently serving as the Vice President and Group Head of Sustainability in the Wellspun Group. I welcome you, sir, to Sanrakshan.
Thank you, Prantik. Look forward to the discussion today.
Even we are too, sir. Finally, we are joined by the moderator of this session, who is none other than our very own alum, Mr. Shashank Singh. He is currently serving as the Sustainability Manager of Colgate Palmolive Asia Pacific region. He brings a rich experience of working with EY, PwC, and Tata Motors for more than 8 years. Thank you so much for moderating this panel today. Over to you, Shashank.
Thanks, Prantik. It's good to be back, and thank you so much for inviting all of us. Just taking it ahead from Prantik. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is, as Prantik mentioned, my name is Shashank Singh, working with Colgate Palmolive to lead their sustainability efforts in APAC region. I'm based out of Hong Kong. And on behalf of IIM Lucknow and Team Sanrakshan, I welcome everyone to this fireside chat with two eminent industry leaders who have decades of experience in sustainability domain. So what we are planning to do in the next course of 2 hours or so is to have a conversation around ESG. As Prantik mentioned that, the topic is about how companies are operationalizing ESG across the business and how are we deriving value out of it. And during this journey, what kind of challenges organizations are facing and how are they navigating through it, So in this context, I believe today's discussion is a very important discussion to have. And as I mentioned, I'm very pleased to have two esteemed and seasoned panelists with me, Mr. Alok Mishra, Wellspun, who is currently sort of Vice President and Group Head Sustainability, and Sarup Banerjee, who is Vice President Sustainability at JSW Steel. So again, I welcome you both here and would like to thank you for taking out your time and speaking to us. So before we start, with our questions round, I would like to request Mr. Alok to give a brief introduction of himself because, he is coming from a very rich background of corporate sustainability, which Prantik also mentioned. So, sir, it will be great if you can sort of summarize, how your professional journey has been so far as a corporate sustainability professional. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shashank. Thanks a lot. I would want to thank the team here for inviting me to IIM Lucknow. It's always a pleasure to come back to a very, more intense discussions around sustainability because the way I have seen, my career journey, I think sustainability has come of age. And I would say no better times for a sustainability professional than it is currently what we are seeing, what we are witnessing, and the surge of interest from organizations across the world, corporates to raters and rankings to regulators to common people. Everybody is in this game. And that's what probably is, I would say, the essence of the current time that we are in. I started off my career way back. I, did my first master's in chemistry. So it goes long back before I came to IIT for my MTech in environmental sciences and engineering. I had a chance and opportunity to understand environmental law, so I could pick that up from the National Law School. And yeah, I think a couple of years back, I thought, let me also understand how management works, what's the flavor of the management schools. And I could go to IIM Bangalore for a year program. But certainly, I mean, in this industry for the last 20 years, we have seen it grow. I remember the days when you hardly would hear the term sustainability, to a day where everybody is talking of sustainability now, how whether they understand it or not, but everybody is talking of sustainability. So the term has become so omnipresent, whether it is a marketing professional talking about sustainability, a finance professional talking about sustainability, to an operations person talking about sustainability. It's gone to the C-suite, it's gone to the roadside chats. Everywhere the concept has come, and that's probably a good thing, because what it does is it starts going deeper, and probably the real solutions start coming up. We have, I would say, large corporations, and that's been really I would say a privilege to be a part of very large Indian organizations like the SR Group, the Piramal Enterprises, then Reliance. So these are organizations which span across such a huge extent in the Indian business. And they have a potential of impacting the environment, society on all fronts. And how this sustainability has gone in to these organizations, and they have started turning them, pivoting their course from a unidirectional pursuit to something which is more inclusive. So yeah, I think it's been an honor and a privilege to have witnessed that journey, and I'm pretty happy to come here and share some of those insights, talk about it with Sarupji. I think he's an equally, experience in this space. I hope it brings more insight and more value to all of you who are passing out. Hopefully you bring in more value once you are coming to the industry. Thank you, Shashank.
Thank you so much, sir. This very sort of, a great summary, I would say, and it almost, because I think I joined my sort of started sustainability working in this domain from 2017, and I could see the change from 2017 to 2022, right? So I'm pretty sure that changes you would have seen across so far. So great to hear those insights, sir. So now to you, Sarup sir. So I'll just request you to provide a brief introduction. And also I see that, you had worked with LRQA, then ERM as a partner, and both are professional service firm, right? And you spent a lot of time there. So now you are into corporate role. So how does it feel to be at the corporate side? And if you could give us a glimpse of, working your journey so far at both ends. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shashank. And at the outset, let me thank the Sanrakshan team for giving me this opportunity and platform to share my experience and the learnings in whatever I have gained in these years. And I would say that even now I'm a student of sustainability, because it's an ongoing journey. So after graduating in chemical engineering in 1994, I started my career in a manufacturing firm. So that was for 8 years. I worked in a process industries with Excite batteries. And that was the first stint where I got an exposure. I wouldn't say sustainability as such, but the systems thinking, because those were the times when India opened up and the revolution of quality started during those times in India. So during that period of 8 years, I had the exposure of working with our collaborators, the Japanese collaborators. And one thing that I learned is when they were designing the plant, during designing, they were incorporating the basic environmental designs, design for environment or design for safety into the plant layout. And that was a key learning for me as a fresh graduate coming out from an engineering background, that while we were focused on a process design, but how are we incorporating the key aspects of environment and safety into the design phase was a key learning. And that established that going ahead, this would form the key in our future. So after working for 8 years in the manufacturing services, I shifted to the next 17 years of my career into a service industry, which was initially certification, verification, and assurance. That experience helped me to understand how a system can be developed by a small scale, a medium scale, and large enterprise like Reliance or SR, what Alok was mentioning. So I had the opportunity of visiting a number of companies in that stint of 10 years and see that how the aspects or issues of sustainability in terms of quality, environment, safety, energy are getting developed, embedded as a management system within the organizations. And it's the same standard, but how that standard is getting interpreted by a small scale and how a standard is getting interpreted by a multinational operating in various countries. The third was in the consultancy field in the last 8 years, where I had the privilege to work with multinationals to help them create the sustainability strategy. And that's how the evolution of sustainability, which started in India maybe 5 to 6 years back, some organizations who were leading from the front. And that was an experience which helped me see that how do we create a strategy for an organization which is operational at the shop floor. So it's from boardroom to boots. So we talk about strategy in the boardroom, and create a fantastic strategy document. But at the end of the day, can this be implemented by an operator who is standing in front of a machine? And does he understand why is he doing that? Why am I doing this, which has been made by some people in a conference room? So that was an essence and a beauty which I learned in that 8 years, that whatever you decide has to be operationalized in a way which is inclusive, where operators, everyone can come in and contribute and feel proud of it. Yes, I have contributed to a responsible business. So we would have more discussions on this as we move ahead.
Great to hear your thoughts, sir. I think totally resonate with the points you have mentioned here. So great insights from both of you. And before I start shooting questions at my panelists, just housekeeping rule that I'm gonna ask set of questions to both the panelists. And if you have any questions on the way, please feel free to post that into comment section, right? So we'll take those up at the last 30 minutes of conversation. So just wanted to put it out there. And my first question to you, Swaroop sir, and before I ask this question, I'm just giving a little more context to this question, because as we know, sustainability, ESG terms, at least to me, these terms are subjective concepts, right? So for example, if you look at definition of sustainability in Oxford Dictionary, it says the property of being environmentally sustainable. And then it goes on saying a couple of other things in terms of, environmental context. Whereas if you see United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which is sustainability framework per se, it goes way beyond an environment. It captures your poverty, it captures your zero hunger, it captures a lot of social aspects, and then it goes on saying collaboration, partnership, etc., right? So in nutshell, sustainability is gaining different meaning for different companies, right? So we would like to know that what does it mean to you and JSW? And also, what do you think about ESG and sustainability? Because, I think sustainability nowadays, I would say ESG is becoming more popular in terms of Google searches, because I'm sort of just hinting on those. So what do you think? Are they merging, not merging? So would like to understand your thoughts on this. Then we'll go to Alok sir. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Shashank. I think it's an interesting question to begin with. In my childhood days, there used to be a cartoon that used to appear in the television: 4 blind men and an elephant, and probably 4 blind men touching various parts of an elephant, one touching the tail and saying it is a rope, the other touching the ears and saying it is a fan, right? Someone touching the bark saying that it is a tree trunk. So So from the sustainability perspective, I see that each one has their own perception of sustainability and has set up their own way of looking at things. So from that perspective today, various organizations and probably we at JSW have exactly taken a route where we are defining sustainability for ourselves. So what we have done is to have a consistency across the group, within the business, across the group companies, we have created a sustainability definition which is heavily borrowed from the Brundtland report, which states that demonstrably contribute in a socially, ethically, environmentally responsible way to the development of a society where the needs of all are met. So this is the definition that we have coined for the group, and this is available on our website also. So when we talk on this statement, there are 3-4 key tenets to this statement. The first is we are talking about contributing in an environmentally, socially, and ethical manner, that is doing business in a responsible way. The second is we are contributing towards the development of society where the needs of all are met. And the last is not to compromise the ability of those that come after us and to meet their future or to meet the needs of the future generation. And while doing everything, we have to demonstrate to our stakeholders what are we doing and how we are doing. So it's not about the statement, but we have to be responsible and accountable for what we are doing and tell our stakeholders that how we are demonstrating or how we are implementing this in our businesses. So this is how we have kind of established the consistent definition so that it has a real meaning for across the group companies. How we have deployed it, maybe I will explain it later. Yeah. But nowadays, when we talk about sustainability and ESG, these terms are being used interchangeably, being used as synonyms. But if we try and look some time back, the word of ESG has come in more when the investors have actually started coming into the picture. It is today the investors, the financiers who have taken sustainability as one of their key indicators, key criteria for their lending decisions. And that is why they have termed ESG, broken the overall universe of sustainability into 3 buckets: the environment responsibility, the social, and having a governance to monitor the environment and the social commitments. So I mean, that is my perception. That's my understanding. That's how it has been coined up.
Great. I think this is very comprehensive on what you just mentioned, so thanks for that. And Alok sir, just the same question to you. What does it mean to you, the sustainability overall term, and what do you see ESG sustainability in a different sort of perspective, or in your perspective, they are merging and they are the same things? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shashank. I would just take it up from what Swaroop mentioned. And in fact, when the question was asked, I was just thinking of the same example, blind men and the elephant in the room. Because I think this whole concept is so, to give its due, is so complex that trying to simplify, because, solutions work only when you define the problem. You can't leave a problem and an open question, which is extending into every dimension. And unfortunately, nature has not divided itself into compartments. Nature is nature. It is connected and interconnected and then further interconnected, how complex systems are. And sustainability is like that, because so many different segments interact with each other and then probably make one complex web. And if you want to really remain sustainable, that balance has to be maintained throughout. And the moment you have one of the compartments, jumping over the other, leaning on the other, it is probably going to create a chaos somewhere down the line. But again, the challenge is academically, you might define sustainability as a huge complex issue, probably interconnection of so many systems. But I would say for an industrial standpoint, because practitioners need to define and, the problem needs to be put a boundary. Okay, this is how it looks like, and this is how I'm going to solve this problem. So I would say sustainability, the way we see at Wellspun, is to create a balance between the 3 Ps. And that is as simple as that. They have done enough and more work around defining the 3 Ps of the people, planet, and profit. And as long as the 3 remain in sync, broadly, sustainability gets taken care. And that's how it is. I would also personally feel we need to keep the whole thing simple, because then only you feel like solving it. If you see a very complex problem, then half of that incentive almost say, okay man, this is too big a problem to solve. It would not be, a single person would not be able to attempt to solve it. But if it's a simply defined, I would say it encourages more and more people to attempt at solving it. So for me, sustainability is to keep that balance of the 3 Ps: people, planet, and profit, for organizations to sort of push and a structure around solving that. Because anyways, they have been driven primarily by profit. The people and planet were sort of, in the second compartment, coming in the next bus, because the first bus has been taken over by the first P. The second bus now gradually is coming closer, and organizations are making a definite attempt to bring the people and the planet in the same bus, so that they talk to each other, they interact, and then probably bring a more harmonious system. What Swaroop was talking about, that you have to look at system thinking, that how these different elements interact. Otherwise, you would end up designing a system which is serving one segment of that P, and the other 2 segments kind of get left out. And you feel, when you come to the industry, you talk to so many people, you will understand sometimes there are biases, sometimes there are experiences which probably hinder this balance. But sustainability is, in my sense, the balancing of 3 Ps. Now, when you look at the sustainability and ESG, suddenly this ESG has come into play. It's very cool to talk about ESG, and I'll take some part of my blame, because we recently revamped our website and we went on with ESG, because you also need to sort of talk in the language of the times.
Right.
And if there is something current, so you would want to pitch yourself, we are sailing in the same boat, we want to talk in the same language. And we would want to also all the youngsters to come over and understand, well, this is not the old thinking sustainability, because we are the cool ESG guys. So, this whole thing, I think very rightly Swaroop mentioned, has come from the investment guys, because they, again, for them,
So one must have at my end. Hi, Shashank. Is it at my end or is?
No, I think
Alok ji ka,
yeah. Yes, that's right. But I think he was just concluding the point where he was saying that, okay, this is very complex issue, and
he's back. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I think you are on mute, sir. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, Shashank, sorry. I blame my network today, but it's okay. So yeah, I think when the investors came into the room and they thought of understanding companies from an investment perspective, not from the sustainability perspective as how operations are sustainable, but they wanted to understand whether the companies are, from an investment point of view, do they have enough ESG coverages of their risks and opportunities and all of that. And that's where all of these new frameworks have come. So I think there's no debate in terms of the overall intent, but the usage difference is certainly there. I would say the old school practitioners would still love to be called sustainability, but the new age guys, would want to be identified with ESG. That's fair.
Yeah.
As long as the intent is met.
Absolutely.
No, thank you so much for these insights. And I think it's very, very clear. And I think I'm totally resonate with both of your points where we are saying that sustainability is a complex sort of, concept where a lot of elements are there, a lot of interconnection is there. You need to think through system thinking approach, etc., etc. And then I think sort of to talk in the same language so that you can standardize, you can measure things. I think where ESG comes into play, where it has, very well defined metrics, etc., etc. So I think that that's a very beautiful definition of where it is merging and overall. So great to hear your thoughts, both of you. To Alok, so this question is to you, sir. So what do you think are when we say operationalization of ESG across the firm, so what do you think are the key aspects? How do you sell it internally? Because you would have, you have already seen 2 decades, almost 3 decades in this space, right? So how do you sell it internally, and what are the major challenges you face regarding this? And if you can sort of let us know, how do you tackle them? So this will give us a lot of insights for the upcoming professionals. Over to you, sir.
Sure, Shashank. See, in my sense, particularly if I have to talk about the larger companies, because when you look at organizations working in the space of ESG or sustainability, you can easily look at some segment, the large organizations who have resources under the belt, who have attracted the talent, who have the capacity, the maturity, the understanding. They have a more mature way of seeing how you need to structure your work. But then there is a large set of organizations who are still trying, figuring out, they're touching the elephant and trying to understand what this elephant is about. So I think from the large organization perspective, I think they had the benefit of a lot of groundwork already being done in the space of environment. And then, they were trying to address issues like the water pollution. So they had some sense of there is an impact happening on the environment through the discharge of effluents. There was some sense around there is a zero waste. I remember, 10 years back, 15 years back, talking about the zero waste plan, that you don't send it to landfill, find ways to reuse, recycle and stuff like that. So there was some work already happening on the waste side. I would say emissions have always been a concern. There was some work, but then it was not GHG the way it is today, but it was the traditional, the SOx, NOx and PM and all of that. So I think then, the environment piece, they had already some benefit of prior work. Social became a key segment when I would say the CSR law was passed. So when the Companies Act mandated companies to start, going on to the field and then start working, and they matured it, in terms of you need to define what segments of social work have to be carried out. So you cannot just do any charity and then say, okay, I've done some CSR. No, that's not acceptable. So they kind of kept on improvising. So gradually there's a a broader thinking and inclusive thinking around how social programs need to be designed. And then gradually, again, I would say coming more from an investor-driven and a customer-driven push, which is now being seen in a transparent governance mechanism. So there are these 3 different drivers, pushes and pulls, which are coming in from, could be different segments of your stakeholders. Governance is not driven by customers. They're fine with, and as long as you are giving out a quality product, but investors are not happy with a poor governance. So they are driving improvements in your governance structures. They're driving, those creation of the ESG and CSR committees at the board level. They are driving more inclusive discussion in the boardrooms around ESG risks. So when you look at operationalizing it, well, obviously there is, traditional way of looking at the material issues, identifying building targets and so on and so forth. But because you've had some prior work which has been done by the organizations, you know which are the key concerns. And then there has been feedback coming from the market saying that these are the key stakeholders who are looking for more involvement from the companies in these areas. So for example, when I talk about Wellspun coming from a textile manufacturing space, there was a clear-cut sort of a feedback which came to us that customers are looking for sustainable products. They are looking how more information on how you are integrating sustainability into your products. So we changed course and we brought in products, let's say for manufactured from organic cotton or BCI certified cotton. And when we released these products in the market, there was a very big sort of appreciation around it. And we really love that because industries, of course, are existing in this ecosystem where feedbacks certainly help, and you change course based on how you see the market changing its color. So companies, I would say, operationalize ESG depending on these different pushes and pulls which they experience, and they use the benefit of their prior work on some of these areas to identify the key action areas, and probably build more action so that they serve that stakeholder, that particular stakeholder.
Great, sir. Sarup sir, over to you. The same question is, in your experience, how have you seen companies operationalizing ESG across their firm? And in your company, what kind of ways you're sort of taking it to sell it internally, across the firm?
And I think more or less what Alok mentioned was, it is on the similar lines, but I would break this into three parts. The first is, from the sustainability perspective, is what is it that we are trying to achieve? The second is where to focus. The third is how to reach there. So when we look at these three parts and give an example of a large corporate like JSW, how it had embarked on its journey, and we can scale up and down based on the organizations. The first thing we need to understand is there is no one methodology that will kind of say that this is how it has to be done. It completely depends on the organization design, the organization culture, the value system that an organization has within, and the purpose for which the organization is existing. So when I talk about my company JSW, which is catering to the sectors of steel, cement, energy, paints, infrastructure. So our group vision is bringing positive transformation to every life we touch. So that's our group vision. And when we looking at that vision, we developed our sustainable vision, which I talked a few minutes back. And you see how there is an interconnect with the group vision. Because if my sustainability vision has been different from my group vision, it would be difficult for me to kind of have my management convince about it. So I think the first step that we took is we have to align our vision or what we want to achieve through this in line with the organization's overall vision and purpose. So when we start linking it with the group vision, the next step was getting the leadership or the management. Today we have the board who has got a greater responsibility of governance, taking them aligned that how this would, or why this is necessary and how we can do it. So the first is why it is necessary. It's all there. The investors, the customers have started asking. Even for us, the customers have started talking about low emission steels or green steel, green cement. These are the words the customers are using. The biggest stakeholder or customers, they are using such kind of words. The investors have started putting in criteria, as I described, ESG criteria. So I think convincing or selling today, I mean, maybe 5 years back, you might say that how do we sell this? But today there is no question of selling it, because this is a directive which the board is giving to the organization that it is a must or you are not there. The second is where to focus. Where to focus, being sustainability being a complex subject and so many issues, how do we kind of bring it to a focus which is relevant for the organization? And that is where Alok talked about materiality or any other tool that can be used. And we at JSW have prioritized and narrowed it down to 17 focus areas, which are clearly important and priority focus for all the companies or all the group companies within the group. And through this, we are trying to build in systems, processes around these 17 focus areas so that everyone is aligned around those 17 focus areas and everyone is working towards the same direction. The third is how do we reach there? How do we kind of, once we know that the organization has to work on these priority areas, how we should be working about it? Then starts the basic KPI management, deploying of targets, looking at monitoring and measurements, creating a system around it, creating systems thinking, looking at the processes, going back to from the boardroom to the ground and see where are the opportunities in terms of improving those or contributing towards those KPIs, whether it is environment or governance is part of that. When we talk about social, which is outside the fence, while CSR has definitely given us the mandate to kind of work in that direction, but it is also the awareness that is increasing within the social aspect of it. When we talk about all our stakeholders today, if a company with respect to environment is not performing or are emitting, it is before the regulator comes in, it is the community who will come and ask you. Before the news reaches the regulator, it is, and we have seen cases in India how there are companies who have been closed down because of the social issues which has been caused because of environmental non-compliances or violations. So it's about the social license to operate is becoming more important in India as well as compared to the environmental license to operate.
Great, sir. So I think you touched upon two very important topics, which is culture and purpose, right? When we talk about culture and purpose, then I think the next step becomes how do you bring down that culture to, because you also mentioned that, okay, this was a boardroom discussion, now it is going to the machine shop, to the water dispensers. So how do you ensure that the culture is percolating down? It is not just the discussion at the senior management level, it is going to the so in my limited experience, what I've seen is attaching KPIs merely to a role doesn't work that well, right? And the person has to own that. And I think it is totally mind shift, because we understand strategy, sort of culture eats strategy for the breakfast, right? So you can have as many strategy as possible, but if the culture is not there, everything goes for a toss. So I think my question is to both of you in terms of how do you ensure that the right culture is getting built at to the lowest sort of, to lowest level of the organization. Both of you, sir.
Yes, I guess, Shashank, both of you doesn't work. You need to tell exactly who needs to go first.
Okay, so Alok sir, you pick up first, because Swaroop sir has already touched upon that, so I'll come to him later.
No, sure, Shashank. Thank you so much. And you put a right statement, culture eats strategy for breakfast. Now that should, a lot of students talk about, and particularly at management schools, they kind of talk about strategy in such a high, at a high pedestal, because strategy has something, a zing about itself. You kind of work out a vision for yourself, a long-term vision, and probably then start putting the various bricks and mortar around how do you reach there to that longer vision. But end of the day, if the organization culture doesn't support this long-term strategy, I would say you would not end. You would, of course, reach somewhere, but it certainly will not be what you had originally intended. So culture is very, very important. Now, how does an organization culture build? Now, that's a very complex question. And in my own understanding, let me just I think this, because it's a very subjective thing, how we see a culture evolving, developing, and it all begins from, I would say, from our childhood, how we begin, because the earliest impressions on every human being forms from the family. And we're lucky enough, at least in the Indian context, that you are groomed to be sustainable. I would say, the way our generations have lived in complete, I would say, synergy with the nature, a lot of those values we actually pick up. But when you reach an organization, whether those values can be expressed or not, and then you get kind of align yourself to the new culture of that organization. And I would say then what happens, and that's how probably I have, tried to put this thing trickle down so that it's not only spoken about within the closed rooms of the conferences, but it also goes down to the shop floor. is to identify some key champions, because the problem is, Shashank, the appreciation for this space of sustainability and how it actually impacts an organization's long-term progress doesn't go actually down to one below, let's say -1, -2, -3. It doesn't happen. So you need people who can take this message down, and that is where education and awareness and talking starts or begins. So I would say culture is a very top-heavy scenario. When people at the top start appreciating the responsibility towards the employees on the shop floor or to the community around the industry itself, and they start talking the language, and also not only talk but behave in that sense, people pick it up. And I would say then this whole transformation happens very fast. And in my own feeling is that if there is a dissonance between what is being said and what is being actually, the action on the ground, if there is a disparity, then culture becomes weak, because nobody is picking up just because you have said something to be done. Because a culture is something that if nobody's seeing you and still you are behaving in a certain way, because that's how you are groomed to be. So the more number of champions we have, the conversations become more elaborate. The conversations go down to every nook and corner, every meeting of the shop floor guys and the supervisor level, and then certainly higher up. And everybody starts talking in the same terms. And that's when I would say culture begins, culture gets established, and organizations are able to create much larger value. Because obviously a organization, let's say for Welspun size, if I have to say 20,000 people, and if 20,000 people say and speak and act in a certain way, obviously the impact is going to be far more than a completely disorganized crowd of 20,000 individuals. Individuals will certainly cannot have the same impact. So I would say it's more champions, more diverse discussions, and it has to take its own sweet time. It will settle down, it will trickle to the bottom shop floor, and everybody starts connecting in his own way, not necessarily in the same language what is being spoken in the boardroom, because there it is matrices and complex matrix and presentations. But on the shop floor, it's about saving those few liters of water, switching off the light, or putting a waste in a certain place, not creating waste, and so on. So that's how probably culture would probably develop.
Great. Thank you, sir. So also you talked about the transformation, that you create champions. So I understand the company is in your case, there are 20,000 employees. So it becomes very difficult to sort of, have a system which goes to the last mile. But you came up with a great point saying that, okay, you create champions so that the education awareness goes to the last mile, right? So totally sort of understood, sir. But you also mentioned that disparity, if these people see that there's some disparity, and this question is to you, Swaroop, sir. If disparity is there where we are saying something and and your employees are perceiving that, okay, management is not sticking to their guns, right? So what they are saying but what they are doing, there's a huge difference, say to gap, and it affects culture building in the whole process. So in your understanding, and you also mentioned that the how in some of your examples you mentioned that how the discussion is going beyond management room to soft floors. So can you cite some examples, your perspective on how do you ensure that the right culture is built to the last person in the organization?
Right. I think Anup made very important observations and points. One is having champions. The other, he talked about increasing the conversations and engagements. Okay, so I will pick up from those and come back and start my discussion on that. So when we talk about strategy, where we feel that probably strategy is mostly top down. I mean, the boardroom decides and brings it up. But if we look at the strategy that if my company has to achieve a GHG target of reduction of X by 2025 or 2030, and then it starts practicing something else, That's one disparity which is there. The second is when they start building up this targets, how do they arrive at these targets? And that is where if we start engaging with the workforce from the shop floor and getting the representatives to come and see that, what do you feel as an organization? Where do you see your energy consumptions for the next 5 years? What are the projects that you have? What are the improvement projects that you can take up? So it is a discussion between the management and the workforce where they jointly identify the improvement projects, where they jointly identify the capexes and resources and see that this can happen only in 25, this can happen only in 27 or 30. On top of it, the management, since they have a bigger picture as compared to the workforce, they can taking that bigger inputs from the bigger picture and the inputs, a strategy or a KPI can be set up. So where once this is seen to the workforce, they know that they have contributed in setting up the organization's strategy. And that is where they become more responsible and more accountable, that I have contributed. A feeling of ownership builds in. And this is exactly the step that we follow in our organization, that when we are setting up any target, it's not that we set up a target and give it to the operations. The operations team, within their down the line people, everyone gets involved in understanding and seeing that what is that we can do practically within the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and comes up with the budget. And we say that you mention the budget. Do not be hesitant in saying that ye budget to milega hi nahi. Like you put it down, and then it is for the management to decide whether how they can arrange for the budget, how they can prioritize based on the availability of resources. So that's one way of looking at it. The other thing when we talk about building the culture is more conversations around that topic. So what we have instituted is the daily morning meetings. Now, this is the daily morning meetings every organization conducts, and the discussions are primarily on breakdowns, on production figures, any incidents, safety incidents. We have included sustainability into that. What was your energy consumption yesterday? So there is a strong mechanism put in place so that we get a daily CO2 emissions, which is discussed in a daily morning meetings, and the energy consumption, water consumption, and waste generation. So these 4 topics have come in as part of your daily management. Obviously, at the month end, it was already there, which was reported as part of this. But getting it into the daily management system of the operations review, it has enhanced, because the people are aware that tomorrow when I'm reporting these figures, I know what are the reasons. I should be ready, find out what is the support needed. Where can I ask? So I think the conversations around those topics have now increased from monthly, where at the end of the month, we were doing a postmortem and saying that, okay, this month we did not achieve, but on a daily basis, this conversation is taking, so that as a mid-course correction is taking place. And that is where the engagement of the people around this have increased more. And no doubt about training, awareness, because the topic of climate change is more science-based. So getting awareness about science-based targets, CO2, those kind of awareness sessions is more important for the people who are working on the shop floor. That what is this climate change? What is this 1.5 degree? What is this 2 degrees? So enhancing them and how they are contributing to that 1.5 degree is the link that has to be established, rather than saying, "Mujhe kya farak pad raha hai? Main kuch nahi kar raha hu." Someone else is contributing to 1.5 degree or 2 degrees. So if we are able to establish that link, it would be easier for them to understand, yes, if I do a little bit on my part, I may not be able to solve the world's problem, but if I do my part, my role, I think I may be able to contribute in that front.
Great. So very, very good to hear that, sir. And I think you rightly mentioned that training plus awareness is, and I think in both of your insights, I think what summary I can take away for me is training, awareness, continuous conversation is there. But I think, yes, the conversation, more and more conversation you have, and I think that's how people gets aligned in business. So when I look at my example, so this was a newly created role at the Reason, this sustainability lead for the reason. And what I did when you guys are saying and putting a framework to it. So when I look back, yes, so I think this is what I did. I started conversation around. So I started reaching out to innovation more and more, to marketing more and more, to finance more and more. Now people understand, right? So we have sort of daily, sort of monthly catch-ups, weekly catch-ups. Now my lot of my things have started moving at much faster speed. So I totally get your point. I think conversation happening is a very key aspect of whole culture building. And this is a good takeaway for all the viewers here, So moving ahead, sir.
Just one point to add here is
yeah,
we also have something called a climate action group, which is a cross-functional team where you have representatives of marketing, R&D, procurement, operations, definitely communications, external communications and internal communications, sitting and reviewing the monthly performance of each plant. So this climate action group, where there are representations, including finance, all representations from all the plants, as well as from all the functions. So it is a 15-member team which sit and reviews the performance of each plant, and they say that this is what the customer is asking. This is what R&D talks about, the digital team talks about. So everyone is aligned to the goal of the company, that this is the target they have to achieve, and everyone talks about their way of contributing.
Great point, sir. So I'll just again ask you the next question is, which in your opinion, so for example, if you look at ESG, right? So which you think is the most challenging aspect in your steel industry? So whether it is E, S or G. So I understand you have to sort of give them equal importance, but what is that one which you sort of try to do more and more on?
I think it's not that E is higher, S is higher, or G is higher. Each of these has its own challenges as well as opportunity, and it also kind of depends on the situation and the location of the asset. Okay. Now, from the steel industry perspective or the cement industry, it is called hard to abate sector.
Yes.
So I'll just give a context of why it is called hard to abate sector, because it's not about. So when we're talking about reducing our CO2 emissions, which is the talk of the town today, it's not by just energy efficiency projects we would be able to become a net zero company in the next 10, 15, 20 years, or by just applying a renewable energy as a scope 2 and we would be able to reduce that. Those two are important. I'm not saying that they're contributing, but the basic essence is the chemistry of reaction to produce a steel and the chemistry of reaction, the chemistry of producing the cement emits CO2. So unless we change the basic manufacturing process or the chemistry, it will continue to happen. So the technological challenge is the biggest challenge in our sector to kind of tackle the environmental issue of CO2. It's not that these challenges are not being worked about. There are a lot of innovation, research and development happening globally by industries, with support from governments everywhere. So we are also involved in many of these such committees. But the biggest challenge today as a sector we face is the technological challenge to implement. Even if the technology is known, in our case, we know that this is the technology, but to scale it up, it's not economically viable to reach that. So, and we feel that this will come at the later end of maybe 2030. We're talking about carbon capture, we're talking about hydrogen, all of these green hydrogen. These technologies are known, proven, but to apply it at the scale that we are wanting is a challenge.
So, Alok sir, the same question to you. In your textile industry, which aspect do you see is coming strong and where you are working more? Is there anything like that, or you are also giving equal importance to sort of ESG?
Shashank, I picking up from where Swaroopji mentioned, left it, between E, S and G, obviously when you suppose, for example, carry out a materiality study, you pick what are the key issues. So the whole idea is that while everything is important, but you cannot spread yourself too thin. Because if you spread yourself too thin, then the impact that you would create would also be in that same factor. And what you then do is you focus all your effort on the larger high impact items. Now, what are those high impact items? It could be again, it's largely driven by the location and the business scenario in which that company is existing. So a very good example I'll give you, how whether E importance or S importance or a G importance. So different points of time, different elements became important. And let me give you an example of E. For the Wellspun story, we are really proud of one example, and I keep sharing this example all the time, everywhere. And the example is actually one of a way how we have solved multiple challenges through one action. We have our largest manufacturing facility, which is for textile as well as steel at a location called in the Kutch district of Gujarat, and the village is Anjar. And this Anjar location, we have huge, setup where we do the largest manufacturing setup for textiles, and it's also the biggest facility for our steel business. And I think JSW has also a small piece there, so Swaroop would also know it. So at Anjar, what we have done, Shashank, was because you are setting up a textile plant in that water scarce region, and if you understand textiles, you would know two key raw material or resources we use is one, cotton, which is our basic raw material, and the second is the water. Millions of liters of water is required on a daily basis because the process requires several rounds of washing and bleaching and cleaning and all of that. Now, in a place, if you're setting up a plant in a place, which has absolutely no rainfall, and the only source of water is the Narmada Canal, which brings water to Kutch, you would immediately ask a question, then, is the industry first priority? If water is being transported for such a long distance, and there are so many users of that water, and it's such a scarce resource, there is no groundwater for the people to drink, and then so there are multiple people who are trying to take the water. And obviously industry is not the priority. It is not priority in the scheme of things as decided by the government. Also, first is obviously the potable water, then agriculture, and probably then the industry. So you have an ambition to set up the largest manufacturing plant there. So how do you do? Now, in a scenario like that, your E is the biggest problem. And how we solved it, Shashank, was we very innovatively, we worked with 3 municipal areas in the region. Gandhidham, Adipur, and Anjar are 3 small towns, villages growing into towns, I would say, about a population of around 5 lakh plus. And these towns were, of course, generating sewage. And in those times, I think about 10, 15 years back, there was no sewage collection mechanism. And the sewage was just flowing from these, clusters on the ground. It was flowing to the nearby seas. It's a marshy area. If you know the Kutch, it's like a salt and marshy area. So it was just flowing over ground and reaching this sea. And that was a resource which we always feel, coming from these large industries, we know how much of water is required. And that's a resource which is just getting wasted like that. And at that point of time, we started discussing with the municipalities that let us do something about it. It serves your purpose, it serves my purpose. And we will collect this sewage, bring it and treat it and use it. Now, interestingly, in an Indian context, Shashank, that's not something which is allowed. You can't do that because that's a resource for which probably if the municipalities or municipal bodies, whether they do something about it or not, they will not let you do it. So different negotiations happened. They're not ready to give me the sewage. And I don't know if you have known about some other examples of the same scenario, particularly in Mumbai. I think that's a very interesting story. But so after intervention from a very senior levels, at the government, finally we got the approval. And we today have set up the sewage collection mechanism, pumping stations, pipelines, and everything, and bring it and set up a state-of-the-art sewage treatment plant in our facility. And we bring the sewage, treat the water, and the capacity is 30 million liters a day. So collectively, about 7 billion liters of water we treat on an annual basis, free of cost for the community. And that water is such a precious resource for my operations. So not a single drop of fresh water is taken at Anjar facility for operational use. And that is, if you see the impact of this one project on the whole idea of sustainability, I think it completely defines what sustainability is. Because not only it has solved a problem for my industry, because not only for today, I think there's enough and more water for my future expansion for the next 15, 20 years. So highly sustainable model, it is sort of future-proofed my business. Plus, it has solved the problem for the community, the municipal bodies. The people are having a more, when the sewage was flowing over ground, there was enough and more diseases, every kind of pest was happening. It was a dirty situation. And today it is a more structured treatment process. And so and once that problem was solved, and by the way, Shashank, we also pay a royalty to the municipal bodies for taking their sewage. So it's that kind of a problem, but you solve it, and you solve it for, and once it has solved, then you move on to something else. So what I'm trying to put here is that it's E, S, G, different points of time, different things become important, and you need to solve for it. That is, I think they're all, seem to be in one box, and you treat a problem on priority. Okay, if this is a larger problem for you, let's solve that and move ahead. So don't say that I'm prioritizing E or S or G. It's all about, different points of time, prioritizing whatever is there in front of you.
And I think during the pandemic, it was the S that became priority for all the industries. And we supported all the communities, all the workforce. And that was where the social came into place, where we know at that time, this E was taken a backseat, and backseat in the sense the priority was social.
True, very true.
Great, sir. So I think this is a very beautiful example of how this is a win-win situation for everyone, right? So amazing example, and I'm pretty sure the more, and I'm very happy that you are sharing these examples in all the forums so that people are educated. Okay, this is such a beautiful case on sustainability.
So we actually, just one thing I missed out, Shashank.
Yeah, sure.
Highlight that we actually got awarded as the best industry last year by the Ministry of Jal Shakti for this project, and the award was received. It was given out by none other than the President of India. Recognitions. I mean, you did what you had to do, but recognitions at that platform also helps communicate it to the larger audience. There are solutions out there. We need to have, we need to really step up and take and bite the bullet.
That's really amazing, sir. And I think when you are mentioning this example, Swaroop sir also mentioned about the COVID situation, right? So how S became important during the COVID time, and how companies were sort of, ensuring that the people are safe and people are provided all the necessary support from a organization point of view. So in nutshell, sir, this is my question to Swaroop sir, is so we all know that COVID had changed the world completely, right? So it had changed a lot. So how COVID impacted your industry and your company's commitment to ESG? So if you look at what you were doing in 2016-17 and what you're doing now, how do you see a difference?
So if you look at the pandemic years of 2020 or 2021, it was unlearning and relearning for all of us. I mean, and we witnessed the vulnerability of human life and property, and also the indomitable problem-solving capabilities of the human spirit, and the solution through the vaccination. Hopefully, it's still working, and we can say that yes, it has kind of reduced the cases. So, but when we talk about, like, every industry, we too were impacted, whether our operations, our workforce, everyone was impacted. But and in those period also we learned our lessons, and it also tested our resilience during those period. It also tested how agile we were to respond, to recover, and recoup and come back again. But from the ESG perspective, it actually gave us an opportunity for us to reinforce the fact that, like pandemic, climate change cannot be ignored, and we are seeing the effects of climate change, which is now visible in every part of the country and to everyone. and we know the vulnerability of our situation in a climate change scenario. So it gave us an opportunity where we went back to our drawing boards, reworked our targets, and we could come out during those period what are our 2025 targets and 2030 targets, which have become more stringent and aligned to the Paris Agreement, etc., etc., etc. We worked on our standards, and that was one of the period where we increased our in the people, because we got the opportunity, a period where the operations were down, and we used a situation where we started something called sustainability webinars, and this was across the group, once or the first Saturday of the month. We had this and a topic, a 1 hour presentation by each group companies, each operation to start off with, where they would come and explain what innovative things that they have with respect to water, waste, anything. And that has become so hit that it's continuing for the last 2 years. We have almost exhausted all the in-house presentations, all the group companies have presented. Now we are calling in outside experts to talk on themes like biodiversity, to talk on themes on digitization. So that, I would say, these are the things from the experience of COVID, that the commitments have been reinforced. Today our chairman speaks about CO2 like no other individual in the organization. If you speak to Mr. Sanjay Jindal himself, he can talk about why CO2 is important for the sector and why it is important for the steel sector to work towards that. So that awareness building within the group has increased within that period.
That is great, sir. And Alok sir, what do you see? I mean, post-COVID, let's say 2020 onwards, what are the changes? What kind of trends you are seeing in textile industry, which you think are not fad, which are going to stay for
I think Shashank, I have really seen a big shift in the way sustainability is perceived. Maybe this whole, as Swaroop mentioned, the fragility of human life, and when you see that, all that bravado that existed somewhere has got lost, and you suddenly feel that, boss, let's take care of this environment, otherwise everything else will not matter. Because if it comes to human survival, then what else is there? I mean, beyond that, that's the boost or the existential question. So, and suddenly, that's the good thing about human life in that way, Shashank. I think we are not programmed. We are not sort of automated machines designed to do certain things. We respond to stimuli, and those 2 years probably acted as that stimulus needed to shake you up. Where are we heading? And if we are going on the same road where we're just mindlessly pursuing only one dimension of growth, it's going to end up blowing your own self. So this paradigm shift that has happened, probably thanks to COVID, that experience of the clean air, deliberations in-house of the benefits of living in a cleaner air, and the health impact suddenly became more visible when I remember being in Bangalore, and if you got a cough bout, Shashank, it will not end before a month. You will keep coughing. It doesn't go. And no matter amount of medication would help you, you do whatever, it still remains. And then that's an experience most of us have got. So I think that shift happened. And when we as general common layman and probably practitioners of this profession start asking those questions, everybody responds. And organizations, luckily, the good part is that there is a perceptible change. But yeah, again, larger questions would still remain, because is the work that we are doing, is it enough? Are we actually creating an impact? While we do our bit, of course, the opening lines, we said that whatever said and done, we need to do our part. But again, the larger question would still remain, because again, there's a lot of global scenarios which are playing out. And you look at the way still the oil and gas majors are expanding, and you would still then ask the question, while we are doing our bit, but there is still more needs to be done. And if it doesn't happen at the right time, then again, so yeah, you actually, the challenge is that you stop looking at that larger approaching, that wall on which you're going to hit, and then continue doing what you can, because while you might feel the larger questions are still not being answered by the right people sitting at the top and all that, and you still need to do what you can do.
Exactly. No, that's very fair point, sir. And I think both of you had given a lot of perspective on. Definitely, it has picked up a lot. The conversation has picked up a lot to post-COVID era, and see a lot of things happening on this front now. And I'll give you another example, which particularly FMCG companies are facing, is because in last 2 years, due to COVID, people started using a lot of single-use plastic, right? So we understood we had a problem of single-use plastic or plastics in general, but that has gone multifold in last 2 years. So you look at any FMCG perspective on this whole space, so this space is not the same. We had a lot more pressure, we had a lot more stakeholder, to answer to, etc., etc. So I think for us, the space has totally changed, and it is a really good thing that people now are putting a lot of efforts to this cause. Especially, I'm talking about FMCG. So yes, great. I'm totally aligned with the thoughts here. So this is my question to Swaroop sir, because Alok sir mentioned about the innovation on the putting up the infrastructure, right, which you talked about, sir, in Mumbai. How did you, which this innovative project I would call was the win-win for everyone, for community, for company, for municipality, government, everyone, right? So, sir, how important innovation is in your industry and for JSW, and how sustainability is influencing it? Do you see products coming out of totally sustainable products, or you have some criteria around it? So would like to understand your take on that, sir.
So when we talk about the research and development activities at JSW Steel, so we talk about focusing on new products, new process developments, process improvements for maximizing quality, cost, energy consumption, waste utilization, conservation of resources, etc., etc. And when we look at these, so we have a full-fledged research and development setup and a team that operates. And if we look at our integrated report, you will see the number of patents that are being applied from each of the units from the R&Ds on the products as well as process improvements. So that said, when we talk about steel sector as such, a lot of innovations is happening, and we are part of it. The biggest would be as part of transformation to low carbon economy, electric vehicles will play a major role. So the steel for electric vehicle is a new product development which is taking place. So high strength steel. So when we look at the product development in launching high strength steel with a less weight of steel. So if from 100 kg, if you are able to get it to 90 kgs and with the same strength, I think that's an innovation which is happening, or the research is happening around those areas, because that will ultimately result in lesser consumptions. That will material efficiency will improve the material efficiency. Will have energy consumption in the production, because we will have to manufacture lesser quantity of steel, which will indirectly impact lesser generation of CO2 emissions. So from that perspective, I think a lot of projects are being taken. From the circularity perspective, like we recently became the first steel plant in the world where the waste from the steel slag, was converted into sand, which can be used for construction. So we have set up a pilot facility at our Vijayanagar operations, and that is the first plant in the world where we have converted this waste into sand, which can be used in the construction sector. And it also reinforces our fact that how circularity is being enforced through this sector. JSW Steel is also collaborating with institutes, like we have recently signed a MOU with IIT Bombay for research and development. We have got various MOUs with Sekri Karaikudi or NIT Suratkal, some of the institutions that come to my mind immediately, or with technology suppliers like SMS Group, Germany, where we are kind of building the new technologies, working together, doing a collaborative research to bring in new technologies to increase efficiency, to introduce new product, and obviously work on the decarbonization. So these are the three main areas of focus that we are looking at from the innovation perspective.
Great
So
to
we
hear
have
that,
been
sir.
having a long-term collaboration with JFE, the steel giant from Japan, who help us in our product innovations.
That's great to hear, sir, and also brings out a very important point, that the collaboration, innovation, because when you look at sustainability challenges, it's a far bigger agenda than, and it's great that you are collaborating, you are reaching out to people to be part of the journey. So it's great. So the same question to you, Alok sir, how you see, you had given a very beautiful example of this whole project. So other than that, in terms of products, if I say, so in terms of product, what kind of innovation are coming up in their industry or in your company?
I think, Shashank, being mindful of the demand from customers, and as I said, there has, and that's something that we are experiencing, particularly in the textile sector, where customers are asking for more sustainable products, and to be able to give them that, we had, of course, our journey on moving away from conventional cotton to organic and sustainable cotton started off a few years back. But the kind of demand rush that we are seeing post-pandemic, I think that's been quite significant. And we sort of to meet that, we are now moving away as fast as possible towards moving out from conventional cotton to sustainable cotton, so that more and more of our products today, you will be able to we are marketing and probably sharing that information that the product itself has come from sustainable cotton, and which means that the cotton which has come from has been grown in a sustainable manner. Now, there has been a lot of controversy around, Shashank, this whole sustainable and organic raw material stuff, because organic in itself, there is so much of, challenges around the real organic and the non-real organic. So we established a very comprehensive traceability mechanism to be able to build that trust among the customers, that whatever we say in terms of whether a product is being made from a sustainable raw material or a sustainable cotton, it actually is. So we first put up the traceability mechanism, which is probably quite an important thing in the textile sector. And some of the premium cotton varieties we had to actually put up long before. But what we did was further scaling it up. And today, the traceability mechanism, which today is implemented at Welspun, Shashank, is a blockchain-based mechanism. So it's tamper-proof, it's full 101% trustworthy, and we know that every bale of cotton which enters the Welspun factory is tagged with RFID, and then we track it through the entire process. And we are when we send out the product, we share those QR codes along to establish that traceability. So you could just sort of scan it, and then probably you can see where it is being sourced from. But that's not where we have stopped, Shashank. I think very recently, and this is something which is just happening, I would say, as I am speaking, it's so late, so latest. We are developing a QR code based product labeling, which will also share the ESG or the environmental and the social aspects of that product along in that QR code. So if you would want to know how much has been the environmental impact of that product, you would also be able to see that. Now, I know that this has been sort of there has been this kind of a solution was there already existing, And I remember this conversation 4 or 5 years back. A lot of products had started building the QR codes to be able to put there from where it has come. Say, for example, I was looking at a bottle of wine actually, so where it showed the winery for a particular location. So the grapes are coming from a certain region, which was known for that quality and the taste. So, but here what we're trying to do is also exposing the complete footprint of the company on a running basis. So whatever is our environment or ESG performance, we are tracking it through different softwares, and that software-based tracking data, we are connecting it now to the product, almost real time. So if any customer wants to know, as a company, what is my performance, not the product, as a company, what is my performance, how am I doing on the various environmental KPIs, what's my water footprint, what's my carbon footprint, what's my waste footprint, everything is now connected to that product. So it's as transparent as that. So what we're trying to do here is to respond to the change which the customers, that it's purely driven from the customer's ask. So if you want it, I would say the companies are upgrading themselves to a level where, okay, you ask it, we are ready to do it that way.
That's really amazing, sir. And I think I started working at Colgate about 1.5 years back, and the beautiful example which comes to my mind is since Colgate is an oral care leader brand across the world, right? So sometimes consumers do not know what exactly has to be done in terms of product sustainability, right? So you will not feel a lot of pressure from the consumer side, but this is a beautiful example which Colgate did. So if you know that all the toothpaste tubes are generally made of MLP, multi-layered plastic, and they are not recyclable, right? So what Colgate did was, after 5-6 years of R&D, we came up with a toothpaste tube which is made up with HDP, which is highly recyclable, right? So we came up with that, and then we went sort of step ahead. We started sharing the technology to everyone who is interested. So we did not keep the innovation to us. It was like, since we are the leader, but we want everyone to come together. So this was a beautiful example to innovation which is coming to my mind. But you also mentioned one very good point, sir, and I think your textile industry faces a lot of, because in a way you are also facing pressure from the consumer side, where you talked about organic versus non-organic, right? How do I know? So then you implemented the whole traceability mechanism so that consumers are more empowered, right? And then you are also adding another layer to add more information on what are the footprints, etc., etc. So it's a beautiful example of technology. And again, just extending this question to Swaroop sir, how do you see, because I think textile industry is closer to consumers. This is again my understanding. Then in steel industries is more B2B. So what do you think? How technology is playing a role in driving ESG agenda forward in steel industry? And if you have any examples across, would love to hear that, sir.
Right. I think when we talk about technology from in the steel sector as such, as well as technology and digitization from the ESG perspective. So there are two things in it. The first is the basic data management and reporting. When we look at an integrated steel plant, the amount of data that is required to report externally, the way it is calculated, the CO2 emissions, the water, I think the first is getting that data across, assuring the accuracy and the consistency of data. So that's one of the big challenges, because and reporting in a transparent manner to the external stakeholders is critical. So we are implementing the cloud-based system where all the data from the SAP interface, the ones which are related to the ESG parameters, gets pulled and then collated with the dashboards created, which can be reported easily internally as well as externally. So that's the first part of it in terms of the data management part. Now, the next part is how do we get into the advanced technology of artificial intelligence or digitizations. So now what we are doing is we are going to each shop level. So if there are multiple operations or multiple shops, the data at that place, the real-time data and the predictive analysis, that if there is a parameter which is going outside your limits, then or if there is a change in raw material that is coming in, what would be your output for the next 7 days? So you're better prepared for that. So that kind of artificial intelligence or predictive analysis that we are looking at, from managing the quality of the output as well as the ESG parameters for the shop. So I'll talk more on the ESG parameters, because for the quality parameters, it has evolved over a period of time. Similarly, for the asset maintenance, condition monitoring, predictive maintenance, I think those have been implemented across. The third, the most important one, which is the wearables and the smart technologies with respect to safety. I think most of the industries are now employing that, because safety, we have seen the cases of safety incidents rising post-COVID, or when the companies were coming back and suddenly there was an increase in safety incidents happening across the various sectors and industry. And that is where there was an increasingly need to kind of introduce such kind of technologies or wearables which can help us trace an individual, where he's working, identify areas which are hazardous, kind of monitor the various movements. So those are the things that are working, that are happening in the organization. We are creating a platform, a single platform where we have all the utilities mapped. So whether it is water consumption, the gas consumption, the energy consumption, so all the utilities that are being mapped is being tracked on a single platform, and we get a daily monitoring reports of where the consumption is and what are the hotspots that are happening throughout the value chain of the operations. And in the R&D, we are using tools like the lifecycle assessment tool, which has a GABI software which is inbuilt to actually measure the impacts of the environmental impacts of the environment of the new products that are getting developed and introduced in the market. And these results are given on our websites also, that if you're buying this product, whether it is automotive steel or this grade steel, you have the environmental impacts which has been derived from a study using the software which is presented to the stakeholders, and it's presented on our website.
That is great, sir. So I think in a way, technology is enabling you to be more transparent, and very good to see these kind of examples coming up. So Alok sir, you, I think just taking a cue from what Swaroop sir just mentioned on the disclosure side of it, the ESG whole space and how you are disclosing some information. And just before that, you were mentioning about blockchain technology, how it is helping you to sort of, distinguish between organic, non-organic. At the same time, you also mentioned about some other disclosures related to product in terms of social impact, etc., etc. So how technology is supporting you into these kind of, not from traceability point of view, other impacts, how technology is supporting you into that?
The biggest change, Shashank, what's coming is that more and more, I would say organizations, particularly the larger organizations, see a challenge of consolidating a lot of data which is getting generated. So initially the ask from whichever stakeholder you talk about, the ask was very limited. So you could track a couple of KPIs, you could track a couple of parameters, and you report on that. It's I would say a rather easy life. But as the demand of, or the expectation of the customers, stakeholders, investors now, the demand is growing by the day. Everybody wants more and more data, whether they are actually using it or not. And I keep joking about it, why do you really need so much of data? But then, you ask for it. Now, when that expectation is set, obviously you will have to work around picking up that data. And that's quite a significant effort, because the entire data is spread out in your organization, as Swaroop was mentioning, that it's there at every unit level, at every equipment level, there is a data getting generated. And now you need to know, all of that, sometimes for the benefit of yourself, but sometimes for the reporting requirements. So without the help of technology, I think this would have been too complex. It would have, I would say, not only, would have impacted the quality of the data, it would have also, taken up too much of resource, time, and effort just doing the basic hygiene job of knowing, whatever people want to know. So I think technology has been a great enabler. It has, it has built, and of course, I would not deny the fact that the more you know, probably someday, in my own limited understanding, I am not able to see so much of an importance of something, but maybe someday somebody sees, okay, we have this data, probably we can use it for a certain purpose. And so that is possible only when you have the data. So yes, I think capturing that data, technology certainly has helped. And as the complexity of reporting is increasing, then obviously you need to capture so much of information. And when the geographical spread is so high, you are operating in so many locations, which sometimes you have a very good capability at a place and where you may not have a great capability. So it's the technology which brings the parity. So you have uniformity, you have ability to capture that information, bring it to a central level, consolidate, make sense out of it, and probably use it in your decision making. So I would say technology has been a great help, Shashank.
Good insight, sir. So I think my takeaway is, yes, it's been a very good enabler in terms of what we do in terms of reporting, collecting data. But at the same time, you also highlighted one point is we are collecting even, I think, more than what is required, right? So digital waste is becoming more and more point of discussion nowadays. And I think next 5 years down the line, that the scenario will be totally changed. So it will be great to see, which direction we are heading to. So that's on technology. So I'm just moving to the last question before we before we go into our next section, which is question and answer, Q&A. So this is last question is to you, Swaroop sir, first is, how do you see that your group can derive business value while parallelly sort of contributing to net zero target of India or your commitment? And when we talk about decarbonization as a whole, generally, scope 3 impact of any organization is very, very large. So you would sort of have to work back with your vendors. So how do you bring partners along in this commitment? Over to you, sir.
Yeah. So I will talk about the part 2 of your question first and then come back to part 1. So when we talk about scope 3 emissions, so as I mentioned, when we talk about this sector that we are operating, that is steel and cement, our scope 1, scope 2 essentially combines to about 85% of our emissions, because as I mentioned, the reaction itself emits CO2. Okay, so whatever we produce will have a CO2, we are producing CO2 along with it and indirectly. So but when we talk about scope 3, we feel that if the steel sector and the cement sector works and reduces their scope 1 and scope 2, it will have a direct impact on the scope 3 of the downstream industries, whether it is automotive, any sector, 100%. Renewable energy, anywhere, wherever the steel or cement is being used. So I think that is the role we have to play, that let's focus on our scope 1 and scope 2, try to reduce it so that this will help the scope 3 emissions of the downstream companies and a lot of problem would be resolved in that manner. Now, coming to your first question of how we are deriving the benefit of aligning ourselves with the net zero commitment of India is, when we look at the COP26 commitments made by our Prime Minister of becoming a net zero by 2070. And in fact, we have aligned JSW has aligned our target along the same line so that we also become carbon neutral as a steel manufacturing company by well before 2070, subject to the availability of technology. Since we do not have the site of technology as I mentioned in the previous discussion. And if the technology is available, this would happen much earlier. The other commitment was in terms of increasing the mix of renewable energy into the Indian ecosystem. And from there, it's a direct benefit to us because our group company, JSW Energy, has taken a target or a vision to become a 20 gigawatt company by 2030, out of which 80% would be through renewable. So it's again a direct value that we are trying to create through this, and that's a commitment. And they would become carbon neutral by 2050 through this process. And this renewable energy that would get generated would eventually be used in-house for our captive consumption and also to the outside world that we have. Our cement sector today has the lowest is the lowest power consuming or the lowest energy consuming industry in the world. So I think when we are looking at the net zero commitment and the value through which we are trying to work towards it, it's getting aligned. The customers are asking for low carbon steel, and that is the biggest driver. That yes, when the customers have started asking, the institutional customers, like you mentioned, it's not the direct customers, but eventually there would come a time where the customers will get an option to choose that, okay, we are already having those. I mean, we buy those air conditions, refrigerators with 3-star rating, 4-star rating, that is from the energy conservation perspective, but we will soon have ratings with respect to CO2 also. I don't see that that future would be very soon visible to us in the next 5 years, where we would have GHG rating on a product, like Alok was mentioning about the QR codes, that this is the rating where it stands for. So the consumer will have a choice to buy that. So there is a demand which is slowly coming up and created for sectors like us, which is driving us to become to have to start our journey in this decarbonization.
That's great, sir. And I think very interesting insight that you're saying scope 1, scope 2 is 85%, rest 15% is your scope 3. For FMCG sector, it is completely other way around. So for us, it's only 15% scope 1, scope 2, 85% is scope 3. And I'm pretty sure textile sector would be somewhere in between. So Alok sir, for you, 2 questions. How does this whole decarbonization, and I recently had seen one news where Welspun Group has committed to align themselves with SBTi, right? So so what is your take on that? And when we say SBTi, and I'm pretty sure the scope 3 contribution for textile would be a little different than what steel has. And when once scope 3 starts increasing, the pie starts increasing, then you become sort of, you have to work more and more with the partners, with your vendors, with your consumers, etc., etc. So what is your take on whole decarbonization space in textile and in your company, SBTi? And what do you think sort of working downwards with, downstream with your vendors, with your other partners?
Yeah, Shashank, I think first the decarbonization part, Shashank. I think we as a company have set up the goal. One of the key, I would say, material issues that we sort of identified was, Shashank, I guess I need to just give me a 2-minute stop.
Sure,
I
no
need
worries.
to collect my passport. Just a second.
No
I'll just join you back.
Yeah. Sure. So Swarup sir, since till Alok sir is back, I just would like to sort of take your perspective on, because ESG steels, the steel sector to me seems more regulated, as you said that the direct consumers are not there, and so how do you see ESG? Is it only helping you mitigating the risk, or deriving value in your business? Any example if you have, which you can throw us at, on mitigating risk or deriving value in this industry?
So when we, if I understand correctly, your point, Shashank, is what we're talking about from the steel sector, how we are kind of identifying the risk. So when we look at how we are identifying the risk and converting that as an opportunity and a value for an organization. So today, when you talk about the risk, there is a beautiful framework, the TCFD, climate risk framework, which has come into picture, and many of the companies are while it's not mandatory yet, but many of the companies have started adopting it. So we started our journey with our alignment to TCFD about a year and a half back, and we realized using the various scenarios that which are the assets which are at risk. And I can give you an example where um, our biggest operation, which is Vijayanagar, was identified through the risk scenario that water stress area, an area which will have lesser water in the coming years. And that provides us as an opportunity to start our investigation, water conservation initiatives, which was happening, but there was a renewed focus on getting an external agency getting involved, doing a water balance across the plant, each shop-wise identifying hotspots of where the water is going, how much of water is being consumed, what are the technologies that are available, and the digitization of the water management process. So it was a risk which we are trying to convert it as an opportunity and trying to see how we can reduce our freshwater consumption in the process.
That's a very good example, sir. I think it utilizing TCFD framework as a risk management tool and then sort of converting that into an opportunity. It's a very fantastic example. Sir, moving back to Alok sir, the same question, sir, on decarbonization, SBTI, your commitment on SBTI and working back with your partners.
Sorry. So apologies here. I had something to.
No worries, sir.
Okay. So I think we when we got this feedback and probably got a sense of where this world is moving, when the expectation from the customers, the larger group, I would say, we all have to play our role to solve this climate problem. It is such a huge challenge. It's not going to be solved by in one segment of the stakeholder group. It has to be sort of scaled up. Everybody plays his role. So I think we built up the climate target. We said by 2030, because till now, and that's it's a very, very strong, very rapid shift that is getting expected. But again, not commenting on what is the expectation there, but how we responded was fine. If that is where the expectation is going to be, we prepared ourselves that by 2030 we want to be 100% on renewable energy. The larger the steam and the heat problem, of course, requires a different approach, because whether that gets solved by renewable source or it requires more capital investment on generating steam through biomass and all of that, we are still working on that. But we prima facie developed the renewable energy goal, and we started working on. Very recently, we have tied up for about 20% of our total power requirement at the home textile business coming in from renewable through a third-party sort of a purchase agreement that we have signed in. By early next year, we should start receiving the green electrons, and then we start our actual journey on the ground. Till now, we have been actually talking about evaluating, working with these partners, because, see, frankly, it's easy and probably it looks that way when we talk about the transition, and there are so many players and then so many options. But when you actually sit down to integrate the renewable power with the existing power systems in the company, it's really tricky. It's not so easy because of the entire variability of the solar and the wind and all of that. But anyways, without getting into the technology part of it, I think the expectation was there and we had to respond, and we responded. We have now a clearly stated goal of 2030, 100% renewable energy. And we submitted our commitment to SBTI as well, that as per the roadmap, using the framework, we are going to reduce. We have submitted the goals and targets. The verification process was probably going to start up. So that was done. The bigger problem, of course, is the scope 3 problem. Is something which is beyond the boundary of every company. And there, in my sense, it's not just the third-party manufacturers or the vendor manufacturers. It's also logistics. So So if I do solve that problem, the logistics is something, again, beyond either his control or my control. And that is an ecosystem problem, which will take its own sweet time to develop. We evaluated options of having electric mobility for our goods moving to the port or from the various raw material suppliers, but that is still not very feasible. We do not have that kind of transporters available at scale. And we are not talking about 1 truck a day or a 2 truck a day or a 10 truck a day. We are talking about hundreds of trucks a day. So that scale is a challenge. But nevertheless, again, not talking about the challenge itself. What we have started doing is that we have created a framework for sustainable supply chain. And we started off last year. We started, trying to identify the low-hanging fruits there, identifying suppliers who are relatively better positioned in terms of sustainability, starting engaging with them as to how collectively we can work and improve. I think the next month we are planning a vendor meet of these high, visibility suppliers, the top suppliers to Welspun, so that we get them on board. We sort of start working together towards a common objective of reducing emissions. So we have our own goal. We would try convince them that they pick up something for themselves. We help and support on the practices, whatever is possible, work out a way that they also start on this journey. And that is how probably sustainability will trickle down from these big top players. Not every company is JSW and not every company is Welspun. The kind of scale, the kind of resources that probably we have at our disposal will not be available. But what is certainly available is the willingness to work together. So we are going to start off on that journey next month onwards. We're going to get people on board. We are going to share, learn, discuss, and hopefully take it forward. I would not say that we have the answers, everything right now, but we are going to do this adventure. We're going to explore.
Exactly, sir, and that's very fair point. And best wishes for the workshop ahead. I hope that is going to be very fruitful for you guys. So I'm just picking up some questions from the chat box, sir, and there are 2 questions, similar questions. So one I will throw at you, Alok sir, and the second to Swarup sir, and would like brief comments on that. So to you, Alok sir, is what awareness raising actions would they recommend for different folks at different levels in the organization hierarchy to promote sustainable practices?
Could you repeat that?
What actions would you recommend for different folks at different levels in organization hierarchy to promote sustainable practices?
Right. So I think Shashank, what we have done, there could be different approaches again, but what we have done is to design and use as many channels as possible, because there is nothing less or more here. I think the more you have, the better it is. And what we are doing is we are using internal communication mailers. So when you have these events planned out, then those are the days on which you send out an informative campaign. So that goes through the information channel, number one. Number two is we organize say kind of a volunteering space that people could come up, say World Environment Day. We would organize something, take up people, take them to a remote location, plant trees, talk about sustainability in general, talk about biodiversity, because that is where you kind of use that the environment and pitch those things. Third, we also have a sort of a mandatory awareness training, which is run and implemented by the learning and development team. So it's mandatory for every person joining Welspun today. He has to undergo that training. But beyond that, if somebody is interested, we also have other modules in the Welspun library where somebody is interested, he can take up those training and learning on his own. And then we organize some games around sustainability, create those small quizzes around sustainability. So it sort of works differently for different people. At a senior level, you're inviting some sustainability speakers, some renowned experts to the boardroom, and they talk about it, they engage, they discuss, talk about the risks that are emerging, because those are the nuances that you need to be careful of, and then devise a strategy which will probably suit. But again, I'm not a communication expert, Shashank, but what we are practicing, I just shared.
Great to hear that, sir. So next question to you, Swaroop sir. This is again on the similar line. So we'll need your quick thoughts around this. How to build culture change to make sustainability a proactive initiative rather than a response to regulatory pressure. And then it has certain other things. Traditional organizations are generally run for economics and sustainability as seen as a cost. So how to build consensus towards imbibing sustainability as a core value?
I think when we started this discussion, I mentioned about how to bring sustainability as a core value. It's how do we link it with the core value of the organization. So there are value systems on the vision of an organization which is already established, which is working. So if you are able to link it with your core organization value and purpose, I think half of your work is done, because it is what the chairman or the promoter or the senior leadership of that company has already thought of it. So that would be the first one. When we try to talk about the second question, which is the building of culture, see, when you say that there's always a resistance to change when we talk about culture, so there's always a resistance to change. So how we can build the enabling factors into the implementation of sustainability in the group, that has to be worked upon rather than focusing on these. This is what has to be done, and you follow it. So from the sustainability perspective is how do we bring in those critical success factors, critical enablers that would help the people to understand and respond and take that ownership. So I gave that example of getting them involved into preparing a target themselves, getting them involved into preparing the action plans themselves and contributing towards that.
Great. I think that's really great and great summarization, sir. Again, the next question to you, sir. This goes, is there any assurance mechanism to ensure that what companies are disclosing is accurate, true or not, specifically in the case of ESG related data? Since you have worked a lot on consulting space, so I think,
I think the assurance mechanism is well established, and whatever data gets reported externally, internally, externally to the stakeholders by all the companies is assured by third parties or external verifiers, and there are standards that are available based on which the assurance provider provides the assurance statements.
Great. So I
think GRI is the most recognized or most widely used framework for this kind of risk. But again, the standards are undergoing a lot of change, and we have the IFRS or the SASB standards, which is, I mean, a lot of standards are getting merged. So there is also another thinking that there are so many standards, which standard to apply, and all those discussions are happening. So ultimately, we are expecting a unification happening very soon, and that would come out in the coming years.
Great thought, sir. I think another question here is in terms of how ESG helped in building social relations and gaining social license to operate. So I think to this question, one very good example Alok sir had given, where he talked about the innovative project which is coming, which came up in Mumbai, and I think another example Swaroop sir had given about using TCFD to identify the risk, and so that how can they work in that space. But anything you would like to add on this, sir, to both of you? Quickly, if you want to add anything, how has ESG helped in building social relations and gaining social license to operate?
I think, sorry, Swaroop, if you wanted to say something.
Go ahead, Alok. I'll add on to whatever you comments you have.
No, I just wanted to say that, frankly, ESG per se has no link there, Shashank. The social license to operate concept was there since long. And that is where, you always had a sense of whether the project is also taking the community along. In some way, I would say the rehabilitation, resettlement projects, the legal requirement on R&R, probably then the CSR regulation coming in, putting the social mandate on companies. So it was always there. It's not something that ESG brought in. The social license to operate was always there in the minds of the project promoters. They did some things, I would not say exactly at the same scale what to date is being done because of the legal requirement, but the organizations were aware of, some of these pushbacks which came in on companies because of the society or the social unrest. So they have tried to deal with it, I would say, but a structured approach has happened only when the CSR mandate came in and organizations started realizing that if you have to spend a significant amount, then let us do it on projects which will really bring value to the community, what can sustain for a longer term. You create not just one-time initiatives, you create a longer term intervention which has a long-term impact on the social or development of the society near and around you, or could be away from you, but that impact is not going to be momentary. That impact has to be a longer term. So that structuring happened, but I would not want to connect it to ESG's prominence and that.
Your thoughts, sir, Swaroop sir.
I think the aspect what we are trying to convey here is, from the social perspective, it is, I would put it in a different way, as we are moving towards decarbonization, okay, a lot of transformation is expected to happen, whether internally, externally. There could be change in business model. There could be change in the way we are looking at businesses. There could be change in the business itself getting evolved, or a different set kind of business coming into. When we're doing this transition, are we doing it in a just transition manner, wherein we take the social along the community and everyone along with us in this transition journey? So that's a responsibility which lies on the industry, that as we move ahead in the decarbonization, the just transition should happen in a way, the transition should happen in a just way, just manner, where we take everyone along with us.
Great thoughts, sir. So I'll take this last question, which is a follow-up question on assurance mechanism. So it is believed that GRI guidelines tend to favor the developed nations. Your thoughts on this, sir?
No, I'm not sure whether that is the case, because the GRI guidelines clearly gives the indicators, and against those indicators, each company has to report their performance. And if they are not able, they have to provide a discussion or their approach to address those. So that's the simple, in short, the nutshell of the guidelines. And these GRI guidelines has a host of indicators under the bucket of E, S, and G. The company can decide which are the ones which are of importance, the materiality concept, which are of importance to them. And if they're excluding something, they have to justify why they're excluding it in their disclosure, and report the performance year on year. And that data gets verified, assured externally, who come in at a frequency which is mutually agreed, and they see all the data and the backups to the extent that is गाड़ी का डीजल का बिल कहाँ है? I mean, they go to that extent. So we are
exactly.
Yes.
Great, sir. So we'll just stop it here. Thank you both for providing this great insights, and it was truly an enriching conversation to sort of understand your perspective on the whole topic and the space. And I personally had an amazing time, and I hope the viewers had also a lot of key takeaways on this topic. So thank you both for taking out time and sharing your insights. Prantik, over to you. I think we just finished in time.
Exactly, it is just on time. So I would like to thank all of you three to be present and have such an informative but delightful conversation. And we always look forward to such insightful conversations, always. And we hope we will get more and more chances to listen to all of you again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shashank sir. Thank you, Swaroop sir, and Alok sir. Just before I sign out, one announcement. Will start at 4:30, and that's financing the net zero target. So please be on time for that event. And I would like to thank you all the participants as an audience, and three panelists, our esteemed panelists, to be present in this event. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Prantik. Thank you, the team, for organizing, inviting us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Team Sanrakshan. Right?
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Am I audible? Can somebody confirm, please? Thank you so much, Sameer. Very good afternoon to everybody. Welcome, Neha ma'am. We are just waiting for our all panelists to join and then we shall begin. Thank you so much for waiting. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Yeah, okay, fine. No, I will just go back her to being off camera for now. Just testing. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hello, Aditya. Very good afternoon. Welcome back to IIM Lucknow.
Thanks, Anidya. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
All good, all good, man.
Great.
So we are waiting for the others to join, right? And the panelists to join. Okay.
We are waiting for the panelists to join and then we'll begin.
Sure.
Very good afternoon, Lavanya sir. Thank you so much for joining in. We shall start in next 2 minutes. Just waiting for other panelists to join. Aditya, we are waiting for Weber sir to join actually.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess then we are good to go to start off. India at UNFCCC COP26 announced its enhanced climate commitments, the Panchamrit, including a commitment to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2070. Well, I was able to remember one quote that the best way to predict the future is to create it. Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody present here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all at this first panel discussion of Sanrakshan, a one of its kind business sustainability conclave organized by IIM Lucknow PGPSM under the aegis of Center for Business Sustainability. Today, we have amongst us the choicest distinguished panel to deliberate on the topic, financing the net zero target of India. We also have amongst us our very own alumni to moderate this session. Though the names need no introduction, but since our audience is from diverse background, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed panelists. Well, we have amongst us Mr. Weber Pratap Singh, Senior Program Lead at Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Currently is working with the Council's Center for Energy Finance to bridge the existing information asymmetry on energy finance. He develops financial solutions and provides a simple analysis of the existing issues for a wide spectrum of audience. Prior to joining the council, Weber worked with the Climate Policy Initiative and CARE Ratings, where his work focused on design and analysis of the financial instruments to unlock private investments in the Indian clean energy sector. He also did credit analysis of the financial institutions and NBFCs to recommend a credit rating. So we welcome you at Sanrakshan at IIM Lucknow, and thank you so much for joining amongst us today. We have amongst us Ms. Neha Kumar, Indian Program Manager, Climate Bonds Initiative. She drives policy practice, strategy, and partner programs in India to scale up the green bonds market and sustainable financial ecosystems. She also serves as a core member of the working group on taxonomy and is a special invitee on resilience and regulations working groups constituted by the Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Her current focus areas include the role of central banks, food, and making sustainable finance widely accessible in clean energy, hard to abate sectors, climate resilient agriculture. She's also involved in driving the state and city level action on green financing projects led by her at GIZ before joining. Climate bonds led to ESG disclosure regulations, BRR and BRSR by the Indian market regulators, SEBI, development of financial sector led responsible financial guidelines by Indian Banks Association as well. Neha ma'am, we welcome you once again at IIM Lucknow and thank you so much for joining amongst us today. I would now like to introduce Mr. Lavanya Prakash Jaina. Lavanya sir is working as a Commonwealth Regional Climate Financial Advisor, Indo-Pacific region at Commonwealth Secretariat. Prior to this, he was working as a manager, climate finance and climate policy initiatives, CPI Delhi. Sir worked as a sustainable finance and consultant at UNDP, where he was leading in development of India's sustainable finance roadmap in association with the Ministry of Finance. Before this, he worked in the financial services sector for 10 years in various capacities in the private sector. He holds a master's in economics from Utkal University and a CFA charter holder from CFA Institute. Besides, he is a doctoral scholar at XLRI Jamshedpur. He is an avid writer on climate and green finance. His writings have been published in several national and international platforms, including the Financial Express, Business Line, LSE, and World Economic Forum. Sir, we are glad to invite you here at IIM Lucknow Sanrakshan event, and thank you so much for joining amongst us today. I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Suranjali Tandon from National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, New Delhi. Suranjali ma'am is an assistant professor at NIPFP. She currently leads the institute's work on sustainable finance and international taxation in dual capacities as assistant professor as well as an economist. She is a fellow of King's College London and an MPhil and PhD holder in international trade from Jawaharlal Nehru Vishwavidyalaya. Ma'am, I welcome you here at IIM Lucknow Sanrakshan and thank you so much for joining amongst us today. I'd now introduce our own moderator, our own alumnus, Mr. Aditya Pandhare. Aditya is a finance professional working as an analyst at Investor Relations of Zscaler. He has over 4+ work experience in middle to upper management roles in various organizations. Prior to joining Zscaler, Aditya worked as a senior analyst equity research with William O'Neill, where he looked at research, presentation, and recommendation of equity ideas in consumer, cyclical, and software sector to investment committees. And without a further ado, I'd open the session for the discussion and hand it over to our moderator, Aditya. Panelists, the floor in the audience belongs to you now. Thank you so much.
First of all, let me say that how elated I am and how privileged I feel to be moderating this session with stalwarts in industry. But I'll not take much of time, just kick it off. Sorry, I had a technical difficulty and went on a mute. My first question is to Dr. Tandon. This might sound a little bit cliche. It's a question that we are struggling for long with, but it is in my mind very important one with perspective of India, which is currently the fastest growing economy in the world. And how does this net zero agenda fit into the trajectory? Is it a matter of prioritizing one or the other, or can they both go hand in hand? To Dr. Tandon.
Thanks, Aditya. I think you've started the discussion with the most relevant question, because I think specialists, including myself, tend to broach this issue as if it's disjoint from the rest of the economy. But in a sense, it is a pathway that is integral to how we're imagining the rest of the economy in the future. So when we talk about net zero, it means that we were looking at a shift in the way the economy is going to use inputs. The inputs themselves will change, as well as maintaining the basics of macroeconomics in a sense. So today we're witnessing challenges with respect to maintaining an inflation rate. We're also looking at growth challenges, and these will continue into the future. So it is as if we're adding one more goal, which is not in competition with our primary goals, but in a sense is a target to be achieved alongside. So I would imagine that when we talk about net zero, it is really asking on can we grow at the same rate? Can we maintain macroeconomic stability while achieving new form of productions? My answer would be that it's not separate. It's actually quite integral to how we imagine macroeconomics.
Right. And I think one of the follow-up questions that I have generally to people while discussing this is, we're already seeing some effects from climate change on our economy, and I think this will go into a parallel discussion where, like, even as we are contemplating how to change the economy and how to fit in the net zero goals, we are already getting affected by it. So I think, yeah, what you said is really important. My next question is to Mr. Jena. From the government's perspective, what should be the key focus areas? Like, should it be focusing more on sectors? Should its role be limited to policy, or should it be involving all and all sectors, policy, financing, etc.? If we have to achieve this net zero targets.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the invitation first. It's an interesting question because the government has actually more or less keep on identifying the sectors, the policies they are going to deploy without, like Suranjali said, that without disturbing the economic growth. If we see India as a per capita income is very low, we cannot afford to lower our economic growth in future. That's not the agenda of the government or any government in the world. Even if the developed countries, they don't want to sacrifice their economic growth just to meet the climate agenda, although it is very, very critical for us. At the same time, government will identify the sectors which are going to help them in economic growth, as well as it will not disturb the society as well. For example, there are certain sectors which are heavily generating employment. For example, even if coal, for example, so which are basically generating heavily employment. So you cannot disturb those kind of sectors. So you need to pick and choose which sectors are socially important, as well as which are important to climate mitigating as well. In addition to that, government would identify definitely the low-hanging fruits, which is easy to decarbonize. Currently, the low-hanging fruits are the electricity sector, for example, which are comparatively easier to decarbonize compared to all many other sectors like agriculture or the industrial sector as well, also because the cost of decarbonization is very, very expensive for the government as well as the private sector. Even if the agriculture sector, which is contributing around 15 to 18% of total GHG emission, but as you know that agriculture is very, very sensitive and you cannot ask your farmers to change the agriculture practices very, very quickly. So you only can do over a long period of time gradually. But the other side, the electricity sector, which is more or less commercially viable, although there are some technological aspects which is very, very challenging, but more or less comparatively easier to deploy without disturbing a lot. So government has, I think, more or less identified, okay, one is that they will not sacrifice economic growth, they will not sacrifice employment generation, no disturbance to the society at all, and what are the low-hanging fruits, which are easier to decarbonize, starting with electricity, energy efficiency, maybe industrial sector in the future, and I think it last the agriculture sector. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, that you're audible.
Mr. Jena, any input on the financing and policy making also? You talked a lot about sectors.
On a financing, actually, if we ask any of the government, they will say that okay, I mean, we should source capital from the private sector, not for the public sector. So the critical point is that whether our private sector is ready to provide capital to some of the sectors which are still not commercially viable. That's the bigger question, because government job is to provide public services, but climate change, as it is integrated, as it's also considered as a public good, government has a job to do. But at the same time, government has its own limitation. The capital is limited because the government has to spend money on many other sectors, including defense, education, healthcare, infrastructure, all these important sectors for the development of the economy. So government would need to see that which are the sectors actually which can easily mobilize capital. For example, electricity sector, uh, uh, it's easy to mobilize capital because one of the reasons is that, as you know, that it's more or less commercially viable. Secondly, there are certain sectors which are not commercially viable. For example, electric vehicle. If you see that although a large amount of capital is currently flowing through private equity fund and corporates, still government has to play a role, particularly battery charging storage and electric purchase of electric vehicles. You will not see that many private sectors actually is actively engaged in purchasing electric vehicles. I mean, you will see that, okay, I mean, a few number of electric cars are purchased by the private sector. But if you see the bigger amount, bigger carbon emission contributor, like electric buses or so, it is mostly purchased by or funded by the government, not by the private sector. But on the other side, if you see that industrial sector, for example, where public capital plays a very, very important role, but at the same time, we don't see that public investment is going to decarbonize the industrial sector, which is more or less 1.5 to 2 times more carbon intensive compared to developed countries. So in that case, we are seeing that the corporate is investing its own capital to decarbonize, particularly hard to decarbonize industries like cement, iron, steel. So they are using their own balance sheet capital to decarbonize. And sometimes also they have also raised capital from the capital market by issuing, let's say, sustainable linked bond or sustainable bonds. And they are claiming that, okay, we can decarbonize our energy systems or our, particularly their energy systems by 20-25% in next 7 to 8 years. That is happening in the industrial sector. So where I think that there is a limitation also from the private sector, how much capital they can invest. Particularly they can invest in electrifying, which is possible because there are certain technologies which are not currently available or not commercially feasible, like carbon capture, utilization, and storage, which is not possible actually. It's not commercially feasible. Although certain cement industries are currently using, but that is very, very limited. There are other technologies which is essential to decarbonize this kind of industries where you need a lot of public capital actually to take it to that stage where the corporates would be interested to invest. Then agriculture sector, I am not seeing a lot of action in the agriculture sector because the amount of methane the agriculture sector is currently emitting, it's huge. I think the methane emission is around 10% or so. So particularly the rice growing sector, you will see that the methane emission is around 8% or so of total GHG emission here in India. But we are not seeing a lot of capital is flowing to the agriculture sector. We cannot leave it to the farmers to change their agriculture practices so that they can reduce the methane emission. Where the public capital plays a very, very important role, particularly in providing training, providing necessary equipment to follow those agriculture practices. That capital is not currently flowing because most of money is going for subsidies or so. But you will see that capital allocation trajectory may change in the future. So I'll stop here because there will be a lot of discussion on finance in this session. Thank you.
No, that's a very good answer. And to summarize, I think what you said was there's no like one answer fits all. I think this is more about balancing the growth as well as looking at the political side of it and trying to make it viable for each and every social fragment in India, which is a very which is a country, a diverse country. I would like to pose the same question to Mr. Singh also. I think you would have very valuable inputs on the same thing.
So, Aditya, thanks. First of all, thanks for the invitation. And to answer the same question, I would like to take a slightly different step. When we say of the transition or the net zero aim, so there are various sectors that are at different stages of maturity. Am I audible, first of all?
Yes, you are.
So they are at different stages of maturity, and their importance to the GDP and all those elements is quite at a different stage as well. So when you look at, let's say, power sector that Mr. Jena also mentioned, it's at a quite improved, it's the most evolved of all the sectors out there, and it contributes somewhere around 40% of your GHG emissions. The easiest part is that you can put more and more renewables and your grid would become greener. And this is already happening out there. So this can also formulate in the form of, let's say, higher ratings. So if you look at how the financial flows are coming into the sector, it's improving quite and over the last 10 years or so, India has been able to build around 110 gigawatts or north of renewable energy capacity. So it's a quite interesting how the sector is evolving. But at the same time, if you look at in terms of how the challenges exist in terms of, I would say, the solar is basically a distributed source, but India is building up large and large solar parks that have been able to come up based on some guarantees that are provided or some intermediaries that have been able to reduce the risks out there in the sector. Similarly, if you move to the but distributed side, it's a different story. The finance is not flowing, and many measures that, as you pointed out, it could be the role of the government, the policy side of it. Those would be required to make sure that the sector evolves further. Similarly, if we move to the other sector, so another biggest contributor is the transportation that contributes another 9% or 10% of the total GHG emissions in the portfolio. So that sector has evolved. And if you look at how Indian EV market or the normal automobile market is, it's basically two-wheeler market. And most of the 80% of it is two-wheelers. Then there is we have a 3 to 4 million sales of four-wheelers or cars. But majority of the pollution comes from the side of, let's say, the commercial vehicle as well. And they are those slightly insignificant in numbers. But the EV revolution has started. And as you could see that the numbers are improving with last year, we were somewhere around 1% in terms of penetration. This year, the last month figure was roughly north of 5% in total sales of our turning EVs. So there is a push, and this has come after government had come up with a lot of subsidies or into the sector for the initial push, because EVs, as you know, are slightly on the expensive side. And similarly, if I talk about the industrial decarbonization, it's the most, I would say, the least mature of all the three transitions out there. And it has only just begun. And it's coming up or evolving in the form of, I would say, it's evolving as we see. Green hydrogen or CCS, as Mr. Jena pointed out, are evolving, and industries need to decarbonize in the same, will be decarbonizing. And they are using different instruments like SLBs or other instruments, which are based on, so the role of the government over here is basically to provide the policy inputs or policy targets that could really help out. And in cases of where there is traditionally a gap of financing, let's say small scale steel players, their role could also be enabling finance beyond policies through some financing mechanisms that could be there. So it's basically how you could channel finances into different sectors, as well as the different components of the sectors or the different parts of the supply chain that will, I guess, decide the role or action of the government. Is it just targets? Is it just financial instruments? Some initial support, it could be guarantees. So just to give you an example, India runs one of the biggest guarantee schemes in the world in terms of CGTMSE. So that's managed by SIDBI. And under this, there is an annual loan rollout of $18-20 billion. $18 to $20 billion. And that's roughly 1% of the total banking sector exposure. So something similar in lines for required sectors could also be figured out. And these are not very expensive, I would say, forms of public money usage, because guarantees, as you know, has one of the highest leverage in terms of mobilizing the private capital. So this is how roughly you can move, but maybe we can I can take the question or the following questions later to explain how and each can really work out, I guess. Thank you.
I mean, yeah, there'll be certainly more questions to come your way, but yes, that's very good answer. Let me go to Ms. Kumar. This is a question regarding, again, climate finance. And it's like, as you said, there is a gap. Okay, there has been a significant focus already on climate finance, but the current investment gap is very large, like 15, there's only 15 to 20% of the required amount is out there, and it's kind of increasing. So what are the key barriers that have limited the growth of climate finance? Also, what is being done right now to address these barriers? Ms. Kumar.
So like everyone else has thanked you, I also feel that it's a very good opportunity to talk at an academic institution about the details and the nuts and bolts of what everyone else talks about, net zero and financing gap. So what really is the trick behind it? What's really happening? So thank you for the opportunity. I'm very glad to be here. I do feel tempted to obviously add to what has rightly been spoken by Suranjali and Lavanya and Vaibhav already. And I will take the opportunity to just emphasize what they have said by also citing an interesting report recently that IMF has come out with. It is about what is the impact of near-term impact of credible climate policy actions on output and inflation. And what it has found is that if the climate action is steady and credible, then the costs are actually small. And the delay in action leads to higher inflation in the economy, and the costs become unmanageable for even the public institutions, including central banks. So now there is enough evidence and more that we need to take action today and now. Now, all of that action will need financing, obviously, and it isn't a cheap transition. It has its cost. Where is that finance going to come from? Now, in different economies, it is going to come from a variety of sources of finance. So it would be public, it could be commercial, it could be bank-led, it could be capital markets-led, and it could be a combination of everything. Now, if we look at the Indian situation, largely our economy is bank financed. So unless that financing also becomes fit for purpose, we are not going to achieve the kind of quick actions which are required in different sectors to decarbonize or to even make systems more resilient, climate resilient. Our capital markets are large, but they are not as deep and they don't have that kind of capital available for private financing to finance this transition. Now, you said that, the gap is around 15 to 20%, and you are nearly right. Around, even if we just take our NDC target for climate action, the gap comes out to around $170 billion a year, and recently Climate Policy Initiative also did a study which said that even though the finance has increased over the last couple of years, I think the per annum average is about 44 billion USD from all sources, public, philanthropic, private, FDI, etc. It still is about only a quarter of what we need to make the transition possible. And we're talking about NDCs. We're not talking about highly ambitious kind of targets that will be included. Add to it certain other components like just transition, and then those costs will again increase. So there is an enormous amount of money that is required to be channeled into the system. Where is this money coming from right now? Like Lavanya mentioned, that the private companies, the strong, who have a good balance sheets, they are tapping the offshore market. And why they are tapping the offshore market? Because there is an investor demand for this kind of action, for these kind of projects. And where do these investors reside? They basically are in the EU, in US, and Japan. And they are dictated by their portfolio mandates. They are dictated by, in some cases, the regulatory mandates to basically green their portfolios. And they look at emerging economies as a great source of higher return for these projects. But what they're also looking at the same time is that what they want to invest in is actually credible, because they have to really match that expectation. Of course, nobody's going to invest in projects where underlying business model cannot service your debt, the money that you're raising, which you can't pay back. So all of that goes together. And within India right now, a lot of money is coming, which is through public sources or through banking. And we see that capital markets have a particularly interesting role to play, simply because this is long-term finance for long-term projects. And most of the climate finance or climate-related projects have huge amounts of upfront investment requirement, and they're long tenure projects, okay? So in that sense, one of the barriers of banks getting into this financing is simply the asset liability mismatch. They will not be able to, the loans have shorter tenure while you have longer term projects for which you need financing. So in that sense, capital markets are suited. They are much more suitable sources of financing when it comes to these kind of infrastructure projects that we're talking about, which have long tenures. What are the barriers right now within the domestic markets? The greatest single barrier is there is no dedicated pools of green capital which can create a demand. There is no differentiation that either is coming through a regulatory nudge or through a market which is now getting created, which is trying to, where there is a demand, okay? Like I said, the investors abroad, they are, their demand is high because they, like I said, they have these mandates to green their portfolios. And so that's a huge barrier. And then second barrier is that usually, okay, now the capital needs are so high, and the capital is needed at such a grand scale that we do, like, Lavanya talked about it, Web have talked about it, and of course they give you examples of what kind of investments are that could actually accelerate in the sectors that we're talking about. The large investments will flow in, okay, but it is also something to be very, very conscious of, that these large capital investments do not crowd out some very important low volume investment, which requires to be accelerated. For example, in distributed renewable energy systems, for example, in agriculture, because that's also where you would see a lot more potential for job growth. Okay, so I think a lot of things are happening together. So in terms of barriers to financing, when you talk about getting a foreign capital in, usually your projects have to be large size. I mean, investors would automatically generally screen out anything which is below $200 million. Okay, so how many projects really match that scale and volume? So that is one big barrier. Two, we don't have the cost of capital, the cost of borrowing in India is high. And when you borrow from international capital markets, then your hedging costs get added to it. So that also doesn't really make it, a very easy process. But overall, this kind of finance with government coming in, backing with credit enhancement with national DFIs coming into play, and also at sectoral level, various agencies coming into play to actually notch up the credit worthiness of a lot of these projects, which by market scrutiny and market rating will not make it on their own. So we would require that guarantee system that Web talked about. We would require that credit enhancement to actually get these projects come to the market. The last point I think that I would mention is that investors get interested not in one deal, they want to see a pipeline of investment there. And we don't have those, in some sectors, we don't have those pipelines right now ready. In some sectors, we haven't amplified the opportunity. So even for RE, for example, one may say that, now it is utility scale is on autopilot, etc., but no, enough is still not happening, even within RE. So those kind of investable pipelines need to be made visible, and a greater outreach has to be made, both to domestic and to international investors, so that the money can channel in. And of course, government has to play a very, very big role. In India, as far as some of these innovative financing mechanisms are concerned, they have happened irrespective of, by the way, regulatory nudges. Companies have gone abroad and have raised money. These are the big companies I'm talking about. But if you want to have scale and speed, there is no way that you can do without good incentives being put in place, and they don't have to be always financial incentives. Those structures have to be those in a different way, taking a very holistic view that all three of us, Suranjali, Lavanya, and Web have mentioned, that it is a macroeconomic perspective, that there is, not having a green economy or a sustainable or inclusive economy is not macroeconomically sound proposition. For some of us, it was never a sound macroeconomic proposition anyway. It has taken that long to come to this realization, especially by economists, who probably just brought us to the state in the first place. And secondly, sector-wise, whole of economy view, some of them would be initially more ready. Some of them will have to be pushed. So there is a horizontal level of financial policy and regulation that needs to be put in place so that finance is fit for purpose. And there is a need for a policy push in different sectors, whether that be transport, whether that be energy. Without that, that commercial viability will not really come about. So I think it is it's very interlinked. So one can say that some innovative financial tools and mechanisms can drive the flow of capital, and in that sense accelerate transition. But that acceleration has to be absolutely supplemented by incentives and policy push in different sectors, as well as financial financial policy. I stop here.
Thank you, Ms. Kumar, for that elaborate answer. You touched on policy, you touched on private financing, you touched on the need to continue a pipeline, and that bit especially, I think that's a very new perspective that I heard today. For my next question, I'll direct it to Mr. Singh. And it pertains to something that you talked about demand side just now, Ms. Kumar. On the demand side of climate finance, how are we placed currently in terms of having enough bankable projects on the ground for investors to look into? Also, is there any support being provided to these projects from the government or other agencies for them to thrive and scale? Further, what should be done to create more bankable projects in the country to absorb these investments? Mr. Singh, I think, Ms. Kumar has already kind of touched on this, but I would like your perspective.
Sorry, and this question is directed to me.
Yes.
Yeah. So to create a bankable project, basically, if you break it down in terms of how your professors would be teaching, finance is really simple. It seeks rate and returns that are risk weighted. So you need to invest into projects that are meet your return expectations, you feel safe, you're secure. And since the gestation, we are talking of basic large infrastructure projects. So a gestation period that can meet these requirements, I would say. So as we go by, there would be, I can take the example of the power sector over here. And we have seen that the ratings have evolved for solar projects. So last year we did an analysis. We found that none of the project was rated anywhere above double B. And today it's all double A. Everything in the market is A and above, and almost 70% is double A. So here you can see the transition. So how bankable the projects have turned into, and these have been because of a few reasons. Because if you see how the power sector is placed, it's power generation at one end, then there is a transmission of the power from the large poles that you might have seen in the villages and everywhere as well. And the distribution part, or the DISCOM that interacts with you, gives you the bill. So the DISCOM in India are not really bankable as of today, or they are not generating enough money. They almost for a fact lose around a rupee for every unit of electricity supplied. And if you total the total amount of electricity that is supplied to the consumers, that's 15,000 billion units. 1,500 billion units roughly in India. So into one is the negative in their balance sheets. And still the projects are rated A or double A. So there has been a policy movement where an intermediary called SECI and VVN or NTPC came in between, which had a tripartite agreement with, let's say, the government, the state government, the RBI and others, which allowed them to make sure that the payments were made timely. So though they may be delaying the payments to other consumers, for at least the renewable energy projects or large-scale renewable energy projects that were tied under SECI, there was a huge increase in the ratings as well as an improvement in the flow of finance. And the result that you are seeing is that on an average, as per the parliamentary report, last year, the finance flows are roughly around $10 billion for renewable energy projects yearly or year. Even though they may not suffice in terms of the requirements that the same report says PAGs at somewhere around $20 to $27 billion. So the huge gap just to meet the targets or 2030 targets. But there are a lot of bankable projects that are coming up, even though there could be issues on the utility. So I'm talking of the utility side projects. Similarly, if I talk about the small scale projects, yes, there are several issues. Several issues, just because how, when I say solar, or even the picture that I can see, I guess there are some solar panels placed on the same building besides you. You will be placing the solar panels at some factory, let's say SME, for which the operating cost coming from electricity is 16%. And solar can solve for a lot of issues and, let's say, reduce the cost of this operating cost. But how bankable are those guys? Can I trust them for 16-year payment when the shelf life of an SME in India is 6-7 years? So that's the dilemma over here. So the bankability of the projects, or where you are not moving into beyond the larger corporates, which could be saving on the electricity based on the solar or making use of the solar tariffs. There is a lot of problems and unavailability of the bankable projects. Similarly, if you move to the other side of the sector, if I speak of the other transition, EV transition, almost more than 500 startups are working in the space of two-wheeler manufacturing. And their scales are roughly, the largest player has a scale of monthly volumes of 40,000 max, 20,000, 30,000 two-wheelers. So they are facing a challenge as to how they could raise the capital. It's not just because the technology has not evolved or because it's a very complicated process. You need to have a supply chain with almost 30, 40 vendors supplying different components to you. And in case of, and these are very small companies which do not have very large balance sheets. So the bankability issues that a traditionally banker, how it evaluates, is slightly difficult. And there is a risk of obsolescence. Or let's say Bajaj comes into the play, then how will you make sure that this player can survive? So bankability is defined by the sector as well as the maturity. So that's how I see. And if you want specifically around a particular sector, we can also discuss, I guess.
Yeah, that's illuminating. I suppose there are many factors that we don't generally see in academics, but obviously on the ground you probably face and you'd know about the stats there. My next question goes to Dr. Tandon. What should be the role of public finance considering the limited amount available to achieve the net zero targets? How can it be leveraged to crowd in more private finance, which is essential for scaling up?
You ask a very relevant question. I think, prior to going down the path of saying what public finance can do, there needs to be a more clear understanding as to how much of it is required. So, there are different estimates that are available. We see one estimate for net zero, which Mr. Vaibhav would be a part of the team that would be making that estimate. There's one estimate that the IMF makes on SDGs. So they say that 6.2% of the GDP needs to be spent in addition to what's being spent right now to meet the SDGs in India. And to my mind as an economist, it's very baffling which number is an overlap and which is an additionality. So I think first those numbers, and perhaps many of the economists like me are to blame because we spew out numbers and we're not able to, put them together and say, okay, well, this is exactly what's required. So I think that a bit of work will continue because we're looking at horizons of 2070. But I hope the clarity is there. The second is that, when we have that number, we're going to have to look at public finance because financing this transition is not going to come from private sector alone, and Neha, Vaibhav, and Lavanya have, clearly spelled it out in different ways. This is so because there are different elements of this transition if you break it down. So, to people in the business school, it could be investment, which is driven by returns. And the levers to sort of get more investment and additionality there will be very different. It's return seeking plus doing better with money. And then let's say, there are fallouts of this on the society. So, for example, conversation around just transition sort of heating up. But we still don't know exactly what would be the impact in specific sectors like mining or iron and steel, which are fossil fuel dependent on jobs and communities that have sort of grown around them. And they're not always, they're not always lucrative for business. They're not investments that they perceive as profitable or attractive. And so one could be that regulation would change and make it mandatory for private capital to respond to such needs. And we are seeing that with BRSR to some extent. I wouldn't say that it's a massive shift, but we're just only seeing that impact. The other is, of course, now circling back to the first question that you raised, is that what will public finance do? So for all those kinds of investments, public finance may have to be raised. We're talking about this at a time when states are looking at bad sort of fiscal situation, which also shows that the space available is limited. And what you're going to see in the next couple of decades is that the revenues that are today accruing from fossil fuels may also taper. So, I think we'll have to think of a new model for financing. New in the sense we'll have to come up with more instruments. There they could be backed by public, they could be seed capital from public institutions, but then scaled up by private finance. And I sort of want to caution that there again there are issues where states are often asked about what are they doing off their budgets. So we also have to reimagine as macroeconomists what our fiscal rules will look like. I mean, I've raised too many questions. I've not really answered your question. I've raised way too many because I think that, this transition is an interesting way to ask questions that people have not asked so far to macroeconomists. We've sort of taken the knowledge and applied in terms of inflation targeting, in terms of fiscal rules. So I think it's also an opportunity to ask those questions and say, well, if there is an additionality estimated, what do we do about these fiscal rules that say that states can't spend beyond 3%? And then what kind of instruments become available? But to my mind, you need public capital, especially where you're looking at communities and consumers. And that in some sense could already be coming out of the budgets. So obviously a more detailed mapping exercise may be important. And in addition to that, investments in capital, which is in line with this transition plan, will perhaps require, as I said, basic seed capital from the state and then scaling up by private sector. So that's my long winding answer to your question.
Thank you for answering, Suranti. At least the economists have started to answer some of these questions. People who are non-economists shouted at the top of their voices for at least a decade and a half. I'm one of them. Yeah. But may I add to what Suranti just said and just give you an example of a sector where you would imagine, and that's why I always say that capital mix will vary according to the sector and according to the project that you're financing, right? So not everything is amenable to a private finance, but say agriculture sector that Labanyan talked about. And he talked about it from the point of the mitigation prospects and mitigation financing. But just financing for agriculture is dominated by public financing. And that public finance also does not differentiate between, what is resilient, what is not resilient. So while the credit growth to agriculture sector has grown over time, and it is also part of the priority sector lending, but the riskiness of agriculture as a sector hasn't really, reduced in any way, even though credit has increased. And you have to look at it pretty seriously now, because agriculture is a sector where the impact of the climate has been locked in. We are facing that impact. Our also the kind of agriculture that we have followed, which is intensive agriculture, has depended heavily on fertilizers and pesticides, which actually degrade your soil. Basically making much more dependent on water sources, etc. So Labanya, even coming back to what you were saying, that mitigation, while the sector is, high emitting sector, the entry point could be resilience, because in agriculture sector, the resilient measures that you would employ, which would basically go back to, practices which are low tillage, practices which increase soil carbon, and also reduce input costs, reduce your dependence on fertilizers and pesticides. So increase income, and that is why the business model starts to kick in. When we focus on resilience, and that has the knock-on effects of mitigation. So I think in the Indian scenario, I would imagine that agriculture, both from the public finance point of view, from the point of view of where the private capital can draw in, it will not be able to get into any kind of project, whether the borrower is so small in capacity, you can't, it'll always have to be some kind of an aggregation, like an FPO, like some kind of an on lending that happens. So what we have seen basically in agriculture, and I just wanted to give this as an example, that here the role of the state, your budgetary outlays, which are differentiating in your lending or in your outlays, which which make it easier for farmers to shift to, better practices will be key. And the scale at which it is needed, you cannot do it without, governments and states doing a very proactive sort of a financing to it. We can talk about later where is the private financing sort of coming into agriculture sector, and that is also happening. It's not that it is not happening, and that has to be accelerated as well. But we can talk about that later.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, agriculture sector is one of the biggest contributor, and it's not just a India-specific problem. I think even on a global scale, it's a pertinent problem. In any case, moving the discussion along, continuing with the focus on private finance, I would like to address this question to Mr. Jena. Investors have legitimate concerns about the credit risk associated with climate projects and the commercial feasibility of these projects. Considering that most of these climate sectors technologies are still new, how can we maneuver around this to ensure a better flow of capital for climate projects? Mr. Jena.
Okay, so you need to, segregate the projects actually into different sectors, starting from electricity to industrial, to agriculture, to transportation, to hard to decarbonize sector. Identify which are the players are suitable to which of the sectors. Even if the electricity generation, it has, you can say energy sector, it has been divided into various segments, for example, renewable energy, green hydrogen or so. So you need to identify which kind of financing is required for which sector. In the case of renewable energy, for example, wind and solar, it's already commercially viable. Then here, you don't need a lot of public capital, particularly in India also, and many other developing countries and developed countries. So you will see that most of the capital will come from the private sector. You don't need to do anything except coming out better policies and regulation. That's one. Then secondly is that you need to identify which are the second source of energy. It could be green hydrogen, which have multiple applications where you will not see that a lot of capital is currently flowing. You will see that a lot of money is going to the technology space, and most of the capital is coming to the corporate side, as well as some venture capitals or private equity funds in the developed countries. So all these technologies are not really actually here. The money is not really invested by Indian companies or Indian investors. So all the capital is going into, you see in California or so, where the investors are investing in technologies, and this technology can be used by anybody in the world. But at the same time, if you see that Indian corporates, whether they can buy the technology, that's one part. But some of the large Indian companies are also spending money. For example, Reliance also in their new energy economy division, they are also heavily investing in green hydrogen also, which has number of applications, including transportation, and like Bhagat said, electric buses or electric trucks, which has applications also. You will see a large amount of investment in India will come from the corporates. But unlike the venture capitalists or private equity funds, they have a presence here in India, but I'm not sure that they are investing heavily in the new energy technologies. But a lot of money is going to the US or so, coming from private equity fund and venture capitals. Then secondly, you will see the transportation sector, so which is at a very, very early stage, although we have seen some actions in two-wheelers and three-wheelers and four-wheelers also, because from the perspective of the size of the battery which is required in these three segments, three-wheelers, two-wheelers, and four-wheelers, it is more or less economically feasible. And there is a tendency of the consumer because they are seeing that, okay, we can, and now, it may not be fully commercially viable, but particularly three-wheeler segment, it is commercially viable, they are buying that. Although there are some technological challenges, some safety challenges, still they can buy those vehicles from the banks. And there is, like Vaibhav said, that enough capital is currently flowing from the private equity funds as well as the individuals who are setting manufacturing plants, that where capital is needed. But the other side, who are going to buy those vehicles? In the case of three-wheeler manufacturers, all these auto drivers are, half of the three-wheelers here in India are not owned by the drivers, it's owned by somebody else. It's the drivers who are just operating the three-wheelers. So there is a challenge that how you can, because it's expensive, how you can pursue actually convince these drivers to buy, because the capital capex is high, the bankers may not be interested to provide additional capital. But if you see ask the auto driver also, they are saying that okay, there is the issue of distance issue, because sometimes they want to run for 50 kilometers, 70 kilometers, they cannot run with three wheelers. Okay, that technical challenges can also be addressed in the future. But coming back to the financing, I don't think that it's a huge challenge for three wheelers, two wheelers, I think four wheelers. Because in the case of four wheelers, most of the consumers who are buying four wheelers or so, their CIBIL score is high, decent, I can say. They can get consumer loans from banks to buy four-wheeler electric vehicles or so. There is a good amount of subsidies also currently given by the government, by the state government or so that they can buy this car. But to scale up, you need to develop those infrastructure, which is a challenge actually. Who was going to invest money in batteries or charging station? Because independently, these batteries or charging stations are not commercially viable now. Where, like Suranjani said, that okay, can we use public sector? Because public sector in the sense of public finance, you need to spend, very judiciously because it's very limited. So where this public sector can play an important role just to scale up. And for example, if the sales number is 100, it needs to scale up to 10,000 so that it is commercially viable. That's the point. Number 3 is that you need to certain technologies, for example, carbon capture storage, utilization, or green hydrogen or bioenergy, which is essential for decarbonizing the industrial sector from where the capital is currently flowing. The issue is the corporates is that they always want to at least keeping their return on equities. So the problem is that if they invest in certain decarbonizing equipment or plants, it may help them to improve their carbon intensity by 25% or 30%, but it is going to reduce their return on equities, which is not going to help them. But at the same time, if they go to banks and ask them that okay, they need more than 30% of the capital, 30% more capital, so the banks are also concerned that why they need, because they're not assured that the energy efficiency or the financial benefits of setting up a lower intensity equipment or so. But more importantly, these plants, these assets, their life is very long, 30 years or 50 years. So in that case, to really reduce the carbon intensity, you need to drastically change the equipment system a lot. So it means that again, you need to plan your investment for next 20 to 30 years or so. In that case, what could be the source of capital? You go to the capital market, raise bonds, you go to equity investors to raise more equity. So in all the cases, it's going to reduce your return on equities, or it is going to increase your bond price or so. But if you go to banks, as everybody said, that there is asset liability mismatch, because if you see the bank's asset duration in India is around 2.5 years, because most of the loans are going for working capital consumer loans. A small percentage loan actually going for long-term financing. Still, there are concerns by the central banks whether banks are nicely placed to provide more infrastructure financing or long-term financing. It's a big issue. So in that case, there is a constraint for the bond market, there is a constraint for the equity market, and even the corporates who are going to invest money, they are not sure that whether it is going to help them financially. Here, you need some public financing which can help them. I'm not saying that you need only grant capital. So there is low amount, a low interest capital also for a long period of time, particularly from multilateral development banks or development institutions or bilateral financing, which can provide very long period of low rated financing, which can help them. That is also a controversy, because most of the time when you discuss about these multilateral development banks or World Bank or ADBs, so they may provide capital on a pari passu basis. They will say, okay, our loan is equal to bank's loan is equal to bondholders' loan, which doesn't work actually. So that's kind of risk actually, that kind of concern actually raised by developing countries as well, because since they are public capital provider, so they are not taking the risk they are required to take just to help the economy, a developing economy, which are going through a transition. So you need a lot of capital from their side, particularly risky capital at a lower rate for a long period of time. Then coming back to other parts like technology or so, you need to invest a lot of capital in the new technologies which will help you. So initially it will be easy to to rely on the low-hanging fruits like electrification or electric vehicle. So which are low-hanging fruits, which will be commercially viable very soon. Many of them are already commercially viable, although there are challenges in distributed energy sector also. But it will be that challenges can be overcome over a period of time. But you need to identify which are the technically challenges. For example, agriculture or the industrial sector, where you need to invest a lot of capital in new technologies, the technologies which will really help you to decarbonize the economy. In that case, where the source of funding? The source of funding will be definitely from corporate, but there are certain technologies which are actually there are 15 to 20 years actually that their time lag that you will realize the benefits of these technologies. Where if you invest now, the failure rate is 90% or so. So you invest in 10 technologies, you will see that okay, 90% of them are failed, 10 are successful. In that case, you will see that you will not see a lot of capital is flowing from the corporate. So, but limited capital is flowing from the family funds or venture capital or seed fund or so. But public capital is very, very critical in this new technologies. For example, even if CCUS, currently India has set up two center of excellence in CCUS, you will see that some grant capital is currently growing. So in that case, I'll say that a lot of grant capital is required on those technologies, particularly at the pre-commercialization stage, particularly to prove that okay, there is a technology exists which will really help you. Not initially maybe grant capital, but over a period of time, once certain technology demonstrate okay, there is a possibility of commercial viability after 5 years or 10 years, you will need also some kind of concessional capital in the case of subordinated loan or long-term capital, or sometimes also guarantee is required from the public finances, which can make those technology commercially viable till you see that private sources is ready to provide capital. So there you need a lot of combination of grants or concessional capital, where public finance plays a bigger role than the private financing. Although I mean it is mentioned in the newspaper always that venture capitalists they are the risk taker. That's not true actually. Even if in a developed market, so most of money for a new technology are all come from universities, which is funded by the government, not by the venture capitalist or private equity fund. They only invest when they see that there is a possibility of commercialization, particularly at the drug discovery or discovery stage of any technologies. The number four, I mean, most important is on the agriculture sector, because I keep on saying the agriculture because it's extremely challenging. Because you will see that some of the corporates actually they are investing in agriculture technology. For example, drought-resistant agriculture sector, drought-resistant seeds or so, which is required actually, particularly in the Southeastern countries and Africa or so, where you will see a lot of drought or so, and there is a rainfall also. I mean, you will see rainfall is too much actually in many parts of India. So you will need to develop certain kind of agriculture seeds which are drought resilient or rainfall resilient or so. So we need to invest those technologies, invest in technologies which can grow this kind of seeds. So although corporates they are investing in developing that kind of technology, but the issue is that when it comes to farmers, and there are certain equipments actually which can help you to reduce your water needs, as well as it can help you to be climate resilient or drought resilient or so. The issue is that when we talk about farmers, they rarely invest in new technologies. So if you ask them, okay, it is good for the climate, you follow these practices, they are not going to do, unless it's funded by the government or so, particularly on the training part and certain agriculture equipment, which will help them to be climate resilient. So the money capital must be funded by the government rather than expecting from the farmers, which are going to buy those kind of equipments or those kind of seeds. Then another bigger point is that we need to see a bigger picture from where actually capital is flowing here in India. So like Neha said that we are a bank-funded economy. So in that case, I mean, but that's changing actually. So that's changing, but very, very slowly. So in that case, initially maybe bank, maybe 20 years back, 20% of for 80% of capital is going to the banks. People are saving money in deposits or term deposits, but that's changing. So a lot of capital is currently going to pension funds or the insurance companies or so. That is changing drastically in the next 10, 20 years, and it will change in the future also. So that will help them. But the issue is that whether Indian corporates are ready to raise corporate bonds or corporate equity, because when we're talking about corporate bonds here in India, the duration is very small, 5 to 7 years. Very few corporates actually have been issued for a long period of time, like we need in the case of climate change, 15-20 years kind of corporate bonds. Few corporates are currently raising corporate debt. So that's a big issue there. Then another bigger question is climate adaptation, because most of the developed countries, they are talking about climate mitigation because it's going to help them. Because carbon emission, we are talking about reducing carbon emission, it will help everybody. So they help the small island countries to UK, to United States, to India, everybody. So that's the reason they keep on raising this climate mitigation. So, but in the case of climate adaptation, which is very local, in that case, capital is not flowing that much for climate adaptation, which is much more critical for a developing country like us, which are vulnerable to climate change because of our geographical location, our per capita income low, and government has a limited fiscal ability to invest heavily in climate adaptation. Because most of the climate adaptation are public goods in the sense that these are not really commercially viable. So maybe a seawall, if somebody, maybe Mumbai may be thinking about building a seawall after 10 years or 15 years or so that they can protect the city and all the real estates invested in Mumbai. So they may be thinking. So I'm pretty sure that after 20 years you will see a seawall surrounding Mumbai. So, but you see, and more importantly, you see that climate adaptation projects are not commercially viable. One of the reasons is that you cannot identify who are the beneficiaries and what is the price of each beneficiary can pay. And since it is a public good, so it will be financed by the public sector. The money will come from the public sector, where it's a big challenge also, because the climate adaptation and development are very integrated in nature. So there is a lot of correlation between these two economic activities. You will see a lot of public capital is flowing. Public capital will flow, but it has not started. So it will be interesting to see in the future that how government is reacting to climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation, particularly government of India, where the fiscal stability is a big issue. Everybody, when the fiscal deficit is crossing 4.5%, so there is a, okay, you already crossed 4.5% of fiscal deficit, what are you going to do? So the IMF or the rating agencies are going to reduce our credit rating, which is a big concern for us. So there we'll see that how they are basically balancing both climate mitigation and climate adaptation. I think India should be much more concerned about climate adaptation rather than climate mitigation. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jena. I think what you touched there were very basic economic principle, and in a way that they talked about specific sector and elaborated on them, I guess. Especially where you're talking about the deficiency of funding, research and development, the long-term funds not being there, and all that thing. If we remember our basic finance, we always say that research and development is what funds our technological advantage and technological factor in that whole equation of GDP. So, that goes a long way. My next question is to Mr. Singh. If the scale of climate finance is to be met, a major proportion is to come from institutional investors. In the past, we have seen that institutional investments have come, but not at the scale that is required. What can and should be done to increase this scale? Mr. Singh.
Yeah, so thanks, Aditya. I would still like to break it down into different sectors, because different sectors are at different stages of maturity, and institutional investors look at these at different, or maybe I can break it down in the form of, let's say, a 3x3 matrix. So if I talk about renewables, it's basically a problem of quantum. It's basically where you are not seeing the quantum per the required targets is not flowing. So the finance is flowing at majority at attractive rates, and that's visible in the both the sides when I said the ratings as well as the to give you an example, today when the banking system is flushed with a lot of cash and lot of liquidity out there that's being removed because of the macroeconomic conditions. But 3 months back, we were seeing the PSU banks were fighting for loans with the NBFC loans. So let's say a loan had come at 9%. PSU banks were able to undercut it and do it 8%, and in some cases even lower. So I won't quote the rates and other things, but this is what's happening out there. So you could see a lot of finance interest into these areas, especially when you see the renewables. But when we see, I would say, the other parts of the sectors or the economies. So sorry, I missed the second part of the question. So yeah. Sorry, you are on mute.
Sorry, yeah. So it's the same question. I mean, what can be done and should be done to increase the scale? I mean, the scale of institutional investment.
Yeah, so because we are speaking of, let's say, these large scale projects or I would say infrastructure projects. So what typically happens is the construction risk or the other risk is taken up by the banks. Let's say 3-4 years, you would be having the banks taking the exposure, and they usually then the role of institutional investor comes in. It could be in the form of a I would say a bond. So something, let's say maybe green bond that's coming up internationally or domestically, that would be refinancing this, and you would be allowing the banks to take on the new project loans. But this is something that's not happening domestically. So if you look at how the power sector is placed, it's basically entire power sector exposure of all the scheduled commercial banks today is somewhere around $80 billion. And if you add the PFC and the REC to it, so another $95 billion. So roughly $170 billion are there in the sector, both in generation, transmission, and distribution, or in all three of these segments. And if you compare it with the scale of requirements, somewhere around $200 billion just in generation for RE targets in the next 8-10 years. So there is a mismatch out there. And this is where the role of these institutional investors do come in. But Indian bond market, typically, if I speak of the domestic bond market, there is nothing below AA. Because it's a 2 trillion bond market with almost sovereign bonds, another $450 billion of corporate bond. Everything is AA and above. And if you look at the renewable market players, they are just hitting the zone where they could raise the bonds domestically as well. But there is still a nudge, as well as the comfort of I would say the fixed income friends in the mutual funds and all those guys to come in and start investing into these types of projects. So which is where the gap lies. And if I talk about the international side of it, so if I say the bond, so both on the side of the bond market, last year was a phenomenally good year for the country. And we saw that around renewable energy players raised around $5 billion, just the players raised around $5 billion worth of bonds. And so that amount was used to refinance these loans. So new projects were refinanced, as you could see. Similarly, but this year, the amount of issuances is zero. And the reason is because of the macroeconomic conditions that Suranjali can better explain, that how the interest rates at the Fed has really, and we are and the difference between the Indian 10-year yield vis-a-vis the US 10-year yield is at a historical low of 400 basis points roughly, and why the investors are not looking into developing economies and all those bits. So institutional investors do come in, but they come in with certain typical, I would say, requirements. So they can come in, you will need some policy nudges, you can bring down. So this would require long-term solutions. So long-term solutions, one, in short term, you could do, let's say, credit enhancement, some subsidized and all those. But for long-term, let's say, if you have to bring down the bond market to AA and below, you will have to make sure that you have a working system that could make sure that the bonds that are rated BBB, or there is a recovery mechanism. And India, though has placed in a mechanism that could allow you to, once you go default, but it's still early days. And once those are figured out, so something on those lines could really make sure that the institutional investors start coming in. And to answer Suranjali's questions around which numbers are the best, though, so you can address it by, I would say, the transparency in the report will answer your query, which numbers are the best on the net zero and why there is a shortfall of $3.5 trillion in those numbers, and as to how those could be made sure. Because I divert slightly, so GFANs and others have come up with their pledges that roughly $130 trillion finance managers have come that they will be investing into net zero and all other things. So why they don't pick up in India is because is it meeting the risk return appetite? So those small nudges that could make sure that the role of public finance will come in those aspects, which Mr. Jana also talked about, that how you could make sure that these investors are pooled in and made sure that they meet the required returns, or MDBs coming in, which are currently not working properly or not functioning the way they should. So these are the various nuances that could make sure that the institutional investors come in and pool into the money that's required by the various sectors. And so I gave you an example of renewable energy. Similarly, could be around access to finance. So I can speak about, let's say, 2 or 3 wheeler guys. So for EVs, for whom today it makes the most sense is the Swiggy guy that's delivering the food to your house, just because the TCO of a EV is the lowest. But he does not have a credit history out there. So nobody is really funding him out there. So there could be mechanisms where you could make sure that the institutional investors could take in an exposure at a broad level, maybe at let's say some large NBFCs and all those, but that would require some guarantees to come in. So the role for institutional investors could be there, but it would require certain specific mechanisms that could make sure that their return and risk appetite, as well as their, we were talking about the size of the exposure, is met. So let's say pooling in a lot of NBFCs, which are the delivery mechanism for these type of transaction, low ticket size, 80,000, 70,000 types of things, where the institutional investors can come in. And so there could be really a large number of interventions that could be coming into the field based on the sector that we are talking of. So these were the 2 examples that I used.
Definitely. I mean, what you touched upon is like, especially at the end, for like the mismatch between the people who need credit and the agencies that are providing credit, and need for a backstop is especially prevalent even in even in microfinance for that matter. Now moving on to my next question. My next question is addressed to Dr. Tandon. How is the current policy landscape in India in terms of support for transition finance? Is it supporting the investor, project developers, and proponents, or can also be discouraging as well? Sometimes considering that we have witnessed policy inconsistencies and flip-flops in the past. Dr. Tandon.
That's an interesting question, Aditya. I would answer it this way, to say that there are legacy challenges, as you mentioned, with different kinds of laws being applied, different kinds of procedures existing. Those exist and continue, and even the foreign investors tend to raise this multiple times as impediments to investing in a country like India. But if we were to look at just sustainability, and we were to look at what's being done in the space of green, I do see some advancement in terms of nudging businesses to respond better to the needs. So Neha's probably already spoken about it. There's the BRSR. You also have the green bonds framework in India, which large corporates are relying on to make issuances for specific purposes. Then you have companies reporting their in some companies are reporting their carbon footprint, and so you have some kind of progress. We also mulling over, I think, a very important element of this piece is the carbon markets. Because so far, you can make companies and private agents do whatever you like, only as much through regulation. And putting a price on carbon actually can trigger a very swift change, because it actually is a charge on behaving unsustainably. So I think there's a thought there as well. So I feel that there's enough push from the policy side. Another grievance that investors have is that there should be clarity on what is sustainable or sustainability linked investment. Neha is the expert here on taxonomy. So there's been thinking around that, and perhaps we might see that soon. So I would say that there is push from the policy side, which is to bring in more capital through a shift in rules, in regulations. But at the same time, the legacy issues that existed in the past still need to be addressed. We also have an interestingly a new regulator called the IFSCA. And because it's a unique regulator, which can do things in addition to what the onshore market in India, the way it's regulated, the IFSC has taken steps, which is to reduce level of regulations or controls on capital. It provides a market for hedging against foreign currency risks. And for investors that want a certain rate of return, the tax breaks provide that additionality in the return. So I would say that all of those add up on. It's a +1 on sustainability, but on all the other regulations, there's still I think much to be done, and how these two will work in tandem to determine how much capital we get for net zero.
Thank you. My next question is to Mr. Jena. What sort of role do you see financial sector regulation play in mobilizing climate finance? Because there is a traditional school of thought that finance regulations should only focus on economic factors like managing inflation, etc. Do you expect the regulators to take a bigger role and maybe include the climate and environmental factors in the regulation? If yes, what changes do you see in the regulation going forward?
Okay, and the financial sector, actually, the regulator's job is to mitigate the risk in the system, not to help the climate change. So actually, in our ecosystem, so including me also, all the time we advocate that how the financial regulators can help us in mitigating climate change risk. Although, I mean, empirical, some academicians are also studying how climate change, the economy or financial system is closely integrated, and climate change can also destabilize the financial system. So theoretically, they have a role to play to reduce the riskiness or the exposure of the real sector to climate change risk. Some of the things have already been discussed. For example, the BRSR, where the Security Exchange Board of India. So they have come out with BRSR, which will definitely help, since there is asymmetric information gap between the investors and the corporates who have listed themselves in the stock market, as well as the bond issuers. So after BRSR, you will see that a lot of disclosure will happen, particularly in the annual report, and they have to. I mean, it's mandatory to disclose those kind of data points, which will help the investors to make informed decisions, which are absent earlier. And although there are large corporates who are voluntarily disclosing those data points in their corporate reports, but those voluntary data points were not consistent, those are not comparable, and those are not audited as well, because it is voluntary in nature. So nobody was sure that whether the data points are correct. So there is so much of inconsistency that you cannot compare one company to another in the same industry. But the BRSR, which just released last year, so which has become mandatory for our top 1,000 companies, so which will help the investors in assessing the riskiness of the companies to climate change risk, as well as the kind of opportunities those companies have, because climate change is not only about risk, there are opportunities as well. But the critical point is that whether the investors in India are really bothered about climate change risk, because I mean, empirically or academically, it is not proven yet whether investors in India are really concerned. I did some dummy, or you can say basic elemental research 1 year back. I did find out that the Indian investors are really concerned about climate change risk. So that's not the story. But hopefully that once the disclosure in the BRSR is much more, it will help the investors in taking decisions. Secondly, on the other side, the central bank, I mean, Reserve Bank of India, particularly it has changed drastically, because 2 years back, in their banking report, Reserve Bank of India has stated that climate change is a systemic risk to the financial sector here in India also. Particularly, they have integrated how it is going to affect the economy, particularly the agriculture sector, and down to the financial system. They have categorically stated 2 years back in the bank report. And we have also heard a lot of statement by the deputy governors also, that how climate change is a risk and what Reserve Bank of India is going to do. But surprisingly, Reserve Bank of India joined a international, I can say, mechanism or standard authority like NGFS, Network for Green Financial System, last year, I think September 2021 or so. So here we saw a lot of changes in central bank, because central bank's job is to protect the deposit holders as well as the people who have saved money in the banking system. That's the primary job. Climate change is not the primary job. Even if we read the mandates of the central bank, that's the mandate, to protect the investors or the beneficiaries and to stabilize the financial system, not to accelerate capital flows for climate actions. But there are certain steps central bank currently taking which will help the climate change also. For example, many of you might know that 2 months back, Reserve Bank of India released a consultation paper on climate and sustainability risk. And surprisingly, we have never seen India's Reserve Bank of India come out with some slew of recommendations on climate change. So they have touched upon everything, starting with the role of the boards, the strategy, the governance, the data metrics, the risk management, and everything. They have categorically stated that that should be, climate change should be considered at a board level, which is essential. The reason is that when there is a policies is formulated at a bank level, those kind of policies give you a long-term trajectory. Because in the case of banks, since a small percentage of their capital is actually locked in climate change or climate actions, a large amount of capital is locked in for a short-term loan. So those kind of loans actually are not going to hampered by the climate change. I mean, even if it's going to be hampered, the impact will be very small. But at the same time, since banks are a main provider of capital, they would like to see the stability of the banks in the future as well. So that's the reason at the policy stage, banks have and Reserve Bank have suggested the board should take appropriate step at the policy step. Secondly, on the strategy, they have also said that commercial banks need to identify people in the senior management who can see how these loans are disbursed. And most importantly, on the risk management side, because that's the role of the central bank, that to see that there is no financial instability due to climate change or risk or so. They have also suggested to come out with stress testing against climate change risk, because some of the banks, particularly in the UK and European Union, they have started doing that. On the hope that by doing all these risk management solutions, metrics, for the hope that the cost of lending for climate mitigating sectors will reduce, and cost of lending to climate or carbon emitting sectors is going to increase. If that's not happening, I don't think that central bank can help climate actions, because that's the objectives of this discussion of net zero ambition. For example, if the risk management framework the banks are currently using, and if they find out that carbon emitting sectors are not going to hit us severely or going to hit us extensively, they are not going to increase the cost of lending to climate carbon emitting sectors significantly. So it means that these sectors will continue to progress, they will continue to increase, and the carbon emission will continue to increase. But the other side, if the banks find that, like Vaibhav said, that they are commercially infeasible, commercially viable, there are many segments in the climate change space are not commercially viable. In that case, even if there is a central bank regulations or directive, and the banks still think that after taking into consideration of climate change risk, still those projects are not commercially viable. So it's not going to help. So at the end of the day, banks should consider those kind of risk in their lending decision, whether the interest rate is going to increase or going to decrease. In the case of carbon emitting sectors, the interest rate should increase, but that has not happened yet, and hopefully it will happen very, very soon. And in the case of in the case of carbon mitigating sectors, that rate should decrease. So that we should see from the banking sector if the central bank recommendations are really effective. But another critical point is on security on the two other important regulators like insurance regulators, PFRDA, like Pension Fund Regulator Development Authority, and EFO and Insurance Regulator Development Authority. Although they have come out with guidelines, particularly on the stewardship for the fund management company, from the insurance funds and mutual funds, as well as pension funds, they have come out with stewardship regulation 2 years back, and which have asked categorically to the fund managers who are managing insurance funds, pension funds, and mutual funds to take into consideration sustainability in their portfolio or investment decision making. But it's not very, very clear because there is no penalty actually if the fund managers are not considering this kind of stewardship in their fund management. There is no penalty how they are disclosing to the pension holders or the insurance beneficiary. It's not much more clear. Although those kind of disclosure have been asked by central banks to the commercial bank, we have not seen that kind of disclosure disclosure recommendations have come from insurance regulators or pension fund regulators. We have seen some development in the UK and New Zealand because those regulators have already asked pension fund and insurance company to follow international practices like TCFD, but we have not seen from pension fund and insurance company here in India. One of the reasons I feel that since the pension fund, insurance funds, they basically invest in government securities, sovereign bonds. So they are not concerned about climate change risk issue. Because if you see LIC's $300 billion portfolio, 85% to 90% of money actually of LIC money is invested in Government of India securities. So they are not concerned about climate change risk because sovereign risk is not going to change drastically. So that could be one of the reasons they are not concerned. But I can see that if they take certain steps, so that will also help them because many of the insurance companies, they are sitting on the boards of these companies, or they are the large equity investors. They can nudge the top leadership or the management of the company to take actions on climate change because these are the players who are basically long-term security holders. Because if you see the investment strategy of pension fund and insurance company, their asset liability duration is very, very long, 10 to, I can say, 30 years or so. So in that case, since the liability duration is very long, they would like to see that what is the asset duration. They would like to see invest in asset whose duration is very low, very long, so that there is no duration mismatching in this kind of institutions. On the other side, since they have a large stake in this company as equity investors, they can nudge to the top leadership in the company to take climate action because they will not shift investment from one company to another company. I mean, you will not see that divestment happens a lot in the case of big institutional investors because they have a large stake in individual companies. So, and many of them, they have board seat also. They can nudge these investors, but I have not seen that kind of actions from any insurance companies or pension funds because they can nudge, they can protest. There are different ways the equity investors can do. Then on the other side, on the bond market, there are certain things they can do. For example, sustainable linked bonds. So that those are basically can come from the companies who can issue bonds as a good rating. But the other side, the bond investors can also play a very, very significant role, basically by integrating bond covenants. Because if you see the bond covenants, most of them are finance related. For example, your interest coverage ratio should be this much, the leverage should be this much, and you cannot divest, you cannot acquire. Those are the kind of statement you will see in the bond covenants. But there are not much non-financial things in the bond covenants. But there are certain things, for example, the bond investors can do. They can add carbon matrices, for example, or GHG matrices in the bond covenant. They can ask that over a period of time, you need to reduce your carbon intensity by this much, by let's say 10%, 20%, depending on which kind of companies is it in which industry and the duration of the bonds. For example, there are certain companies actually in the Europe, in the bond covenants, they have added the carbon emission intensity actually. I mean, one of the bond covenants is that if they cross the certain carbon intensity and they are going to, there is a put option in the bond covenant. Basically, they can use the proceeds of the money. They can say, okay, I'm going to sell that bond to the corporate, or the interest rate will increase. So it means that like leverage, whenever there is a trigger in the leverage, the company has to pay, because that interest rate is very, very dynamic in nature. So similar kind of covenants can be added to the bond market. Here, the insurance companies and pension fund, they can work together with corporates. How can they develop that? And there are other ways also. For example, like in pension fund and insurance companies, they can also ask the companies what are the things they are going to disclose, because it's essential. Definitely, many of these large companies, they're listed in the stock market. They are going to disclose according to BRSR framework. But will that be sufficient enough to help investors to make informed decisions? Because I think that many of the BRSR are static in nature. Static in the sense that many of them are historical in nature. They are not much more forward-looking. Because climate change we are talking about much more forward-looking in nature, because that will help the investors whether they are taking appropriate actions or so. So those forward-looking can also be pushed by the equity investors or bankers also, because all the bond investors as well, because they would like to say, if you are not disclosing on the forward-looking basis, it's not going to help us to make an informed decision, because we are not going to buy your asset, your equity shares or bonds. So those kind of, I can say, pressures and tools by the regulators will help them. But on the other side, there are some financial policies. I mean, many of things are already been discussed, whether we can use public credit guarantees. Bob said that the public guarantees is essential. Like Suranjali said, that whether how we can use public capital. Neha said about BRSR. So those are essential, but public capital has its own limitation. You need to see that what's the best use of public capital, which is different from financial sector, because when we're talking about financial regulators, they are theoretically independent of government. Because theoretically, I cannot say that practically. Sometimes government also nudges, pushes, or sometimes influences the financial regulators to do certain things to meet government agenda. But that doesn't happen. For example, in the case of priority sector lending. So although, I mean, you will see that priority sector lending is essential to provide priority sector lending for rural and agriculture sector. So you will see that certain things may change, that the climate mitigating sector, for example, may be a priority sector lending. But the question is that whether there is enough space available in the case of private sector lending, because it's already 40%. So you cannot ask banks to provide 50% to the private sector lending. So what will happen to the rest of the economy? So they also need capital. But you have to come out with something. For example, it's interest rates of mention. So in that case, who is going to provide capital? Thirdly, maybe public guarantee also. The question is that is in government of India ready to give so much of guarantee for climate actions? Because all the time, if you really count all the public guarantee, the fiscal deficit may be doubled or maybe increased by 1.3 times or more than that. So government of India is really concerned about that. So I cannot say that financial regulators definitely has a role to play, but I don't see that it has a large role to play to raise capital. For example, in the case of green bonds, because the green bond premium size, I think it is more or less gone. The reason is that there are noble investors who are initially buying green bonds, because those noble investors, they are thinking, so I'm doing something good for the society. And so that's the reason they are buying green bonds at a premium price. So those noble investors, their capital is already locked in green bonds, or they are going to use the proceeds of the money in new green bonds. So we are not seeing much more additionality in the case of green equities or green bonds. In that case, you need to see that whether there is a green premium which can be used by investors. But the only very good thing about these green bonds that you need to, I mean, sometimes because of this greenwashing concept, corporates maneuver. Sometimes they say that, okay, we are investing in green, but really, if you see that, if you dig further, they are not really investing in green. But this green bond framework or green bond principles will definitely help investor at least assure them that, okay, my money is going to invest in the projects which are green in nature. And since climate change risk is systemic in nature, my money is comparatively safe. In that case, whether there is a risk premium also, that's a separate question, because academically it's not proven actually whether green bonds is really offering you a better risk-adjusted return. That's the academic theory which suggests that. But on the other side, that the regulators need to think about the ESG funds in particular, because what is happening, ESG funds in 2020, we have seen, and beginning of 2021, no number of ESG funds launched, but I don't think a single ESG funds launched after June 2021. Nobody has launched any ESG funds. I'm surprised to know that why ESG funds, I mean the mutual funds here in India, they stopped launching ESG funds. Because the reason is that ESG funds, they plummeted. They underperformed in the market. So that's the real story. Another important point is that where these ESG funds are launching. So they're investing in technology companies, in banks, where the scope 1 and scope 2 emission is low. So they are thinking that I'm going to help help in climate action. That's not the thing. Here, the financial regulators can play a very, very important role, because retail investors in particular, they don't know. If somebody is saying that, okay, it's a green bonds or ESG funds, it is helping in climate action, but that's not the story, particularly in the case of ESG funds. Green bonds is much more clear, but in the case of ESG funds, that's the reason there are some regulations coming out in the European Union, and the financial regulators here in India should take appropriate action so that there should not be enough greenwashing. Once this hits the retail investors, they realize, they think that, okay, my money is not really going for climate action. I'm not going to put that money in this kind of, I can say, green funds or green investment funds or so. Their financial regulators play a very, very critical role. So I'll keep on discussing. I'm stopping here.
Thank you, Mr. Jana, for that very descriptive answer, very elaborate answer. I'll go to next to Ms. Kumar. I think a lot of panelists have talked about certain things about certain things that Ms. Kumar can talk more about. And in any case, I think we are kind of extending our time, and then I think this might be your last question for the session. So to Ms. Kumar, the current credit assessment methods, including credit rating, are biased towards traditional infrastructure and energy projects and could negatively impact the flows to climate finance projects. We have been hearing about green and ESG ratings, as well as credit assessment methods trying to internalize the climate and environmental externalities. How have these solutions fared till now, and what are the expectations going forward? I mean, these includes some of the things that Mr. Jana also talked about.
So I could simply the short answer is that Lavanya has already explained everything. So I could just say pass. I could simply say that. But I have to say that again, I think I will bring it back to the role of the regulators over here, because somewhere the risk of greenwashing and all of this claims that it is impacting, climate and climate finance is flowing in the right place, has legitimate concerns on the ESG side, like you mentioned. But what Lavanya said, and I'll pick up one sentence from there, and I will join it up with the tools and the new financial instruments that we have, which is thematic debt. Okay. He mentioned that, ESG funds are not doing very well and ESG bonds are perhaps, in a murky space, but green bonds are slightly, better off in that sense. And I think this is an important point to understand and differentiate when it comes to greenwashing. What happens in ESG is that there is no real mandatory assurance provision that is aligned to ESG reporting, and hence, and also some of the indicators, etc. I mean, the granularity you can always debate upon, but the market infrastructure isn't really, it isn't complete in the sense of enough assurance provision or mandatory assurance provision within the ESG space, and that has caused legitimate concerns about greenwashing, because people have used ESG frameworks to say something and do something else. So that's the story over there, which I think will get sorted with a little bit of regulatory or mandatory aspects going along the way. But it happens. It isn't as if that when a market is growing that everything will be hunky-dory and everything when you say green is green. Okay, it happens, and the good part is that there is a lot more scrutiny of what is going on. So there are watchdogs, there are NGOs. They will really see everything that you are doing. So while this greenwashing is happening, there is also a lot of accountability questions that are being raised. There is also a lot of scrutiny, which is also happening. The interesting part of instruments like green bonds is that reporting or that assurance is, if you're even certifying yourself, that is inbuilt. So you have to necessarily verify it with the help of external verifier. Okay, if you're certifying your bond, and you have to necessarily report that the proceeds that you raised it for, they were properly allocated. So to that extent, that the risk of greenwashing is less in these instruments, which are pretty straightforward instruments, and they have this whole green bond framework, which makes it possible that the greenwashing risk is low. The other instruments that are coming into the market, which are actually getting picked up, okay, which are sustainability linked bonds, they again go into that ESG sort of a space, because those are general purpose bonds. You can raise the money, you can set certain targets, and if you achieve those targets, there is a step down of the coupon rate, and if you do not achieve those targets, there is a step up of that coupon rate. But nobody really knows that how credible are those targets, and so that space is still developing and evolving. So the idea that I was just saying that how robust are these methodologies, and I think it is an evolving space. SEBI has constituted certain committees, which are actually looking into ESG and credit, the role of the credit rating agencies. So there is concern on the side of the regulators that there should not be that kind of greenwashing, and what are the steps that can be taken. In terms of RBI, I think the consultation paper actually also goes into this direction when it talks about disclosure, and that kind of disclosure mechanism today. I think the consultation paper sort of gives you the indication where the regulator might want to land in a couple of years, 1 or 2 years. It has asked many questions whether it should be voluntary or mandatory, but the idea, that the kind of sense check that I'm getting is that it will probably become a mandatory requirement, even if it is not so in the first initial phase. And that mandatory requirement of disclosure gives you that kind of a check. The data quality may still not be great, but once the data starts coming out, you would have that check, the check system in place over a period of time, where those kind of things will improve. One thing, just the final point that I would like to comment. Sananjali mentioned that taxonomy aspect of it, and that's an important point to be mentioned. Now, whether and how fast we will get to that stage is still the question. From principle-based frameworks to more criteria-based frameworks, that again helps you reduce the risk of greenwashing, because the standards are pretty clear. And if we know those standards are commonly adopted, then that risk of greenwashing can reduce. In India does not have its own taxonomy just as yet, but Lavanya, Suranjali, me, CW colleagues have all been part of that process, which was instituted by the Ministry of Finance, and we hope that will come out. And again, those will again be linked with disclosures, because you can do all of that, but if there is no accountability, then there is no way to track the flow of funds, and there is no way to actually look at the risk management much more comprehensively, and really the purpose of it slightly gets defeated. I think I'll stop there. I do not know whether I've answered your question correctly, but it is probably the last thing as we are coming up on time. I stop there. I mean, one could go into credibility and scenario and forward-looking scenarios, etc. a lot, but I think those have been touched upon by each one of us in different ways.
No, I mean, yeah, it touched upon all the aspects that I could think of. And thank you everyone for the elaborative and descriptive and informative session. I'll hand over this to Sanita now.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. It was a breathtaking session, but due to this time constraints, we have to, wrap it off. And I started off by saying that the best way to predict the future is to create it. And we believe that India, by declaring its net zero target, has set on a trajectory to write down its own future. And it depends on us now that how do we contribute our bit into this target and, create a brighter future, not for just us, but for generations to come. Well, once again, I would like to thank everyone for joining amongst us. And thank you so much again for joining in IIM Lucknow. And I look forward to hosting you all in the next session, coming forth at 6:30 onwards with Ms. S. Vidyanathan, Global Decarbonization Head Shell, in discussion with Mr. Dhruv Malik, Sustainability Strategy Accenture, on the topic, the future of oil and gas, decoupling future growth with profits. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Neha ma'am, Lavanya sir, Swanjali ma'am, and Vaibhav sir, and Aditya, obviously, for joining amongst us and deliberating on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Meet Per and Christelle. They are working to cut carbon dioxide or CO2 emissions from the cement industry. Using capture technology, specialist ships, and undersea storage. Because while cement helps build the world around us, homes and offices, bridges and canals, roads and runways, the cement industry emits up to 7% of all carbon dioxide emissions globally. So, Northern Lights, a partnership between Shell, Equinor and Total Energies, supported by the Norwegian government, has come up with a way to help customers, like Heidelberg Cement, cut them.
I feel we have a huge responsibility as one of the big emitters, but also for me as a person.
This is Per Brevik of Norcem, Norway's biggest cement producer and part of Heidelberg Cement Group. At their Brevik plant, he's the man with a CO2 capture plan.
We will capture 400,000 tons, which is 50% of our emissions.
That's 400,000 tons of CO2 emissions per year.
Cement starts with a lump of rock, limestone, and it's quite a process going from this to this.
It sure is. To make cement, limestone must be crushed and
economy based on sustainability.
and Christelle. They are working to cut carbon dioxide or CO2 emissions from the cement industry. Using capture technology, specialist ships, and undersea storage. Because while cement helps build the world around us, homes and offices, bridges and canals, roads and runways, the cement industry emits up to 7% of all carbon dioxide emissions globally. So, Northern Lights, a partnership between Shell, Equinor and Total Energies, supported by the Norwegian government, has come up with a way to help customers, like Heidelberg Cement, cut them.
I feel we have a huge responsibility as one of the big emitters, but also for me as a person.
This is Per Brevik of Norcem, Norway's biggest cement producer and part of Heidelberg Cement Group. At their Brevik plant, he's the man with a CO2 capture plan.
We will capture 400,000 tons, which is 50% of our emissions.
That's 400,000 tons of CO2 emissions per year.
Cement starts with a lump of rock, limestone, and it's quite a process going from this to this.
It sure is. To make cement, limestone must be crushed and baked at up to 6 times the heat of a pizza oven, which splits it into calcium oxide and carbon dioxide.
This process, this split, is unavoidable. We haven't found another way to do it without CO2 emissions.
So, to stop this CO2 being emitted into the atmosphere, Per and his colleagues have come up with a clever plan.
We are building a new plant aside the cement plant where we are going to take out the CO2.
And this is the technology behind it. The CO2 emissions from the factory will be diverted into a processing unit where the CO2 molecules are absorbed by a liquid. Next, steam separates the CO2 from this liquid before the CO2 is compressed at high pressure, liquefying it, ready for transport.
After we have captured and conditioned the CO2, we have done our part of the work.
This is where Northern Lights will come in, pumping the liquid CO2 onto a ship and sailing it around the coast of Norway for permanent storage. Enter Christelle Lampton, Technical Director of the Northern Lights joint venture.
So here we are at the building site of the receiving terminal for Northern Lights, where the captured CO2 is being delivered into temporary storage tank.
From these storage tanks, the liquid CO2 will travel 100 kilometers through an undersea pipeline, where it will be injected 2.6 kilometers below the seabed and stored permanently in a rock formation.
The capacity of the phase 1 of Northern Lights is 1.5 million tons per year. With demand growing, we will expand the terminal capacity of between 6 and 7 million tons per year. And this will hopefully provide a storage solution for other industries like steel, waste incineration, chemicals.
By capturing the CO2, we can produce low-carbon products, and we will contribute to a low-carbon economy based on sustainability.
Meet Per and Christelle. They are working to cut carbon dioxide or CO2 emissions from the cement industry using capture technology, specialist ships, and undersea storage. Because while cement helps build the world around us, homes and offices, bridges and canals, roads and runways, the cement industry emits up to 7% of all carbon dioxide emissions globally. So, Northern Lights, a partnership between Shell, Equinor and Total Energies, supported by the Norwegian government, has come up with a way to help customers, like Heidelberg Cement, cut them.
I feel we have a huge responsibility as one of the big emitters, but also for me as a person.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, Dhruv. How are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay, I'm trying to start my video. It's telling me something like the host has. Oh,
ma'am, you have video sharing rights. I think we can see your video.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Hi, Dhruv. How are you?
Hey, hi everyone. Good morning, good evening.
Yeah, good morning to ma'am.
Hey, for some reason I can't start my video. So
Ma'am, we can see your video.
We can see you now. Earlier
You
it
can
was
see
a
me. Okay,
black
that's
screen.
so weird because it says, I'm getting this video stop sign on my screen. Anyway, yeah. How's everyone?
Hi, ma'am. So we have Tanishq here who is going to do the introduction of the topic and for you both. And we'll be starting in another 4 minutes because the timing is from, I think, 6:45. Yeah. So I think we can wait for another 4 minutes for people to join in. And yeah. So I'll take a leave now and hand over the mic to Tanishq. Tanishq is yours. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome to IIM Lucknow. Thank you so much.
No, it's a pleasure. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much, Vasundhara. Hello, ma'am. Hi, Dhruv.
Hi.
So we'll just wait, as Vasundhara said, we'll just wait for 4 minutes and then we'll start.
Absolutely.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tanish Gupta, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all to Business Sustainability Conclave, Sanrakshan. The conclave is a joint initiative between the students of IIM Lucknow Sustainable Management Program and the Center for Business Sustainability. Sanrakshan means protection, and this word captures the essence of this event perfectly. There is a growing need to protect people and the planet while increasing the profits. And this is what we are going to discuss in today's fireside chat: the future of oil and gas and decoupling its growth with profits. Directly and indirectly, the oil and gas industry accounts for 42% of the total emissions. And with a global push towards decarbonization to achieve the 1.5-degree target, there is an urgent need to reduce these emissions. Thus, to play its part in this the oil and gas sector must reduce its emissions by at least 3.4 gigatons a year by 2050, which is a 90% reduction in current emissions. And today, to discuss on how oil and gas industry is tackling this situation, we are honored and elated to have with us Ms. Sri Vidya Vaidyanathan, the Global Head of Supplier Excellence at Shell. She has a diverse experience of 20 years in areas such as business planning, business supplier relationships, and global category management. She believes in developing innovative business models by meshing technology, business strategy, and supply chain. She is known for her in-depth knowledge of energy value chains. At Shell, she works closely with sales, procurement, and supplier teams to identify and implement decarbonization initiatives. Her colleagues appreciate her for her voracious learning ability and support she lends to develop people and foster them. We also have our beloved alum, Mr. Dhruv Malik. Dhruv is from the very first batch of PGPSM and is a perfect example of holistic personality. From being the first gold medalist to being one of the 100 leaders of tomorrow at the 46th St. Gallen Symposium, he has a long list of achievements. And he did all this while being a member of the placement committee. Currently, Dhruv is a sustainability strategy manager at Accenture and an SME in the decarbonization space. He has worked with several clients on their net zero strategies and engagement with the leadership to get buy-in for climate commitments like near-term net zero and RE100. He has a diverse professional experience of 9 years across operations, finance, and consulting, with last 6 years spent in management consulting. With this, I would like to hand over the stage to Mr. Dhruv.
Thanks, Tanish, and welcome, Sri Vidya. Really great to have you, share your experiences today. And thanks everyone who's joined the session. Just to lay some context, maybe I'll spend a couple of minutes. So I think just discussing about the topic, right? So, I mean, since the start of civilization, we saw that the major civilizations actually were on the banks of rivers, and that's where they flourished. At one point in time, India actually accounted for 25% of the global GDP, right? And the Industrial Revolution actually changed a lot of that. And over the last 2 centuries, we can say that access to energy is actually very closely correlated to GDP growth. So that's what we've seen over the past. And the topic is actually around how do we decouple, that kind of a dependence. And that's where, I mean, there are a lot of numbers out there. And Tanish was also mentioning some of those things in terms of what the oil and gas industry needs to do. And that's where, there was this report calling out that there are 100 top companies which account for 71% of global emissions, right? So that's where, there is a lot of emphasis on what oil and gas can do. So the aim of the session is actually to talk about what is that next phase of growth for the human civilization. And at the same time, how can the oil and gas industry and more broadly, the whole ecosystem around it support that, change which is required to decouple growth and emissions. So with that, I think we'll get into our discussion, and that's where we can start off with something very, I would say, introductory. So, Srividya, I'll start with, just understanding from you, like according to you, what does it mean to decouple economic growth from emissions? And do you think that net zero commitments are actually helping in achieving this decoupling? So net zero is an initiative, or rather a commitment by SBTi, which has really picked up since COP26. I mean, it was around before that also, but after COP26, a lot of companies have committed, a lot of investors have pushed companies to commit, and so on. So that's where I think two-part question, like one, what does that decoupling mean? And then maybe it's net zero or any other commitment which you feel like, how are they helping in that kind of a transition?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you very much. Very happy to be here. I hope everyone can hear me all right. Yeah, brilliant. So, so I think you mentioned that, Sanrakshan means protection. Actually, I want to add a slight nuance to it. Samrakshan means protect well. Yeah. So anytime you add the prefix "sam" to something, then it becomes protect well. So it's really cool when I learned from Vasundhara about this program, that it's not only just offering theory on kind of how you go about with sustainability, but also coupled with practical experience, which means that I'm really talking to a group of people that's going to come out there and protect the environment well. So I'm really, really happy. Yeah. And I think, frankly, India has a major role to play in all of this. So, Dhruv, I know you wanted to mention what's the future and does commitments work and etc. So, I think commitments goes in two parts. So, one is individual commitments and corporate commitments. Yeah. And from an individual standpoint, I think India and its culture has a big role to play. Even if you think about some of the earliest learnings coming out of the Indian culture, I mean, we talk about environment protection in multiple ways. There's a shloka in the Bhagavad Gita that goes, Annat bhavanti bhutani parjanyat anna sambhavaha yagyat bhavati parjanyaha yagya karma samudbhavaha, which really means that we are able to get food on this planet because of the grace of nature, which basically gives you rains. And it's an individual duty for everybody to then contribute back to nature so that we can continue to sustain this beautiful planet that we have. So I think young people like yourselves have a big role in terms of taking that forward into this. Okay, so how do I think about commitments and net zero, and is net zero really feasible, etc. Right? One of the things that's beautiful about what Shell does is we don't think about big problems like net zero in a linear way, right? Shell is known for its scenario-based thinking, and these scenarios have been, increasingly accurate in terms of predicting how the world could shape. Yeah. So right now, we in consultation with MIT have developed 3 scenarios. Yeah, and there are 3 scenarios. 2 of them are completely undesirable, and one which is a desirable scenario. I'll talk to you about that. Yeah. So what we believe is, as a result of the commitments and the result of the push and the increasing awareness that we've got to do something if life needs to continue on planet Earth, there is a movement towards sustainability. So the question is not whether are we going to decarbonize, but it's are we going to decarbonize at what speed? Yeah. So that's the nuanced thinking that we're coming up with. And the 3 scenarios we talk about are, by 2100, what kind of an effect can we have on emissions? So we've got an islands and waves scenario. I won't go into that much because it's not a very desirable scenario by any shape or means. But as students of sustainability, I really encourage you to go out to the web and understand, what's behind these scenarios and what's, what could be the world if those scenarios play out. But the scenario that we're hoping will play out is what's called Sky 1.5. Where we believe that by 2100 and by accelerating the pace of net zero emissions, we'll be actually able to limit emissions to 1.5 degrees above the temperature that's there in the pre-industrialized world. Yeah, and that requires concerted action amongst everybody. So action from the government, action from individuals, and action from corporations, because we also understand that in order to achieve the growth that the population needs. I mean, there's one number which says that, the population of the Earth could be something like 11 billion, by that time. that means an increasing need of energy. Yeah, I mean, energy is something that drives economic growth, that drives better livelihoods, and the Sky 1.5 scenario that we are working with actually tells us, what are the energy mix of the future that we need in order to be able to service the energy needs of a growing population with a sustainable way. Yeah. And that's where the commitments come in, right? So when there's a collective movement towards everybody committing towards certain standards, then you are able to actually accelerate that pace of decarbonization. Yeah. And the way we think about it is, in order to be able to achieve that Sky 1.5 scenario, energy mix that we have needs to dramatically change, right? From a fossil fuel based economy to one that's more sustainable. And the types of technologies that we believe has a major future is, clearly electrification. So the adoption of electrification has to dramatically increase. There are sectors though where electricity is not an option. So in those cases, bioenergy has to be, adopted in a significant way, and hydrogen. Yeah. So these three, we believe, would have to play an increasing role in the energy mix of the future, so that we can actually achieve that Sky 1.5 scenario. Yeah. So that's how I think about it, and reflecting that commitment to the Sky 1.5 scenario is how Shell has shaped our corporate strategy. Yeah. I mean. So our strategy right now says we power progress, and there are four pillars to powering progress. So one is shareholder value, and the second one is clearly around powering lives, which is how do we do this in a way that we also impact positively the livelihoods of the people we touch. The second one is achieving net zero. Shell's made a clear commitment that we would want to be a net zero emissions business by 2050 or sooner. Yeah, I'd really like to underline that. And finally, it's about respecting nature, working with the circular economy, water and all these other things. So in a way, it's not just about shareholder value alone. Yeah, it's shareholder value with these elements. And those elements are increasingly playing a role in terms of how we generate shareholder value. Now, I say this because, I've been with Shell 21 years, and there have been, and this is my personal view, it's not been this way in Shell or in the energy industry in the past. Yeah. So in the past, I think I've lived through some slogans where we've even said, more upstream, profitable downstream. Well, that's neither here nor there, right? I mean, it's not a strategy that I could personally sign up with, versus powering progress is something completely meaningful. Yeah, I could sign up to that and say, yes, I agree with that we as a responsible energy company need to be doing our best to provide the energy solutions that the world needs, but in a sustainable way. Yeah. So I hope that kind of gives you how I think about this. And I once again encourage you to go out on the web and read the Shell scenarios. It's very interesting in terms of how the world might come up with. In the past, we've never published these scenarios because they used to be for internal consumption, but we've gone out there and actually put that out there. So you can see, based on the choices that we could make, how the energy systems of the world could behave and what impact it might have on temperatures. Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. I think one recurring theme which I heard was about powering progress, right? So, I mean, we are talking about decoupling growth, and again, you're talking about progress. So, I mean, traditionally, we talk about growth equating to progress, but maybe in 2050, right, there might be a scenario where we need a different definition of progress, success for an economy or for a company, right? And you did touch upon shareholder value, right? So shareholder value has been strictly financial till now. So any thoughts on that? Like, we have these long-term commitments. We have some visibility till 2030, but maybe not till 2050, right? So maybe 20 years down the line, do you think there might be new metrics of success, progress, which companies would be held accountable to, or even countries would be held accountable to?
Yeah. So I think about it at two levels, right? I mean, clearly, I think companies will be held accountable for our ESG performance. Yeah. So, I mean, if you look at how the investment climate is shaping up and how individuals, I'm going to not even talk about, how the investment community, views companies, but let me understand how consumers look at companies, right? So I was very, very surprised when there's a bag of chips that we usually buy, kettle chips, and it's a good brand of chips. And just last week, I mean, you don't normally look at chips packets. It's going to have nutrition information, which basically tells you that eating chips is bad, which I have a hard time convincing my teenagers to understand that. But I happened to just turn its back, turn the chips packet on its back, and it had like a big commitment on sustainability, right? It had, what basically Kettle Chips is doing in order to promote sustainable agriculture, what it's doing to make sure that, the impact on the environment, so including carbon offsets, how are they making sure that, they do produce this chip in the most sustainable way. And, that made me feel good, yeah. I mean, it didn't make me feel good that I'm eating chips, but at the same time, it made me feel good that I'm actually, eating chips from a company that's actually producing it in a sustainable way. The reason I say that is it's not just about regulation and what companies want to do, but it'll be about what consumers demand that we do. Yeah. So I think you will see that there is a big movement where individuals and consumers are demanding that companies behave in ways that are sustainable, in ways that are protective of the environment, in ways that actually do good. Yeah, and therefore, if you have to be a profitable company, which I think we need because private enterprises and companies actually foster growth along with government initiatives, then you will need to be able to look the consumer in the eye and be able to tell them that we are actually doing the right thing. Yeah. So otherwise, I think companies will not, there'll be huge reputational issues on companies. Yeah. So that's from an individual consumer level. And I also see that, regulators and investments and people that provide capital will increasingly look for standards of companies that we can actually be able to demonstrate. And this is not just words. Huh? I mean, in the future, I will see that there'll be clear demands on everybody to make sure that, there is a degree of compliance and we can actually demonstrate that very, very visibly. And that will help as well, in terms of keeping people accountable. And therefore, you will see that, it's not one of the things that we're trying to help our suppliers understand is decarbonization doesn't actually mean immediately a cost increase. Yeah. So there are ways in which you can achieve that so that there's a win-win solution. And that's what we're seeking to achieve is making sure that as we decarbonize the energy system, it's a win-win for our customers and as well as our partners, and we can actually work this together. So that's how I see it. That there will be not just demands from regulaters, but really the consumer will stop identifying or buying products of companies that are not walking the talk in terms of their sustainability commitments. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've touched upon a lot of stakeholders, and since you drive a lot of the supplier engagement, so I'm really obviously tempted to ask you a question on that front. So
Sure.
in terms of how suppliers contribute, right? So what kind of engagement and incentives do you think are needed to decarbonize the supply chain? I think that's one part. And beyond suppliers, if we think of it, there can be collaboration within the value chain, there can be collaboration across value chains, right? So what other forms of collaboration do you feel are really important for the industry to achieve net zero?
Yeah. Okay, so I think I'll take the first, I'll take the second question first, yeah? So I absolutely fundamentally believe that collaboration is necessary because this is a team sport, yeah? I mean, the sustainability cannot be achieved by individual companies just working in their own little silos, which is one of the reasons I encouraged you to play the Northern Lights video earlier. Yeah. So if you want to implement something as complex as a large scale CCS, then you need several parties to work together, right? So first is obviously the industry. The second one is clearly, working with the government. And thirdly, I think it's a consortium of energy companies. I think you might have heard that, Shell and Total and everybody else are working together in that venture, right? So collaboration is absolutely fundamental for us to achieve net zero. Because what will increasingly happen is, I feel that there's a big role that the energy companies play in this, but also there's an increasingly big role that the consumers and the suppliers play in that. So one example of where we're collaborating with our customers is kind of an alliance in the sustainable aviation area, where we've partnered with American Express Global Business Travel to be able to, advance the adoption of sustainable aviation within the aviation industry. Yeah? I mean, there are many examples like that. So Shell and IBM, we've come together to bring digital solutions to the mining marketplace through an innovative venture called Orin. You might want to take a look at that, right? So what we do there is we understand the needs of the mining sector. We work with companies like IBM to bring solutions, but it's not just about Shell and IBM. Yeah, it's also a place where other innovative startups, etc., can bring their solutions to the mining sector. And we hope that by this type of consortium thinking, you're able to actually, advance, accelerate net zero. So when it comes to suppliers, my belief, and I'm extremely partial to this because I'm actually in the field of supplier relationship management, I believe that, I think someone said this, I was at a procurement seminar earlier, and one of the speakers in that said, there's only one KPI in which I'm going to measure companies on how fast they'll be able to accelerate to net zero, and that's how many collaborative relationships they have with their suppliers. Yeah. Why do I say that? Because, I mean, everybody knows that scope 3 emissions is kind of the biggest contributor to a company's emissions. So if you think about it, right, the supply chain has a big role to play. And I think you can do that by a mix of incentives, carrot and stick policies, but also big collaboration. So when we think about our largest relationships, right, the relationship with our biggest companies, we believe that the thinking is not just about setting a target and holding them to account, but it's about what can we do together to advance this. So we have, several relationships with companies, some of it are announced like Siemens, Baker Hughes, etc., where we say together, how can we partner and pool our technological strength together so that we can advance decarbonization. In some other ways, it's about looking at efficiency. So what can Shell do in order to make so what are we doing in terms of, making the supplier inefficient and therefore, causing more emissions. So it's kind of like an operation efficiency play where we look at ourselves, we look at their operations, say, okay, collectively, can we take waste out of the system so that, we can come to decarbonization sooner. Sometimes it's about clear understanding of the supplier's problems and understanding how Shell can help, whether in terms of, a solution that we can bring or pointing them increasingly to other suppliers who may be able to help them. Yeah. So this is kind of orchestrating an ecosystem where, you can actually make progress. And finally, I think there's a place for incentivization. So if you have a really small supplier that wants to adopt, the zero solutions, then we need to be able to look at, areas like financing these things or some, in the supply chain, a lot of companies are paying with, advantageous payment terms, for example, right? So if you actually show commitment to your sustainability goals, then you can actually be paid sooner is one area. And then publishing our supplier principles, right? So what do we actually expect our suppliers to do? And a lot of companies are coming up with these clauses in contracts, etc., that says that if you want to do business with us, just like how we have contract clauses on, safety, etc., you will have to comply with certain environmental regulations. So I believe it's a mix of incentivization, clear language in the contracts, collaboration. So it's not like a operation efficiency. So it's a bespoke model that we need to implement when working with the supply chain. And underlying all of that, I believe, is a clear digital backbone that will help us to understand areas, where we can actually, where we need to work on to achieve this. Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic. I think you did cover, the spectrum of options which are there in terms of working closely with suppliers. So definitely, I think it's more of a carrot and stick kind of approach. So you covered a lot of, those things which come in. I think you did mention about how, technology has an important role to play. And, we see like some of the biggest companies in the world, like $1 trillion companies who are building a planetary computer, who are, looking at biodiversity loss or methane leakage, right? They're using satellites to do all of that. So, I mean, just on the technology front, definitely there's an important role of technology in accelerating the energy transition, right? So, just wanted to get your sense in terms of what are those technologies which potentially are ripe for implementation and scale up, and then looking long term, which are the technologies which seem to be most exciting to you?
Yeah, absolutely. So the way I think about it is there is technology that is essential to make sure that the energy mix that we desire for the future is actually a reality, right? So in that, I think one of the technologies that I believe needs a lot of investment and a lot of research is hydrogen technology. Yeah, because there are many sectors where electrification is not a possibility. Yeah, and therefore, hydrogen has immense applications, and hydrogen technology is one where we're still growing and learning. Yeah, I mean, the implementation of hydrogen is just beginning to appear in its nascent forms, and there are several ways in which you can actually bring hydrogen. So one, I mean, the blue, the gray, and the green, and all that. Yeah, and hydrogen electrolyzer technology is something that we believe is something that's fundamental to the energy transition, and that's where I think Shell's again partnering with a number of companies that have exciting technology in order to be able to advance this. Yeah, so you might want to look at a project called RefHyn and Holland Hydrogen that we put up in the Netherlands, which is I believe the largest implementation of hydrogen in the world to date. Yeah, so I think hydrogen technology is something we're very, very excited about, and one that we believe needs continued investment and partnership to be able to not just produce hydrogen, but also improve the adoption of hydrogen, in hydrogen fuel cells, etc., so that the applications of hydrogen can be adopted. The second area where I think technology plays a major role is actually in designing the fuels of the future. So the low carbon fuels. We already talked about where a biofuel plays a big way. Yeah. And that's where I think Shell Catalyst technology can be an extremely powerful way. I think we have a plant in Bangalore where we actually take municipal waste and with the help of our Catalyst technology actually convert that into a fuel that can actually be popped into cars. Yeah, I clearly remember when the inauguration of our Bangalore Center happened. We actually had a BMW car, and we filled it up with fuel from our technology, which was basically conversion of municipal waste, and we drew around the Bangalore office that way. So technologies that can actually accelerate conversion of biomass and municipal waste into fuels that can power power transportation is a big area that will see continued research and development. There's just a myriad of areas, but I'm going to touch on one that I think I'm particularly passionate about, which is actually digital technologies. Yeah, why is digital important? Because I think digital gives you smart ways in which you can adopt, or you can think about your energy consumption and means in which to reduce it. So anything in terms of like Oren, how do you bring marketplaces together, to bring technological solutions, data and analytics. If you want to really make big progress towards decarbonization, then you need to understand what your emissions are. Yeah, I mean, this is easier said than done because most companies do not have the means, and I'm talking more of the smaller companies. I think the larger companies are investing heavily in their data and analytics area to actually able to understand their emissions. But many companies don't have the wherewithal to do that. So how do we actually bring a clear understanding of the impacts of their operations to companies so that they can actually understand that and do something about it? Yeah. So I believe that data and analytics has a very, very big role in terms of laying bare a clearer understanding. And in supply chain, I think one of the big things that we care passionately about is traceability. Yeah. So why is traceability important? We believe that we might be able to get a good understanding of our immediate suppliers, but beyond that, there's multiple layers in the supply chain, right? So, the supplier's supplier, their suppliers, and anywhere in the value chain, right? You could have, you could be causing sustainability impacts, but also, impacts in other areas. So, for example, I think, one thing that's talked about is what about human rights, right? So we need to be able to ensure that the standards that we are posing on our own suppliers is also being carried through the supply chain. So traceability technologies and supply chain will, I think, play a very big role in terms of sustainability. Yeah.
So I think you touched upon a very interesting point, right? So when you go down to tier 3, 4, right? So that's where the suppliers become smaller and smaller, right? And they're often fighting for survival, right? In a changing economy and so on. So how do you address that issue, given that, they may not have the wherewithal to provide ESG disclosures or have the right mechanisms in place and so on? So the technology part for traceability is one aspect, but then, there could be softer elements in terms of providing them some support, upskilling them and so on. So maybe if you could touch upon that, like how, you reach further down your, value supplier base in terms of actually working with the ones who are pretty small and who have, other priorities, that I think would be quite helpful.
Absolutely. So I think that's where we believe that the industry and larger companies can be a force of good. Yeah. So if you think about it, the best parallel I can draw about is safety. Yeah. So the industry did come together to actually impose better safety standards. And we tried to inculcate that throughout the value chain, right? So not just that you do business with us, but we try to, look at safety records down the line and trying to make sure that our standards are actually carried through throughout. But you bring up an interesting point about incentives, etc. This is where I believe that it's got to be win-win relationships throughout. Yeah. So by demonstrating how we work with our suppliers, and hopefully the tier 2, to which I think we may have more visibility, those practices and standards can actually be carried forth, below in the supply chain, where you're right, we may not have full visibility. But one thing is about walking the talk and making sure that there are the right incentives in terms of, who we can influence, and then working then through industry consortiums and with governments to make sure that, overall the industry can be uplifted. Yeah. So that's where some of our advocacy positions go in terms of like safety, for example. And we see increasingly that same thing will also happen in terms of sustainability, where we have a sphere of influence within what we can do, but also increasingly we're working with other partners, governments, institutions, NGOs, etc., that we can actually improve our reach to well beyond our immediate sphere of influence and get those standards up and also provide the right incentives. Yeah, so that's how we see it. This is a very nascent area because I don't want to come here and claim that we have all the answers. So in fact, we're right now working on some of our strategic pieces, and one of the questions that we're trying to address is exactly that. Yeah, ethical leadership, transparency, and traceability. And we have identified some key areas where we believe that those are areas of concern and where we need to go out and make some clear improvements in terms of how we address that. Yeah, so I think more to come on this space. But what is very positive is there's an increasing understanding that you just can't stick to your own sphere of influence, and you have to be able to influence the supply chain, down to the tier 4, tier 5 level somehow. Yeah.
Thank you. I think you did mention something around, there are areas which are difficult to decarbonize, right? And if you're talking about net zero, right, it's like a 95% reduction in emissions, right? So that's not always possible. So, beyond your operations and value chain, beyond that, what are the areas where you feel that, there are additional options where the oil and gas industry can invest, where since that climate change is actually a global problem, right? So that's where you are allowed to offset 10% as per, the current guidance, right? So what are those options beyond your core operations and value chain, which you find to be really promising, at a global level?
Yeah. So one of the things, the way I think about it is, I think I was reading a paper in the World Economic Forum recently, right? It talks about carbon insets and offsets. I think that's where you're going with this question, yeah. And it was very interesting. They put it very simply, yeah. So either you do more good, which is in terms of you're insetting the operations, or you do less bad, which is kind of offsetting, yeah. I believe that both of them have a big role to play. It's not an either or, and we can't kind of pit one against the other. Yeah. So when it comes to what big energy companies can do, one of the things that I think we're heavily looking to is nature-based solutions. Yeah. So really making sure that because nature is actually the biggest solution to the carbon problem that we have. And one of the things that has happened in the past is a lot of deforestation and mindless agriculture practices. So we can do a lot in terms of making sure that we really support sustainable development and provide take on large projects that promote reforestation. And not only that, for example, recently I was involved in understanding some projects in North America where we were trying to work with large farmers that have extremely large tracts of land and trying to get them to sign on to sustainable farming commitments. Yeah, in terms of how have you used your land and what kind of agriculture techniques have you employed, and how is that contributing, and we are then able to work with them to be able to ensure that that is then an offering where we can not just promote sustainable agriculture, but then take that and use that in terms of providing carbon credits to others who can't. Yeah. Now I know that there's a lot of accounting backroom talk about is this good or bad, but I think about it in a very simple way. Yeah, there are many areas where people are not able to invest or directly impact their operations yet. I underline the word yet because the technology is still evolving. One of the reports that we looked into with BCG actually says that there is $11 trillion of investment that's needed in order to be able to come to the 1.5 degree commitment that we've all signed up to. And that's not something that everybody can do individually. And therefore, there is a role for offsetting. Yeah. So there is a role for a carbon marketplace where you've said that, hey, I'm trying my absolute best. Until I can't do that, I can take advantage of someone else that's able to do that in a better way for me. Yeah. So nature-based solutions, big impact. I think we already saw in the video about Northern Lights, carbon capture and sequestration. I think that has a very big role to play in terms of making sure that CO2 is actually taken out of the environment, and then individual incentives. So individual marketplaces, collective marketplaces, where you can actually be incentivized for doing the right thing, also has a big role to play. Yeah. So I think it's a combination of everything at this point. We can't pit one against the other because of the scale of the problem. We need all hands on the deck. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So with that, I would actually want to move to a few questions which have come from the audience. So maybe we'll get started. I'll probably bring in Tanishq in case there are more, which come in the next 10-15 minutes. So just we'll start with something, specific to India. So there's a question like, considering the current scenario in India, the tracking practices, regulatory frameworks are at a nascent stage. So how are companies planning to tackle Scope 3 emissions on their road to decarbonization? So I think the whole accounting question, which you were talking about, that's what the audience wants to understand from an India perspective.
Yeah. So this tracking question is something that I think is shouldn't stop us, from getting to net zero. So what I mean there is, I believe that, for instance, Shell has developed a tool called a Shell Energy Transition Hub, right? So anybody can sign up to that, and you will be able to plug in your operations, and you'll be given, education on how to, how to actually calculate your emissions. Yeah. So I think increasingly you will find that there are many companies that will come forward to help others in terms of their emissions tracking, and indeed providing a better emissions understanding. So it is completely at a nascent stage, and that's why I emphasize that developments together with the software industry and others can help with that. One of the interesting projects, not in the energy industry, but one in the consumer industry is the Walmart Gigaton project, and it's a very public announcement to what they've done, in terms of net zero, and they actually encourage everybody that works with them to actually self-report and do something about it. So until we can come to an actual tracking mechanism, then we must work with imperfect data, right? Including self-reporting and doing your best to understand that, and then move on with that understanding to actually work to decarbonize. Yeah. So yes, I think there is a role in terms of actually being able to understand it deeper. But in the absence of that, I think we'll have to work with imperfection. We should not say, oh, just because I'm not able to calculate it properly, we're going to stop, right? I mean, that's not the answer at all. Yeah. Yeah. So I think imperfection will lead to perfection. So we need to start where we are. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, just drawing a parallel from India. So recently, I think there has been a lot of concern about packaging. So we have a EPR mandate now, and companies have recycle content targets which are there, right? And generally, the brands are responsible in many cases in terms of what kind of packaging they're putting out there in the market. So do you expect something similar for oil and gas companies, where maybe there's a mandate on what percentage of your portfolio is, the greener fuels or cleaner fuels moving forward?
Yeah. So I think the net zero mandates per se is going to drive that, but I can also point to certain examples in the India context. Yeah. So first of all, you talked about packaging, right? One of the big things that we do in terms of our lubricants packaging, the bottles of lubricants that you can get, is to make them as circular as possible. So there's a big investment in circular plastics in terms of, the lubricant bottles and making them as sustainable as possible. In India, recently, we've started an initiative where we can collect the used oils. Yeah. So in the Shell mobility hubs, we'll be able to actually take the used oils and then regenerate them. So there's an alliance with a local Indian company where we actually collect that used lubricant, and then we are able to then reprocess that and make that more serviceable. So there's incentives like that where we're looking at more of a circular economy play. And then I believe this whole, when you talk about, standards and practices in terms of fuel, I also believe that the technology that I earlier mentioned about converting municipal waste into fuel is something that's very, very relevant in India context, because India has a big waste problem. Yeah. So being able to, impact that, and that's where I think if you look at it, we have a program called E4, Shell E4, where we identify promising startups that have a role in the energy industry, and then we work with them in terms of accelerators and provide them basically the funding that they need so that they can go then or move on to become bigger. So there's been several companies that have come out of the E4 initiative that have actually started to provide promising solutions in terms of these problems. Yeah, so it's everything. So I think what I'm trying to tell you here is, again, the thing that it can't be one or the other. There is a role in terms of how much sustainable packaging and how much sustainable fuel you put. There's also other incentives like promoting local technologies. That's very, very relevant, and also incentivizing others to come up with those solutions as well. So I think it's a big mix in the India context. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I think I'll move to the next one, and I think folks have been reading up a lot on Shell. So this one is actually around a recent announcement in India. So Shell actually announced setting up 10,000 charging points, I think this time in September,
Yeah.
right? So just a month back. And obviously Shell is claiming that the charging stations will be powered by 100% green energy. So at the same time, the majority of the business is still fossil fuels, right? So how is the organization maintaining that balance between the the new business and the traditional portfolio, which is already there?
Yeah, excellent question. So I think earlier I'd mentioned about the Shell scenarios, right? And what needs to happen in terms of the energy mix, right? So in our in our Powering Progress strategy, we have 3 pillars of the business. Yeah, so one's a growth business, another one is a transition business. We call it the transition pillar and the upstream pillar. Yeah, and what you will see increasingly start to see is that the growth businesses, which are which e-mobility is a big part of the growth businesses. I think we have an ambition to put up 500,000 charging points by 2025, I believe. Yeah, so e-mobility is a big part of our growth business. Why do we say that? Because there is increasing mandates towards electric vehicles. That's the right thing to do in order for us to be able to decarbonize not just our operations but also the customers' operations. So therefore, you will see that the mix of e-mobility will increase. At the same time, we see our upstream businesses, and you will see that we, as part of our strategy, we have confined ourselves to upstream positions where we believe that we'll be able to have an integrated offering. Yeah. So those businesses will continue to fund these growth businesses. And at the same time, you'll see that the share of upstream, as we move closer to 2050, will start to reduce in line with what we see in the Shell scenarios. Yeah. So it's the transition of the energy mix, right? So we see hydrogen, biofuels, e-mobility increasing, and we see the share of fossil fuels decreasing. Yeah. So that's kind of how it's going to shape out. Yeah.
All right. I think just staying on the EV topic, definitely I think that's a very prominent one right now in India, with a lot of models becoming mainstream. Now we are finding charging stations in the leading cities and so on. So I think there's another question. I think this would be more around, your supplier engagement hat, right? So that's where, obviously, there is a great push towards EVs as a sustainable transportation medium from a carbon footprint perspective, but there are human rights violations which are prevalent, in the supply chain, in materials like cobalt, obviously, which exist in just certain parts of the globe. And, there can be dangerous conditions, there can be issues around low wages and so on. So what are companies doing to address these concerns? Because they can be happening in very remote places, thousands of kilometers away. So yeah, keen to hear your thoughts on this.
Okay, so that's where the powering lives aspect of our strategy comes into play, right? I mean, let me draw a quick parallel. When Shell first came into India and we put up our mobility stations, when you came into a Shell service station, you had to actually, turn off your vehicle. You had to get down from the motorcycle, right? And you had to actually park it, and then there'll be a Shell person that will come and service that, and then it's kind of like, if you want to get service at a Shell station, then you need to follow certain safety practices, right? So what we saw is that, a positive impact that you had by coming in with your standards, that, slowly you're able to move the industry towards better standards. So as part of Powering Lives, there are, we've really taken it upon ourselves to address the issue of human rights very, very proactively. So for instance, we are trying to look at living wage conditions that not just our suppliers offer, but what their suppliers offer, right? And encouraging them to improve that. So when it comes to what happens in the remote parts of the supply chain that we don't have access to, that's where the traceability technologies comes in, right? So if we are able to really understand that, then I believe that positively as a consortium, working with exactly the types of, working with ourselves, our peers, the government, etc., and bringing in better standards, that we will be able to change that. Can we flip the switch and make that happen immediately? I think that is, nobody can claim that, but I do believe that as a result of coming in with a different standards, with a more, with the balance of incentives and penalties, that we'll be able to change that. Yeah. So that is where I get a lot of hope from, in terms of our experience in other areas where we've been able to make a positive impact. Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, ma'am. I think I'll pick maybe some of the questions from the live chat. So there's a question around how companies traditionally have been looking at, something like a marginal abatement cost curve, where they have initiatives which are, win-wins, like you mentioned some time back. So initiatives which will reduce emissions and they'll save costs. But as you look into more and more technologies, probably when you're going towards 80-90% decarbonization, that's when you enter technologies which would require a net cost at your end, right? So in your mind, when would oil and gas as an industry step into that area where they have to take up initiatives which are a net cost? I mean, in the traditional sense of the word, given that after a point in time, all those low-hanging fruits will get exhausted. So any thoughts on, based on the scenarios which you mentioned, let's say from the 3 scenarios which Shell has, is there like a tipping point after which, the cost will actually start adding up just to reach that deep decarbonization that is required?
Okay, I actually have an opposite view to that, yeah. So I actually believe that a result of scaling up these technologies, costs will actually decline. Yeah, because right now all of these technologies are not at scale, right? We're still in areas where you might be talking about, demonstration plans, or you might be talking about, small scale projects, etc. And that's where and we're still growing in our understanding of, these technologies. So again, I can only draw the parallels with what happened in terms of, our traditional businesses, right? And how costly it was to extract, fossil fuels, and what happened when technology started to scale, right? Technology like enhanced oil recovery, or, guided drilling, or whatever you can, right? So the cost actually declined. So similarly, I do believe that as we learn more and more about carbon capture, sequestration, as we learn more about hydrogen, as we learn more about biofuels, and really bring in this consortium thinking, that is where it's really critical that we work on it collaboratively, right? So it's not just one company alone. We'll have to bring in the collective minds of everybody in this, so that, clever ideas will come out of that. So this is my view, that as we continue to develop and scale and deploy these technologies and bring new thinking in, that it's actually going to be either cost neutral, or it's actually going to be like cost positive in terms of, a decline in cost from what we see now. So this is my view. Yeah.
I think that's an interesting point of view. So you were talking about sustainable aviation fuel, right? So actually right now it's at a stage where it could be 3 to 6 times more expensive, given that it's not being deployed at scale, right? And it's at a pilot stage. But maybe in 2030, 2035 is when we expect that the premium will not be prohibitive for companies who are committing to sustainable aviation. And that's an area where, a lot of companies like Accenture already have commitments, because they've already, achieved renewable energy in the offices, or they're very close to achieving that. And after that, just the business travel is a big driver of emissions, right? So that's where, due to COVID, a lot of reductions happened. Virtual working also exploded, but still there has been, I would say, upsurge in travel. There has been, some level of revenge travel, and that's where, options like sustainable aviation fuel are being explored. And once there is enough demand, that's where it will actually become more viable.
Exactly. I think so. Think about what happened when, marine fuel, right? I mean, I'm trying to think when it was. It's been such a long time, maybe 7 years ago, maybe even 10, when there was a mandate for all the marine, to change from high sulfur fuel oil to low sulfur fuel oil, and immediately there was this big brouhaha that, it's going to become a big impact, and shipping costs are going to increase. But the industry adjusted, right? People just stopped producing HSFO, and there's more LSFO, and because of the scale, I think it became more or less cost neutral. So I certainly subscribe to this fact that as you scale and as there's more demand, new thinking will come in, and we'll be able to produce this which doesn't have that much of a premium, to be honest. Yeah. Think about what's happening in the EV industry, right? I mean, Tesla is actually now pretty competitive compared to, some of the other cars in the market, right? It's happening everywhere. Yeah.
So I think final question from my side, before I hand it back to Tanish. So, I mean, there are cases where, you have a supplier and the supplier in itself is a big company, right? And I mean, they might have, massive revenues and you may not have a lot of degree of influence on them, right? But at the same time, that supplier could be a supplier for your peers also. So have you seen situations where, the industry has collaborated to, get a change being enforced in the industry? So, I mean, in oil and gas, I mean, there are a lot of engineering companies, there are field services companies, right? Who might be getting, 10% of revenue from 10 big oil and gas companies, right? So one individual company may not have the influence, but as a group, you can, have an influence on those companies. So have you seen any instance where the industry is coming together to influence the suppliers, or I mean, it could even be the regulators, right? To get the action done, which they can't do individually.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's where I think you have all this focus on the hard to abate sectors, right? I mean, steel, cement, marine. Marine is a clear case where I think we've really come together as an industry to impose better standards. Yeah. Even in automotive, in terms of emissions control, I think there's been. So if you think about how we work, you might think that the oil and gas or the previous oil and gas industry and now the energy industry has been very insular, but actually, we've got a long track record of working as industry consortiums, So we've got really in our DNA that, we will be working together. And that's where I feel that, whether it's alliances in the mining sector, like what I talked about, whether it's alliances with the construction industry, with the cement industry, etc., those are all areas where the industry is coming together and not just working as the energy industry, but also working with the customer industries, to bring through solutions in this space. And yes, I think there are also individual announcements that have been made, right? I mean, Shell has clearly come out, and you can see in LinkedIn, we've made various announcements with respect to our individual supplier partnerships, right? So that's all, I think, in addition to what we've been doing in these several examples as an industry consortium as well. Yeah.
Fantastic. I think we've covered a lot of ground. I hope this was helpful for the audience also. So thanks a lot, ma'am, for sharing your insights. I think with that, I'll hand it back to Tanish to close the session. Tanish, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Dhruv. Thank you, ma'am. So I would like to express my gratitude to Vidya ma'am for joining us and taking out the time for this session. We learned about how industry-wide collaboration, traceability, ethical leadership, and technology can help reduce the emissions. And we also learned about the initiatives the Shell has taken for this. So I was particularly hooked by the idea of Shell Catalyst and Shell E4, which has addressed the fundamental need of focusing on driving innovation and also planning technologies for the future. So that was one very interesting thing for me. With that, I would also like to thank Dhruv and express my gratitude to him for taking this wonderful session and asking strategic questions, which led to in-depth insights for us. And lastly, thank you to all the participants. You have been a wonderful audience, and thank you for asking these questions that were I believe that were enriching for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was absolutely wonderful. Thanks to Dhruv, Tanishq, and Vasundhara as well. Yeah, absolutely enjoyable. And keep this going, because it's only by dialogue that we can actually make change. Yeah. So thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
I would just like to ask the audience for 1 minute more. So we have had a wonderful day today, and we have also aligned a lot of speakers for tomorrow, and would like you all to join us back for these wonderful sessions, and your active participation will be very much admired. Thank you, everyone.